Would you hand me that, please? Thank you. Now, let's see. Survey.
Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Peale. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A few moments ago, I finished my day's work out at Warner Brothers Studio, where I'm making a picture involving 3 babies, aged 1 month, 3 months, and 6 months. All of which I mention because I now have a slight idea of what the husband and wife in tonight's play must have thought when they decided to have 12 children. I imagine almost anyone who grew up in a family of 12 children would have enough material to write a book. And that's just what Frank Gilbert Jr. and Ernestine Gilbert Ferry did, producing a best-selling novel and our play for tonight, Cheaper by the Dozen. Of course, it takes quite a talented actor to play the role of father to 12 children, so naturally, 20th Century Fox cast Kristen Webb in the part. And we, too, are delighted to star the very sophisticated Mr. Webb in this charming family story tonight. As you will discover in our play, it takes efficiency and careful management to rear a dozen children. And, of course, we recommend Lux Flakes. And now you'll discover Lux Flakes are even more wonderful when you try the new Lux with color freshener. Now the curtain rises on Cheaper by the Dozen, starring Kristen Webb as Frank Gilbert.
This is the story of my family. But first and foremost, the story of my father and my mother. Dad, Frank Bunker Gilbert, was an industrial engineer, an efficiency expert, a man who showed industry how to save time. In Dad's mind, efficiency, like charity, began at home. For example, when he'd come home at night, as often as not, he'd announce himself by the blast of a whistle which he carried in his pocket, bringing us on the gallop from all corners of the house and neighborhood.
Hello, live bait. All right, places. Come on, places. Get a 9. Get a 9. 18 seconds for the stopwatch. Not bad, but I still say we should make it in less. All right, fall out. You'll find some soccer bars there in my briefcase.
I might mention that there were 11 of us then. 11 children. That was the summer that we moved from Rhode Island to Montclair, New Jersey. We made the trip by automobile, a tremendous touring car known to all of us as Foolish Carriage.
Hey, Martha, hurry up there. Come on. Climb aboard. Foolish Carriage is getting restless.
Hey, listen, are those seats yours, or is that a picnic?
They're all mine, and believe me, it's no picnic. Who's holding us up? Come on there, Bill. Make it snappy.
Mercy, Maud.
Oh, sorry, Lily. Scared you, didn't I, son? I'll bet you jumped 6 9/10 inches.
Really, Dad? It's all right, dear. I was scared, too.
Teach you to keep your eyes open, young man. Well, everybody in? Anne, Ernestine, Martha, Mary, Frank?
All present and accounted for, Dad.
Very well. If you're all reasonably sanitary, let's go. Goodbye, Rhode Island, New Jersey, here we come.
We were all quite accustomed to being an object of considerable curiosity to strangers. But Dad always had an answer for those bold enough to assail his dignity.
Hey, Noah! What are you doing with that hawk?
Collecting animals like the good Lord told me, brother. All I need now is a jackass. Hop in. All right, come on, kids. Let's have a song. I'll start it. When you wore a tulip, a big yellow tulip, and I wore a red
No automobile, not even Foolish Carriage, could be expected to bear the demands we placed upon it without complaint. We were well out in the country when the radiator started steaming like a volcano.
Oh, it's that fan bill again. Excuse me, Lily. I'll have to get out.
Frank, it's not going to blow up again, is it?
No, of course not. It won't take a minute to fix it. Now, incidentally, now's a good time if any of you kids want to go see Mrs. Murphy. Well, how about it? All right. But remember, this is your last chance. I can't understand why a good car like this should keep acting up. Not one thing, it's another. Last week it was the carburetor. The week before that it was the fuel. Who did that? Who blew that horn? Young man, there's a time and place for jokes and a time and place for spanking.
Mr. Maud, Frank, I'll bet you jumped 6 and 9 clinks inches.
Oh. You're right, son. That was a good joke on me. By jingo, I'll bet I did jump 6 and 9/10 inches. Would have done better than that if I hadn't hit my head in the hood. Oh, these kids, Lily, these kids.
At long last, our faithful, foolish carriage entered the town of Montclair. It was a wonderful new house, and from the very first moment we loved living in it. But we soon found out that while it was often too small for 11 children, it was more often too large for 2 servants. Mother and Dad met the problem in the typical Gilbert manner. Head on.
The family council will please come to order. Thank you. Now, it's obvious that this house is too big for Mrs. Monahan and Jim Bracken to take care of without help. Therefore, your mother and I have called this meeting to discuss house and yard work. Assignments will be made on the basis of personal choice and aptitude. Now, does the chair hear any suggestions? Come on. This is a democracy, you know. Everybody has an equal voice.
You children are certainly very quiet all of a sudden.
In a democracy, everybody speaks. So by jingo, start speaking. Bill, I recognize you.
I want to be recognized. Besides, I think Mrs. Monahan and Jim Bracken ought to do the work. They get paid for it.
Sit down. You're no longer recognized.
But in a democracy...
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Frank? Speak up, son.
I think you're right. Jim and Mrs. Monahan have too much work to do.
Thank you.
I move we hire more people to work for us.
Second the motion.
You're all out of order. Sit down, and be quiet. The chair recognizes the assistant chairman.
Well, of course, we could hire additional help. Yes, if we did away with all desserts and weekly allowances, we might be able to afford a maid.
Mm-hmm.
And if we cut out movies, ice cream, and new clothes, we might be able to afford a helper for them, too.
Do I hear a motion to that effect? Well, Bill, Frank, Ann?
Oh, well, I move we allot the work.
Splendid. Do I hear a second?
Second the motion.
All those in favor signify by...
Aye.
Motion carried. Now, that brings up a little matter of specific assignment. For instance, the back fence is badly in need of whitewashing. Now, do I hear any bids? Well, speak up if you want to earn a little extra spending money. Yes, Bill?
I'll bid $10.
You must think this is a government project. Do I hear any reasonable bids?
I bid 47 cents.
47 cents.
Please let me do it, Daddy.
But tell me, Lillian, how did you happen to hit upon 47 cents?
I've been saving for a new pair of roller skates, and that's how much more I need.
But you're going to get skates for your birthday. Oh, I'm sorry, Lily. I wasn't supposed to let that out of the bag.
Oh, Daddy, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Well, besides, that's too big a job for a little girl like you. Frank, here's your chance. What do you bid? Within reason.
Oh, well, $2.50, I guess.
Good. You got yourself a contract. Now, is there any more business?
I think there's something you ought to buy a dog.
Out of order. Meeting adjourned. Door.
And in a democracy.
Sorry, motion shelves to the next meeting.
Oh, well, come on.
Before we knew it, the new school term began. Early that Monday morning, Dad blew his whistle and piled the older 7 of us into foolish carriage. 10 minutes later, we stood outside the school building.
Well, here we are, children. Come on now. I know you're very old eager to cut registers, so in you go. Come on, quickly now. Hurry up. Let's go.
But, Dad, not all of us.
Certainly all of you. You want us to make an impression, don't you?
But this isn't our school. Ernestine and I are going to high school.
We'll take care of that later. I want to show these people first what a real family looks like.
But, Daddy, it's so embarrassing.
A person with inner dignity is never embarrassed. Besides, visits like this get results. Only wish you had time to go home for your mother and the baby. I will, too, unless you get a move on.
Honestly, Dad, you have more gall.
Somebody in this family has to show a little spunk. Now hold your heads up and look alive. No dying cow look. Come on, open the door, boys, and take your hats off.
Come in, won't you? I'm the school principal.
Good morning, madam. Just a Gilbert invasion, or perhaps I should say a partial invasion, since I left most of them at home with their mother. I hope we're not intruding.
Oh, not at all. I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Gilbert. We've heard so much about you and Mrs. Gilbert. I understand you have...
11 children, madam.
11 children? Goodness, how do you feed them all?
Oh, they come cheaper by the dozen, you know. Unfortunately, only 5 will be under your excellent supervision. Mary, Martha, Lillian, Bill, and Frank Jr.
How do you do, children?
I just brought along my older girls, Anne and Ernestine, so you get a better idea of the crop we're raising.
Well, it's been so nice of you to drop by, Mr. Gilbert.
Oh, I'm not just dropping by. No. I want to meet their teachers.
Well, I'm afraid all our teachers are busy at the moment. Opening day.
Oh, I'm in no hurry at all. I've arranged my schedule so as to give you my entire morning.
You have?
Yeah. Meanwhile, as to their grades, I see no reason why my children should be held back by a school system geared to those of simply normal mentality.
Well, no, of course not. But so much depends upon their ages and their...
You mean mental ages, of course. Bill, how old are you, son?
8.
What grade does an 8-year-old usually belong in?
The 3rd grade.
Then I think you better find room for Bill in the 5th.
Oh, that's impossible, Mr. Gilbert. Perhaps later on, if he takes tests...
Oh, I hope they'll all take a lot of tests. It's good for them. Meanwhile, to illustrate my point. Frank, what's 46 times 83?
3,818.
Lillian, 19 times 91.
1,729.
Bill, 52 times 52.
2,704.
Good gracious.
Now, would you care to suggest any large numbers, madam?
I'll take your word for it, Mr. Gilbert. I'll see what I can do.
As usual, Dad won his point. And opening day or not, the principal sent for the teachers. While we were waiting, Dad lost no opportunity to impress her with our brilliance.
And now you may be interested to hear something of the home training program their mother and I have worked out for the children.
Oh, yes, indeed. I understand Mrs. Gilbert is quite a celebrated psychologist and consultant herself.
She is indeed, madam, to say nothing of her obvious prowess as a wife and mother. Now then, our home study program includes spelling games, geography quizzes, and languages.
We're learning French and German from the phonograph. And Dad even taught us how to take a scientific bath in the time it takes to play just one record.
Really?
A simple matter of coordination, madam, like any other physical effort.
But how do you do it?
Well, this seems hardly the time and place to...
Oh, it sounds perfectly fascinating.
Yeah, go on, Dad. Show us.
Well, it's really very simple, madam. Now, if I may be seated on the floor by way of illustration.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Thank you. Well, first you take the soap in your right hand, thusly, and apply it to the left shoulder, running it down the top of the left arm, up the inside of the left arm to the armpit. Then both ears, like this, both of them, madam, and up beginning the back of the neck, then down the outside of the left leg, back up the inside of the left leg, then down the right leg and up. You will now observe that having reached my hip without lost motion, I quickly transfer the soap to the left hand, repeating the process on the right arm and right shoulder. This is followed by a couple of circular motions in the midsection and the back with some special attention to the feet. Then you slide under for a rinse and rise from the bathtub bathed.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, isn't it? But you appear to have callers, madam.
What? Oh, come in, ladies. Our teachers, Mr. Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert was just showing me how to take a bath.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning. Come on in. The water's fine.
family, sickness was taboo. Dr. Burton's car in front of our house could mean only one thing.
Dad, where is it? Where's the baby?
In a room, taking her nap, of course.
We mean no latest model, Daddy. It's a boy or girl. What are we going to name this one, Daddy?
Lily, what got into these children?
I can't imagine, dear. Now, whatever gave you the idea there was a new baby?
Dr. Burton's car's out front. And you were sick last night, weren't you?
What a slight headache, yes.
And every time you're sick, there's always a baby, isn't there?
Mercy, Maud, babies don't come just because you're sick.
They've always come before when you were sick.
Dr. Burton's upstairs because he's afraid Jackie and Mary have the whooping cough.
Oh, is that all?
Which means you children will have to stay away from them. As for babies, I think it's about time we had a little... Oh, Bill, no, tell me you're getting it.
Stop that at once, William. I'm not going to have an epidemic in this house. We haven't time for any such nonsense. You children have been given good health, and by jingo, it's your job to keep it.
I think I better get him up to the doctor. Come along, dear. Come along.
Well, Lillian, real children, there's at least 2 in the house who won't get the whooping cough, won't we?
You bet, Daddy. You and me, huh?
Oh, no. Oh, these kids.
We all parted, of course, and the upstairs took on the antiseptic aspects of a hospital ward, with Mother fluttering from bed to bed, full of love and reassurance.
And remember to keep covered, Master. Anne, put this jacket around your shoulders, dear.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
I'll go downstairs now and get your dessert. Then I'll read to you, if you like.
May I come in?
Oh, of course, dear.
I won't disturb anything.
It's all right. The children admit you so.
Oh, I'll be all right, Lily. I'll be all right, Lily.
Heaven's name, what is it now?
Who he's talking to, Mr. Gilbert?
Oh, me, how did I ever get mixed up with this family? All right, let me hear you cough.
Oh, there's nothing the matter with me. I was only joking.
Huh?
You were what?
Well, it just wasn't any fun downstairs for myself, Lily. I wanted to be up here with the rest of the family.
Very, very amusing.
Oh, I give up.
I'm sorry, Lily, but all that quiet down there makes me nervous.
Really?
Well, tell me, Doc, how are my Mongolians coming along?
Well,
In spite of you, you old veterinarian.
Gilbert, I'll say one thing for you. Your children don't get sick very often, but when they do, they certainly mess up the public health statistics of the state of New Jersey.
How's that, Mr. Bones?
Ordinarily, I have a couple of cases of whooping cough or measles a week. When I have to report 11 cases in a single day, they're liable to quarantine the whole town of Montclair and close every school in Essex County.
Well, at least these are only light cases. Pioneer stuff, you know.
Yes, that's so. By the way, those kids have tonsils. Really ugly ones. As soon as they're over this cough, they ought to come out.
Nonsense. I've never had mine out.
Well, maybe you should have. Let's have a look at
No, you don't. No, you don't. My tonsils are sound as a dollar.
Sit down and open that mouth.
What's the point of all of this?
If you've got to talk, say ah. I might have known.
You're crazy. I've never been sick a day in my life.
Well, then keep them if you want to. But the children's tonsils have got to come out. All but one. Martha's. What does that mean?
Well, I'm thinking about their tonsils. Could we do it here in the house?
What's wrong with the hospital?
Nothing. But if we could rig up an operating room, I could take motion pictures and study what you doctors are doing wrong.
Now, just a minute.
Then I'd be able to show how you could eliminate a lot of waste motion and speed things up.
Your methods may work out fine in factories, Gilbert, but as far as a hospital...
Really? We're going to have these children's tonsils out. I made up my mind.
Frank, do we have to?
That's what this fellow here says. It's all right, Lily. I'm going to take movies.
Of the operation?
Certainly. There's no telling how many lives this sort of story will help save. Besides, if it makes you feel any better, I'll let the old butcher yank mine out, too.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
Frank, don't you
We ought to stop him. Let him go ahead and cut his own throat. That's one part of the festivities I might even enjoy.
Will you stop drooling? By jingle, this may make you famous, you old quack.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act Two of Cheaper by the Dozen. Now, here's Libby Collins with the Lux Movie News of the Week.
John, I'm still gasping from the suspense of the new 20th Century Fox thriller, 14 Hours. If you like to break out into cold chills, this is your picture. Superbly done. It's the story of a would-be suicide, Richard Basehart, who stands precariously on a hotel ledge for 14 hours. All day long, Paul Douglas, a sympathetic cop, tries to dissuade him, as do his father, his mother, and his girlfriend, Barbara Bargetty. Meanwhile, in the crowd below, pretty Deborah Paget finds romance. Authentic New York backgrounds make it so real, you're on the edge of your seat for all 91 minutes, John.
The entire action takes place the same day?
That's right. The camera never moves away from the hotel or the street, and most of the time it's centered on the ledge. With no change of costumes, you can imagine how often they have to be freshened during the shooting. Barbara Bargetty wears a sweater, Richard's mother a lace-trimmed blouse, and Deborah Paget a washable shantung dress. The kind of clothes that are so easy to keep gay as new with wonderful new Lux.
Deborah Paget says new Lux with color freshener gives the most exciting results they've ever seen.
And all over the country you hear the same thing. New Lux is pure magic for white things. Keeps them dazzling white.
And for color, why, it's a real beauty bath for color. Prints look more brilliant, all shades more sparkling than you've ever dreamed possible.
You simply can't imagine how much brighter and gayer your washables can stay until you try New Lux with color freshness. And it's mild and safe as ever.
Get a big box of amazing New Lux tomorrow. Give your spring prints, your soft sweaters, your white blouses, your new cottons, all the washables in your wardrobe, that nice as new Lux look. Here's Mr. Keeley, our producer.
Act Two of Cheaper by the Dozen, starring Clifton Webb as Frank Gilbert.
For weeks afterward, Father's favorite topic was the impending series of tonsillectomies and the great gift he was about to make to medical science by means of the motion pictures. But as much as we loved movies, this was one epic we'd have been delighted to pass up. There wasn't a chance. All too soon, the memorable morning arrived. Dr. Burton had settled on the dining room for the scene of the operation. And there, Dad installed his motion picture equipment, including a cameraman named Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, however, failed dismally to share Dad's enthusiasm for the proceedings.
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Gilbert. I hadn't figured on all this here ether. It's my stomach. I don't feel so good.
Higgins, I'm not interested in your internal organs. Just get that camera ready.
My brother Bill was the first to go. The rest of us waited in the living room in a quiet huddle. Only one of us, Martha, would be spared. Of all the Gilbert's tonsils, hers alone would remain undisturbed. Gee, I heard you poor kids couldn't have any breakfast this morning. How sad. How very sad.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Martha? Everybody knows you can't eat before you get operated on.
I had donuts for breakfast. Delicious. Oh, and a big piece of apple pie left over from last night. Oh, you beast, get out of here. Mother, Miss Martha stopped gloating about her breakfast. Not another word about food, Martha, do you understand? I'm sorry, Mother. I won't even mention donuts and apple pie again.
Well, Lily, number one's finished. He's just brought Bill upstairs.
Oh, that poor boy. I'd better go right up to him.
That's true, just like a baby. I can't wait to see those movies. Come on, Ernestine, girl. You're next.
Don't be afraid, dear. It'll all be over in just a few minutes.
Oh, I'm not afraid. Much.
Gilbert's afraid? So ridiculous. Now, just remember, I'll be right there with you, dear.
Well, goodbye, all.
All right, Shirley. Let's hop right up here on the table.
Is it going to hurt me, Dr. Burton?
That's your ain't fine. You won't even feel it. My exact words, Doctor.
All right, nurse. Better help her there.
Hey, Mr. Gilbert.
Higgins, how about changing the lens for this one? I want to see exactly how his caddy hands him his knives.
Any kind of hot in here, Mr. Gilbert? And maybe if we open the window.
You want my child to get pneumonia?
Yes, but this ether.
Never mind the ether. Just take care of that camera.
Now then, nurse. You'll get... Good heavens.
What is it? What have you done now?
What have I done? I told you I didn't want Martha.
You haven't got Martha. That's Ernestine.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure, you jackass.
Now look carefully.
Don't you suppose I know my own children? I tell you, that's Ernestine.
Well, if she isn't Martha, we've made a horrible mistake.
We? What do you mean, we? What kind of a mistake?
Well, all I know them by is their throats. I thought these tonsils were Martha's. They're the only ones that didn't have to come out.
You knocked my little girl unconscious for no reason at all? Well, what do we do now?
Oh, take them out anyhow. They'll have to come out eventually. Now go in there and get Martha ready.
She's been eating all morning.
But never mind. I'm not going through another day like this.
Start grinding, Mr. Higgins. At least you'll salvage something.
Poor Martha. It was a blow, but in she went. Full of pie, donuts, and indignation.
I don't care if it is Dr. Burton's
No,
fault.
Lily.
Letting her eat
Lily.
that huge breakfast only to be snapped up like that and butchered.
Lily, I told you it's no worse than a mosquito bite.
Oh,
Higgins, keep grinding in there.
mosquito bite indeed.
Very well. Just to prove it to you, I'll go next.
Well, I thought you wanted to supervise your movie.
Oh, I intend to. I shall take only a local anesthetic. That way I won't miss a trick.
And Dr. Burton's agreed.
Oh, that's a lot of nonsense about my physical condition. Burton. I'll be in the amen corner when they're laying him away. Besides, I want to get this over with before lunch. I'm sorry.
All right, Gilbert. Who's next?
I am.
Okay, then make it snappy. A man can just stand so much.
Oh, I hope you're not making a mistake, dear.
All right, sharpen up your tools there, Mr. Tallbones. Here I come.
Yes, indeed. To Dad, a tonsillectomy was nothing. And he didn't miss a trick. 10 minutes later, he staggered out of the dining room, one hand groping before him, the other at his throat.
Where are you? Oh, my focus.
Yes, dear, I know.
That's the only way I can't talk.
Oh, I don't cry any air. You just had to have it the hard way, didn't you?
Really, I'm dying.
Sit down, old timer. I'll give you something to make you sleep.
I'm going to sleep when my throat's cut.
Mr. Gilbert!
Go away, Higgins. Go away.
Oh, I hate to tell you this, but it looks like none of the picture will be any good.
So, good?
I forgot to put the film in the camera.
You what?
Now, Frank, don't get excited.
Let me at him.
Let me hurry. It's too much for me.
Let me at him. Oh, my.
From that day on, tonsils was a subject we just didn't talk about in front of Father. One afternoon, he came home early. We children were in the living room undergoing our weekly music lesson.
Dear music teacher, what force it teaches. Well, dear?
I had a letter today, Lily, from Dr. Blenheim. You remember him, Czechoslovakia?
Frank, they want you to come.
Well, it's not definite, but Blenheim thinks they'll ask me to speak at the International Management Conference in Prague.
I knew they would.
The best scientific minds in the world, Lily.
Oh, and what an opportunity, darling, to have your methods recognized universally.
Yes, it's what I've always hoped for. But if it hadn't been for you, Lily, your help.
Will you tell the children tonight?
You can tell them if you want to.
I won't be here, dear.
Won't be here.
Have you forgotten? I have a date at the hospital.
So soon?
I'm afraid so.
But I thought you were only joking about going to the hospital. After all, you never went to one before just to have a baby.
Well, maybe I never thought about it before.
Well, it's going to be awfully lonely around here without you, Lily.
By the way, do you mind what it is?
Well, I thought we'd already agreed it would be a boy. After all, we have 6 girls. And of course, anything you decide will be all right with me, Lily.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you, Lily.
That night, our baby brother was born. And for the 12th time, Dad's verdict was exactly the same.
Well, Lily, I'll say this much for him. He's every inch of Gilbert.
I'm glad you approve.
Yes, I expect we better keep him, too.
Look at you.
What?
You were the one who was so afraid he'd be the last of the Gilberts.
Well, I admit you had me worried there for a while, Lily. 4 girls in a row. That can be pretty nerve-wracking.
Because you know I did it deliberately.
12 children, Lily, an even dozen. And hardly an idiot in the bunch.
You set the actual target, dear. 6 boys and 6 girls. I believe you even made a memorandum of them.
Sounds kind of silly now, doesn't it?
Not half as silly as it did then. Honestly, dear, did you really think you'd be able to go through with it?
Why, certainly. I always knew that anything you and I teamed up on would be a success.
Seemed kind of funny, won't it? For the first time in 17 years, we'll be able to go to bed without setting the alarm clock for a 2 o'clock feeding.
It's certainly going to be a luxury, isn't it?
A wonderful luxury, but I'll hate it. I've given you my baby.
I've just one thing to say to you, young man. She's a pretty wonderful woman. Anyway, that's one man's opinion.
Mother and our baby brother Robert came home, and it was home once again. There was no further news about Dad's trip to Czechoslovakia, so that summer, as usual, we went to the beach at Nantucket. Dad had certain fixed ideas about the ocean, mainly that it was intended for bathing, regardless of the temperature.
Come on, folks. Hurry up. Last one in is Kaiser Bill.
Oh, Mother, must we go in? It's freezing.
You should know by now, Ernestine, how your father feels about the primitive life.
Oh, well, let's go in and get it over with.
You'd think Dad invented this ocean. You'd think he... Ernestine, look.
That's Tom. Tom Bell from high school.
Look, he's a lifeguard. But what's he doing here at Nantucket?
Well, he has to keep in condition for swimming somewhere, doesn't he?
Oh, but why did he have to pick this place?
And he's playing the ukulele.
And look at all those girls around him.
Come on, let's go by and see what happens.
I should say not.
Well, we know him, don't we? We see him at school, don't we?
Yes, we see him, but he doesn't even know we exist. Besides, here comes Dad. Everybody but Ernestine and me, we're just freaks.
Freaks enough, you're not going down around here with bare knees for all the boys to ogle. Not while I'm alive.
Well, boys don't ogle when everybody dresses that way.
Don't tell me what boys ogle. I was young once myself.
Honestly, Dad, how do you ever expect us to be popular?
Popular. That's all I hear. That's the magic word, isn't it? That's what's the matter with this generation. Nobody thinks about being smart or clever. No, sir. They just want to be popular.
But, Dad, if you'd only be reasonable...
Well, last time, no. You may not roll your stockings on the beach. Other girls want to go to the devil, that's their business. But you're not going with them. Is that clear?
It ought to be. We've heard it often enough.
Now, look here. You want to get married someday, don't you? Well, nice girls don't marry men, and nice men don't marry girls who make themselves cheap. You may run around with them before they're married, but...
Well?
When they settle down, they want someone they can respect.
Well, they certainly respect me. I'm the most respectable girl I know. So they respect me so much they don't even look at me. Me either.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it? Now, come along and get some of that good salt water.
That afternoon, I made up my mind to revolt. I'd start from the top down. I took a pair of scissors and bobbed my hair.
And your hair. What have you done?
Oh, Ernestine, believe me. I didn't do it just for myself. I cut off my hair for you and Martha and Mary and Lillian and Jane. Because I know you'll never be emancipated until I pave the way.
Oh, Anne.
Otherwise, we'll all go to our graves old maids. still wearing cootie garages over our ears. And long drawers. But Dad'll murder you. When are you going to show him? I'll be downstairs at dinner time. Now hand me that comb and help me trim the ends. Oh, your hair, Anne. Your beautiful hair. I had picked the worst possible moment for my revolt. Of course, I didn't know it at the time, but Dad had already received one blow, one that really hurt. When I went down for dinner, he and Mother were alone on the porch.
The cablegram, Lily, and Dr. Benheim. It seems the management conference program is filled without me.
Oh, Frank, really?
Yes, Benheim says he's still working on it, but not to count on it. I gather there's a general lack of interest.
Well, there'll be other conferences, Frank. Don't be too disappointed.
Yes, I guess I was counting on it too much, Lily. Well, let's go in and have dinner. There's only one thing I can count on. You and the children. The sweetest, the most obedient children who ever...
Frank, what is it, dear?
Who is that? Who is that creature in there?
Anne, your hair.
Anne Gilbert, take off that ridiculous wig.
It's not a wig. I've cut my hair.
You what?
You may kill me if you want to, but I've done it. I think it looks kind of snaky, Dad. Besides, it's ever so much more efficient. What? I'll bet she can fix her hair now in 15 seconds.
Fix what hair? There isn't any hair left to fix.
Oh, Anne, how could you do this to yourself?
To herself? How could she do it to an Airedale? Well, I won't have it. I want to grow 'em back, young lady, and I want to grow 'em back fast.
I'm not going to grow it back. I don't care what anybody says. I'm sick of being a freak.
Anne, come back here.
Let her go, dear. After all, it isn't such a tragedy. All the girls are age of bobbing their hair now.
But I just simply told her,
She's
Lily.
growing up, Frank. She's no longer a child. Now, come and have dinner.
But we started in letting the children do as they please around here.
Dear, for my sake.
Well, all right, Lily. 15 seconds, I wonder if Ernestine knows what she's talking about.
By the time vacation was over, Dad was reconciled. My bobbed hair had been a bitter pill for him to swallow, but like our fathers from the beginning of time, he gulped and swallowed it. Then one evening, in my bedroom...
What was it, Anne? That package from the department store.
Come on in, Daddy. You may as well know the worst. They're teddies, see? Lace teddies.
They're what?
I bought them with my own money, and I'm going to wear them.
No, you're not. You're going to send them right back. It embarrasses me even to look at them.
Oh, but Dad...
You mean to tell me this is all the underwear women put on nowadays?
Oh, please be sensible, Daddy. And you don't really mean I have to send them back. Not really, do you?
Well, but no silk stockings and high-heel shoes. I'm not going to have a lot of doctor's bills because of foot trouble.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. And while we're both in the mood, you may as well know it's a little late for that now. See?
High heels?
I've been wearing them ever since we came home from Nantucket.
Hey, yeah, careful. It's for you, Annie. It's a ball.
A ball? Oh, excuse me, Dad.
Better hurry up before it gets away.
Come back here. I'm not saying you can wear those things. My own flesh and blood in high heels.
Well, there you was it. 2 telephones.
Oh, Mother, I told you. I told you if I started dressing like other girls, everything would be all right.
But who was it, dear?
Joe Sales. He's asked me to go to the senior prom on Friday night. The prom, Mother.
Who is Joe Scales? Is he nice?
Oh, he comes from an awfully nice family, and he's cheerleader. He's got his own car, too.
2 mighty fine recommendations. What about a raccoon coat?
Oh, well, he'll probably get that next year when he goes to college.
Gee.
Come on, Ernestine. I've got to decide on what I'm going to wear. It's formal.
Just a minute, young lady. Friday night, you say?
Oh, yes.
Let me see. Friday night, yes. Yes, that's all right. I can make it.
You can make what?
The dance, of course.
Dad, you don't mean...
You didn't think I was going to let you go out by yourself with a cheerleader, did you?
Oh, Daddy, you wouldn't spoil everything by doing a thing like that, would you? What do you think of me?
But you're a sensible, well-brought-up child with sensible parents.
Oh, honestly, Dad, don't you even trust your own daughter?
I trust all my daughters. It's that cheerleader I don't trust.
Oh, no.
Now make up your mind. Either I go or you don't.
Yes, Father. Oh!
Before we return with Act 3 of Cheaper by the Dozen, I'd like you to meet our special guest, 18-year-old Ann Kimball, who is all testing shortly for 20th Century Fox. I understand you've already been in several pictures, Ann.
When school didn't interfere, Mr. Keeley.
And what are you doing now?
Radio shows and studying dancing so I can entertain in USO shows.
An excellent idea. You know, one of the most popular entertainers in camp shows is Danny Kaye with his specialty.
You're talking to a Danny Kaye fan, Mr. Keeley. I collect his records, and I never miss one of his pictures.
Then be sure to see him in On the Riviera. He plays a dual role in a comedy of mistaken identity. The one Danny is an American entertainer who makes a hit with his dancing partner, Corinne Calvet. And the other Danny is a great French lover and millionaire manufacturer married to Jean Tierney.
Jean Tierney's one of my favorites. She wears such gorgeous clothes.
Indeed, she does. You know, Ole Cassini designed her Technicolor wardrobe for On the Riviera with his usual flair.
One of the wardrobe women at 20th Century Fox showed me the white satin and chiffon nightgown she wears in it. It was stunning.
Did she tell you that it had been washed in Lux Flakes many times?
Yes, she did, Mr. Kennedy, and I was amazed. I know Lux is wonderful, but this gown looks just as white as new.
That's just one of the miracles New Lux with Color Freshener performs. In Technicolor, it's even more important that white stay pure white. Colors look brilliant and gay. New Lux with Color Freshener keeps prints unbelievably sharp and clear. All colors vividly new. You can see why Jean Tierney insists on wonderful New Lux for her personal wardrobe, too.
And so do I, Mr. Kennedy. I think it's terrific.
Thank you, Ann Kimball. We're so glad you could come tonight.
Good night, Mr. Kennedy.
Ladies, why don't you get a big box of New Lux with Color Freshener tomorrow? Give your slips and nighties, all your personal things, that nicest new Lux look. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And WBAM, the commercial news station in Danville, Illinois.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Cheaper by the Dozen, starring Clifton Webb as Frank Gilbert, with Rhoda Williams as Anne and Betty Lou Gerson as Mother.
Friday night arrived, and so did Joe Scales. Now, Joe was no Rudolph Valentino, but he was a boy, and he was taking us to the senior prom. Joe made quite an impression on my brothers and sisters.
Rah, rah, rah! Rah, rah, rah! Nocturne High School! Rah, rah, rah!
Hey, not bad at all. Hey, you kids ever see a William Tell tie? Okay, now what? You pull the bow, and it hits the apple. Get it? It hits the apple. The Adam's apple.
Gray Caesar's Ghost, Lily. Joe College in the flesh.
Oh, not so loud, dear. I think he's kind of cute.
Cute? It looks like what might happen if a pygmy married a bobtail penguin. Where's Anne?
She just went up to get her wrap. Now, look, dear, why don't you just stay home and have a nice, quiet...
Stay home? I said I was going, and I am. I know it's not your fault, Lily, but things would have been a lot easier if you'd taken my advice and had old Bo.
I'm sorry, dear. I'll try to be more careful with the next dozen.
Daddy, where are you? We're ready.
Coming, daughter, coming.
All set, Pop? Okay, baby, let's shake that thing. Go on, gang.
Yeah, let's take that thing. Come on, gang.
Joe, the ticket.
Oh, here. What held you up so long? Kind of early to start necking, ain't it?
It's me. Huh? Oh, excuse me, sir.
Well, what happened to the cheerleader?
He's checking our wraps.
Well, shall we sit down?
Oh, don't you see, Dad? Everybody's talking. I can't even go to a dance alone. I don't know why boys even bother about me.
Well, I know if you don't. And that's exactly why I'm here. I haven't seen such ogling since we left Nantucket.
All set, baby?
Oh, yes, Joe.
Well, then come on. Let's give it the old hit. So long, Pops. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
A little later on, when the orchestra was taking a rest, I ran into Debbie Lancaster. Debbie was a senior. She used lipstick and had plans of going on the stage.
You know something, honey? I just gotta meet your daddy. I think he's the cutest man I ever saw.
But he's kind of old-fashioned, Debbie. You know, I just adore him, because I'm awfully old-fashioned myself.
Maybe it's because I was born in Mississippi.
You just gotta be old-fashioned to be born in Mississippi. Well, come on, then. But be careful, won't you, Debbie? I mean about your perfume and lipstick and everything.
Now, don't worry, honey. My daddy's the same way. Always carrying on about me. But I know that he don't carry on when it's someone else.
Nice to meet Deborah Lancaster, Daddy. She's from Mississippi.
How do you do?
Oh, Mr. Gilbrand, I've just been hoping to meet you ever since you started visiting our school.
Is that so? Well, I'm delighted. So you're from Mississippi, are you?
Just a little old fugitive from a plantation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Hello, Debbie.
hello, honey. Oh, and darling, you know Tom Black is called.
Well, we ought to know each other by now.
Yes, of course. Dad, this is Tom Black.
How do you do?
Evening, Mr. Gilbert. Well, how about a dance, Anne?
Me? Do you mind, Dad?
Not at all. No, I'm sure this young lady and I will have a very pleasant time.
I guess Joe won't like this, Anne, but I've been waiting for this chance ever since you got here. Say, what have you done to yourself?
Nothing. What do you mean?
Well, you sure didn't look like this last summer at Nantucket.
How would you know what I looked like? You never even noticed me.
Well, I'm noticing you now, baby. And I need you.
You've just been revolutionizing industry, honey. Oh, I mean, Mr. Gilbrand. Just saving millions of dollars in time and things.
Oh, well, jingle, that perfume smells good.
Like it? The little boy yelled, sent it to me. But I mean, what does anybody want to say by that transfer, Mr. Gilbrand?
Well, maybe for one thing, so as to be able to sit here and talk to a pretty little lady like you.
Why, I declare. And you're so good looking, too.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
The other girls are just going to hate me if they don't get to meet you. Do you mind?
Mind? Why, no, not at all. Bring them over. Many as you like. Bring them on.
Oh, thank you, sugar. I mean, excuse me, Mr. Gilbert. Now, don't you go away, tell me. I'll be right back.
Well.
Hey, your old man sure is swell, Anne. Believe me, if I ever have a daughter, I'm sure going to watch her, too.
You are?
They're not going to catch me letting her run around by herself.
But I mean, oh, yes.
A fellow likes to run around a little, sure. But when it comes to settling down, believe me, I want a girl I can respect.
Well, that's funny. That's just what my father
It sure makes you stop and think, all right. An important man like Mr. Gilbert sitting there all by himself, not even dancing, just watching.
Tom, look. My father over there. All alone, not even dancing?
Holy cow, look at him, Charleston.
Excuse me, Doc. May I cut in, please? Oh, certainly, Anne. I just love dancing with you, Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you, young lady.
Well, I hope you haven't been too lonely, Dad.
No, I've managed.
I didn't know you could dance.
There's lots of things you don't know, young lady.
Maybe you ought to congratulate me.
What for?
Well, after all, it isn't every girl in Montclair High whose father can be belle of the ball. Now, let's be honest. They're not really bad kids, are they?
Well.
And you're not really going to tag along with me every time I go out, are you?
Well, we'll decide that when I get back. After all, I won't be able to tag along when I'm in Europe.
Europe? But I thought you weren't going.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm going to speak in London as well as in Prague.
But when did all this happen?
The invitation just came, a cable. Your mother sent Frank over with it not 5 minutes ago.
Oh, Daddy, that's wonderful.
Now, let's not get emotional. If you're going to toddle with me, young lady, by jingo, let's toddle.
A few days later, we were all in the living room saying goodbye. Dad insisting on going to the station by himself. I thought we'd go to the station with Daddy. Yeah, I want to see the train.
When I get back, I'll show you lots of things. But I don't intend to start off for Europe wringing wet with tears.
You better hurry, dear. You don't have too much time. Boy, take your suitcases. What were your pills? What about your pills, Frank?
Oh, Burton gave me enough to last a lifetime.
This is for you, Dad. But don't open it up till you get on the boat.
More socks?
Well, he taught me how to knit in the first place.
Okay, I plead guilty. Thank you, dear. Well, kids, let's get this over with.
Goodbye, Dad. Bye.
Goodbye, Frank. Take good care of yourself.
Don't worry about me. If anything comes up, you know where to cable me.
Well, I'll take care of the work here. You just forget it. Enjoy yourself.
I will. Well, kids, one more kiss, huh?
Goodbye.
Now, you behave yourselves. Do what your mother tells you. I'll be back in a couple of months.
I'm going to miss you so much.
A little more attention to the books, young lady, and a little less to that swimming champion, and you'll stand a better chance of getting into college, understand?
I'll work on it, Dad.
That's my girl. Well, goodbye, Lily.
Goodbye, dear. Have a good time.
Bye, Dad. Bye. And so he left us. The telephone rang about 20 minutes later. It was Dad. He was at the station. He started to talk to Mother, and then that was all. What happened is like a dream now, an evil dream. Mother rushing from the house, the neighbors finding my younger brothers and sisters and sending them home. Something had happened. He was dead. Our father was dead.
Sit down. Children, please. Please sit down. I've called you older children together because I think you ought to know the situation. There isn't going to be a great deal of money. Most of it had to go back into Father's business. Anyway, I just telephoned Grandmother in California. She wants us to move out there and live with her.
If it's a matter of money, Mother, I plan not to go to college anyway. I'll get a job. I don't want to go to college either.
Please, wait until I finish. There is an alternative, but it hinges on your being able to take care of yourselves. I can go on with Father's work, keep the office open. That would mean we could stay here if we live very simply. And if things should work out, then Anne, you can go to college later on. Father wanted all of you to go to college.
Oh, don't worry about that, Mother.
Do you want to try? Can you run the house and look after things until I come back?
Come back from where, Mother?
I'm going to Europe. I'm going to give those speeches for Father. We all know how much they meant to him. I'm sure that's the way he'd want it. But as I say, the final decision is up to you.
Oh, Mother, you don't have to ask us. You know we'll do anything as long as we can stay together.
Thank you, dear. I knew that's the way you feel about it.
Well, since I'm going to be planning the meals from now on, I guess I better get started. And I see that the house is kept nicely, Mother, just the way you like it.
And I'll help her.
We all will.
We'll leave the errands, won't we, Frank? To keep the yard clean.
You bet we will. You've got a bigger job than that, Frank.
Yes, Mother.
From now on, you'll have to be the man of the family.
We'll handle things, Mother. And we'll do a good job, too. You just wait and see.
Yes, son, I know you will.
Well, anyway, that's one man's thing.
Yes, Dad. Gilbert and Company will go on. Mother and your even dozen will see to that. Mother will go to Europe, and you'll be proud of the way she delivers those speeches for you. And she'll go right on, following in your footsteps, to become the foremost woman industrial engineer in the world, and by 1948, America's Woman of the Year. But wherever you are, Dad, somehow I'm sure you know that, and never doubted it for one moment. Mr. Keeley will be back in a moment with Clifton Webb and news about next week's play. Vacation time isn't far away, and do you know what I'd suggest? Come to California this summer. Imagine the fun of seeing in person the stars you hear on the air. You'll run into them in restaurants, in shops, even on the street. And you'll get the thrill of your life driving past their gorgeous homes in beautiful Bel Air and Malibu Beach. Know what you find inside those homes? Lux Flakes. New Lux with color freshener is more popular than ever with famous screen stars like Claudette Colbert, Joan Caulfield, and Alexis Smith. Why? Because they can see with their own eyes how much whiter New Lux makes white things look, how bright colors stay, how sharp and clear it keeps prints. Get a big box of New Lux with color freshener tomorrow, so your washables will keep that nicest new Lux look all summer.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley. We are not convinced that children are cheaper by the dozen, but we do want Clifton Webb to take another bow for his excellent portrayal of Farmer. You know, Clifton, it's still difficult for me to think of Mr. Belvedere as anything but a bachelor.
Well, I'm reverting to type again for my 20th Century Fox picture. My next one, Mr. Belvedere blows his whistle.
Well, isn't that rather a childish accomplishment for the extremely competent Belvedere?
Daddy, could I have a quarter?
Go away, little girl. Go away, and the play is over. I'm not your daddy. Now then, where was I?
Yeah, you were telling us about your next picture.
Oh, yes. Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Belvedere is so extraordinary that his talents can only be released to the public a few at a time. In this picture, I shall sing magnificently.
Yes, I'll bet the public will be surprised to discover how well you can sing.
Daddy, could I please have a quarter?
Will someone please give this child some Lux Flakes or something and send her home?
Oh, you recommend Lux Flakes?
Why, certainly. You forget I'm an efficiency expert. My household is a model of perfection, so naturally we use Lux Flakes.
Daddy, could I please have a quarter?
Little girl, what on earth do you want a quarter for?
There's a Clifton Webb picture playing at our movie, and I want to go.
Well, of course you shall have a quarter. You dear, sweet child. Now, you run along. What an intelligent child and a fine judge of acting. And by the way, Bill, who are your actors, and what is to be next week's play?
Well, everyone likes a love story, Clifton, so for next week we've chosen Brief Encounter. A tender romance of two people whose lives are completely changed through a chance meeting in a railway station. Brief Encounter. And as our stars, we are proud to present one of the first ladies of Hollywood, Miss Olivia de Havilland. And as her co-star, that fine actor, Richard Basehart.
Not bad at all. I shall probably enjoy it. Good night, dear. One of Hollywood's most popular stars is glamorous Dorothy Lamour. When you see her on the screen, you'll thrill to the petal-smooth look of her million-dollar complexion. Hers is a Lux Lovely complexion. Here's what Dorothy Lamour says about her favorite beauty soap. I depend on daily facials with Lux toilet soap. They give my skin just the gentle, protecting care it needs. Try the beautifying facials this famous star recommends. Lux has active lather, you know, that really makes skin softer and smoother. Leaves it radiantly fresh. Put Hollywood's own beauty soap on your shopping list now. Discover how easy it is to be Lux Lovely. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Brief Encounter, starring Olivia de Havilland and Richard Basehart. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Your announcer is John Milton Kennedy. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You will stay where you are. You will not move. We have some preparations to make, and then...
Then something very odd happened. Half of Dr. Marlowe came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up, while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitching, while his left hand remained stiff. Half of him came alive. Only half.
Theater 5 presents Terror from Beyond.
John Parker! Are you getting this, John? You've got to get it! I don't have much time. They'll be coming back in a few minutes. And try to get it, John. Try and remember.
Huh? What's that? Did someone...
Remember! Try and remember!
So you will not remember. Do you understand? When we are gone, it will be gone, as if it had never happened, and you will not remember.
But you've got to remember, John! You've got to! The whole future of mankind, of life on Earth, depends on it! You've got to!
I sat up in bed, listening. The surf was pounding at the foot of the cliff, but that was all. Had I really heard something, or just imagined it? I didn't know. All I knew was I was in a cold sweat. But that wasn't surprising after what had happened, the deaths and... Deaths? But they'd been accidents. Maybe if I went back over it from the beginning...
That's right, John! Start back at the beginning! Then maybe you'll remember! And you've got to! You've got to!
When was the beginning? When I arrived at the base, I suppose. Went to the administration building for that first briefing session with Dr. Marlowe and Roy.
Oh, it's good to see you again, John.
It's good to see you, Doctor.
Great to have you aboard, John. Did you mind our doing this, pulling strings to have you assigned up here for a while?
Are you kidding? You said it was something interesting.
We think it is. As interesting and important as any space work that's being done anywhere today.
I know. We'll be putting a man on the moon in a few years, but
If we're to go on from there, one of the things we should know is what we're likely to find. In other words, whether there's intelligent life anywhere in the solar system. That's why I hated leaving the old project.
You haven't. This is still part of the old project. Remember what our problem was on Bango?
Of course. A radio telescope can pick up any message from out there that might be beamed at us, but it's sometimes very difficult to tell precisely where it's coming from.
Exactly. Well, we're using a technique here that'll take care of that. A light beam, rather than radio waves.
You mean a laser?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we discussed that. We've already hit the moon with a beam no bigger than a pencil, but suppose you do establish a contact, how do you get your feedback, your response?
Well, we believe we've solved that problem, theoretically at least. But we needed an electronics specialist to work on it with us. That's why we requested you.
When do we start?
Right away. By the way, you're sharing a cottage with Roy. Now, why don't you go on down there with him? Drop your luggage, we'll get to work.
The work. I remember that. Weeks of it. Finally, the big night. The night of our first test. It was clear and cool. The ocean still, not thundering, but whispering at the base of the cliffs as if it were waiting. All the stars sharp and clear like signposts on the road to the infinite. Dr. Marlowe at the computer, Roy and I at the center console.
T-2.
Check.
By the way, Doctor, I meant to ask you before, what made you pick Deimos as our first target?
Well, it was a few weeks after you left the project. We got a message from there.
No.
Well, there was some question about it, John. First, as to whether it really was a coherent message, and second, as to whether it was from Deimos.
The British got a fix on it, too. And it was on the hydrogen wavelength, the one we always said anyone out there would use.
That's true. And even though we never got another one, I thought it was worth exploring further.
Of course. But that's fantastic.
Yes, it's an exciting prospect. But it's also a rather frightening one.
Why do you say that?
We're reaching out, John. We're getting close to the secret of matter, the origin of life, the mystery of the universe. Sometimes I become a little afraid. Afraid that we may stumble onto something that's too much, too big for us.
T-10 seconds.
Check. Power on. Give me a reading, John.
Vector 9, 18.2 and steady.
Time.
How long to contact?
3 minutes, 28 seconds.
We sat there tensely, watching our instruments and the clock. Then...
There it is, the feedback. We've done it.
The trick now will be to maintain contact. Wait a minute. What's that?
It sounds like a pattern. Listen. Even numbers.
Now odd numbers. Great Scott, do you think we've got something?
Follow it. Follow it. Start with an even series.
We started following the pattern, and we got nothing. We kept at it all night and most of the next day. Still nothing. Wait. The next night, it's starting to come back to me now. I remember. It was the sound of the generators that woke me. It was about 2 a.m. I padded out along the duct boards to the control building. The lights were on. I went in. And there was Dr. Marlowe. He was sitting at the control panel, and he was strange. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem to see me. Dr. Marlowe? Dr. Marlowe, what is it? What are you doing? Dr. Marlowe! Then something very odd happened. Half of him came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitched while his left one remained stiff. And then...
What? Oh, hello, John.
Is anything the matter, Doctor?
No. Why should anything? Hey, what am I doing here?
Doctor, have you ever walked in your sleep before?
Not that I know of. Of course, I haven't been sleeping too well lately. Rather disturbing dreams, but... John, Did you change this beam frequency?
No, Doctor. You must have done it in your sleep. Shall I switch it back?
No. Cut the power, but leave it. I'd like to look at it again in the morning. Do some thinking about it.
Somehow, neither of us mentioned it the next day. We just went on with our work, collecting data, trying for another contact, if it had been a contact. And that night, yes, it was that night that we discovered what it meant. The generators woke me again. I looked at my watch. It was almost 3 o'clock, and for some reason, I was terrified. The door of Roy's room was open. As I went by, I saw that his bed was empty. Then I was walking along the duckboards to the control building. The lights were on again. I looked in through the window. Dr. Marlowe was at the panel as he'd been the night before, with that same dead look on his face. And Roy was standing in front of him, talking to him. I could hear him through the window.
Dr. Marlowe. Dr. Marlowe, what is it? Is anything wrong? He's asleep. Walking in his sleep. Better get John.
He started toward the door. Then, apparently deciding he'd better not leave the generators on, he turned and went toward the master switch. And as he did, Dr. Marlowe moved. His face still dead, expressionless. He got up, took a heavy wrench, and followed Roy. Then, just as Roy put out a hand to throw the switch, he hit him. I saw Roy's body crumple to the floor. I stood there frozen, unable to move. Dr. Marlowe looked down at him for a moment with no sign of emotion on his face. Then, like a zombie, he went over to the workbench again, picked up an odd assortment of tools, and returned to Roy's body. He bent over him, looking at him as if he were a laboratory specimen. And as I realized what he was going to do, my paralysis left me. I shouted and started for the door, but just before I reached it, I tripped, hit my head, and that was the last I knew. I'm not sure how long I was out, but when I came to, I was lying in front of the door and a dark shape was bending over me.
John, what happened?
Keep away from me. Don't touch me. I saw what you did in there.
And where? When?
Just now in the control room to Roy.
What do you mean? I just came up here from my cottage. I had a bad dream, came out to get some air, and I found you lying here.
But I tell you, I saw you and...
And what?
I must have imagined it, dreamed it, because I thought I saw you kill him. We looked everywhere, but there was no sign of Roy. Then we hurried back to the control building and searched it again.
He's not here either, John.
No. Must be in my mind. Of course, if it had really happened, there'd be something, if not his body, at least his blood.
Where, John? Where would it be?
Right here in front of the master switch. But there's nothing.
No. Except that the floor is wet. Looks as if it's been scrubbed.
Hey, you're right.
John, did you change the beam frequency this way?
No, Doctor. You must have done it just the way you did last night.
Last night? You mean something happened last night, too?
You don't remember?
No. Tell me what you thought you saw happen tonight, whether you believe it or not.
Well, you were sitting at the control panel with your eyes open, but as if you were asleep.
Yes?
The generators were on, and the beam frequency was set the way it is now. Roy was speaking to you, but you didn't answer him. Then when he started to cut the power, you picked up a wrench and hit him.
I hit Roy?
But that's not the worst of it. After that, you picked up some tools and bent over him as if... Well, as if he were a laboratory animal. Telling you about it now, I know the whole thing's mad. It's impossible.
I wonder.
You mean it could have happened some way? Without your knowing it?
In the old project, and in this one. We've been listening for messages from out of space, trying to determine whether intelligent life exists anywhere in our galaxy. John, if it did exist, what form would it take?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily look like us with 2 arms and legs.
Exactly. And suppose it existed in a totally different form. In the form of electrical energy.
Electrical energy?
Why not? Isn't that the way the brain functions? Giving off electromagnetic waves? And what do we know about Deimos? Suppose living beings existed there in the form of complex electrical charges, and a channel were suddenly opened between it and the Earth.
Our laser beam? You mean they could travel down it, take hold of someone,
I'm speculating, John. Of course, even if it's true, we don't know if these entities are malevolent, dangerous, or not.
When they made you kill Roy?
Because he was going to shut off the transmitter, cut off contact with their base. As for the rest, well, they'd be very interested in the human body, particularly the brain. They'd want to examine it, study it.
Do you realize what you're saying, suggesting, Doctor? Intelligences from outer space, another world, the taking over of a man's body by forces that we...
Yes, John, I know what I'm saying. And while I'm only hypothesizing, I don't really believe it's possible. Do you own a gun?
Yes. So happens I do.
Well, start carrying it. And if you notice me doing anything strange, don't hesitate. Shoot. And shoot to kill.
I didn't go back to sleep that night. And I was convinced that I would never sleep again. Because it would be then that it would be easiest for them to... No, I can't think about it. I won't, even now. I felt a little better in the morning. I went over to have another talk with Dr. Marlowe. But he wasn't at his cottage. He wasn't anywhere on the base. And no one seemed to know where he was. Then I called Colonel Gately at headquarters. No one there knew anything about Dr. Marlowe or Roy. But by that time, something had happened to me. It had all become blurred, like an old nightmare that you know was frightening, but whose details you can't remember. About a week later, the colonel called me and asked me to meet him at the police station in the town nearby.
You knew Swanson pretty well, didn't you, Parker?
Yes, of course.
Some fishermen found a body in their nets this morning. We'd like you to look at it.
Oh? All right.
Brace yourself. Here.
Good Lord. I can't be certain, but I'm fairly sure it's Roy. How did he die?
We'll have to wait for the coroner's report, but my guess is that he fell off the cliff.
And Dr. Marlowe?
Nothing new on him yet, but if they were together, his body may turn up soon, too.
He was a better prophet than he knew, because Dr. Marlowe came back that very night. I'd taken something to make me sleep. It was the only way I could sleep, but the sound of the generators woke me. I took my gun, went to the control building. The lights were on. I opened the door, and there was Dr. Marlowe. He was standing near the console, his face thin and drawn, and his eyes blank. And when he spoke, his voice was hardly human, as if someone was speaking through him.
It is unfortunate that you awakened, Parker. And even more unfortunate that you came in here.
What do you mean, Doctor? Where have you been, and why are you talking so strangely?
We have been looking over your planet, studying it and its life. Particularly, you so-called humans. We have found it very interesting. And now, we are ready to go.
Go? Go where? Wait. You said we. Dr. Marlowe, have they...
You will stay where you are. You will not move. We have some preparations to make, and then...
Her voice, that horrible voice, broke off. And Dr. Marlowe swayed as if he were about to fall. I grabbed him, held on to him, and then his eyes changed, came alive. And when he spoke again, it was with his own voice.
John, for heaven's sake, help me. What? They got me. They took me that night. Took me all over the country, looking, examining, studying.
They picked my brain, John. And now they're going to take me with them.
Take you?
Back to where they come from. Not my body. They're not interested in that. But the essential me. And in heaven's name, shoot, John. Shoot me!
And now, we are ready. Look here. At his eyes. Look closely. Yes. Like that. As your friend told you, we are taking him with us. But you will not remember what has happened. You will remember nothing. Do you understand? Because someday we may come back.
I stood there, frozen, holding Marlowe. Suddenly, he broke my grip, pushed me away. Walking stiffly and mechanically, he went to the door, opened it, and went out along the duck boards to the edge of the cliff. Then, without hesitating, he stepped over the edge and disappeared.
Now do you remember, John? It's all true. They exist. And they've got me here. Not only that, but they may return to Earth again for others. And... John, they're coming back now. They're coming. Do something.
When I woke up about a half hour ago, I found this all written out on the pad I keep next to my bed. I remember some of what I'd written, but other parts, like Roy's murder and Dr. Marlowe's death, I don't recall at all. Either I'm mad, completely mad, or... No, I can't think about that. In any case, if I showed this to anyone, the world would think I was mad. There's only one thing to do. Tear it up. Every last page of it. Every last page of it. Every last page of it.
Theater 5 has presented Terror from Beyond, written by Robert Newman and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Robert Dryden, Ralph Camargo, and Gilbert Mack. Audio engineers Marty Folia and Bill Sandreuter. Sound technicians Ed Blaney and M.C. Brock. Original music composed by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. This is Fred Foy speaking.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck in Penny Serenade with Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the leading characters in tonight's play won't say much, although I believe that's quite customary with ladies of her age. She's the baby that Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck adopt in Penny Serenade. But even in her almost silent state, she helps to make it one of those rare stories that strike a common chord with all audiences. When the right director finds such a story, Hollywood knows it can look forward to an extraordinary picture. And that's what happened when George Stevens brought Penny Serenade to the screen for Columbia Studios. Penny Serenade is a love story, but not a simple boy-meets-girl love story. It's a drama of the deepest human emotions. The story of a boy and a girl whose faith and hope are suddenly dashed by disaster, but who have the courage to reach out again for happiness. The kind of story that demands the talents of stars like the two we have tonight. Though it's not easy to catch those two between pictures at the same time. But we saw our chance and took it when Bob finished her Cardboard Lover at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan from the screencast of Penny Serenades make tonight's prospect perfect. I see by the papers and hear on the air that certain rules are being laid down about the style of women's clothes, object to help the war economy by saving fabrics. Naturally, every patriotic woman will do her part in a drive like that, and so will Lux Flakes. Like most mere males, I've never professed to understand some of the styles that sweep the country. And if I can't admire, I tactfully hold my peace, or should. But when the style of the moment is conservation, even a thoroughly unstyle-conscious man can understand it. And when you're conserving something that's washable, if Lux Flakes haven't arrived like the Marines and gotten the situation well in hand, they should. I can't tell you how many flakes you get for a penny, but they play a very pretty Penny Serenade. And now here's the play, Penny Serenade, starring Robert Taylor as Roger and Barbara Stanwyck as Julie, with Beulah Bondi as Miss Oliver and Edgar Buchanan as Applejack. Our scene is quite simple. An automobile, parked on the main street of a small town. Two people, a man and a woman, sitting quietly in the front seat. The passerby would see nothing wrong here. But in this everyday setting, tragedy is taking place. And the lives of two people are changing course. The man is silent, brooding. With a sudden movement, he opens the car door and gets out.
What's the matter, Roger?
Take the car on home.
What about you?
I'm not coming home. I don't ever want to see anything or anyone that reminds me.
All right. Goodbye. Oh, Roger.
Yeah?
When you do come home, I may not be there.
Where are you going?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, I guess Applejack's there. He'll help you if you want anything.
Yes. Goodbye, Roger.
Bye, Julie.
Will you call the station, Applejack, and make sure they've got my reservation? Then I'd like you to drive me to the train, please.
Miss Julie, you better think this over.
I have been thinking it over, Applejack. I've been thinking it over for days. I'm leaving.
You and Roger have been married a long time.
But we don't need each other anymore. When that happens to two people, there's nothing left.
Miss Julie, I guess I've known you two people better than anyone in my whole life. What with working with the boss on the paper here and seeing everything that's happened, well, somehow it just doesn't seem right.
Applejack, please. I'm leaving.
Yes, Miss Julie. Oh, I meant to ask you. I found these records. You want to take them along with you?
Which records?
Those phonograph records you've been collecting all these years. You made them up into an album, remember? The story of a happy marriage.
A happy marriage?
Yeah, well, you was out before I played a couple of them. Nice tunes. Remember this one, Miss Julie?
Let me see. Yes, I remember when we bought this record. I remember the first time I ever heard it, the day I met Roger. It was in the phonograph store I worked in 12 years ago. We were playing this tune on the loudspeaker, and Roger was standing out on the sidewalk. I was fixing some records in the window when I looked up and saw him. He was smiling at me. I thought he was pretty fresh. And the next thing I knew, he was inside the store.
Hello?
Yes? Is there anything I can do for you?
Oh, yes. That's a new tune, isn't it?
Yes, we just got it in today.
Be nice to dance to, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. Would you like to buy it?
What's on the other side?
Another new one.
Oh, well, could I hear it?
Certainly, right over there, booth 3.
No, I mean, would you play it for me?
If you want.
Oh, thanks. Oh, and wait, as long as we're listening, we might as well hear some of these others, too. I'll just take this stack here. There we are.
Now, just a minute, please.
Oh, it's all right. I can carry them. Get along fine.
You're sure you want all these?
Oh, yes, sure.
27 records at 50 cents. That'll be, $13.50, please.
$13.50, huh? Here you are.
Thank you.
Say, it's pretty late, isn't it?
Yes, we're closing up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say, you must be tired. Maybe I could take you home. I'll get a cab.
A cab? You certainly like to throw your money around. What are you, a bootlegger?
No, I'm a reporter, and a good one, too.
How nice. Just the same, I think I'll walk.
Oh, all right. Maybe a walk would do us good.
But I didn't invite you.
Oh, no, that's all right. I got nothing to do until 10 o'clock. These records are kind of heavy.
Yes, they must be. Well, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, what's the matter?
Nothing. I live here, that's all. Oh, good night.
Good night. Oh, wait a minute. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
I guess not.
Have you got a phonograph inside?
Yes, why?
Well, would you let me hear this record? Otherwise, I'll have to take it home and imagine how it sounds.
Haven't you got a machine at home?
No.
Then why on earth did you buy 27... Oh.
Silly, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. Every time I've heard that song since, I've thought of that day. There was another one in that bunch of records, too. This one. They were playing it one night in a little Chinese restaurant down near the beach. We had stopped off there for dinner on our way home. Roger was very quiet. We sat there for the longest time, never saying a word. What are you thinking about?
Oh, just wishing we could always be together like this. I mean, I wish every day were a holiday like today. Never have to go home, never have to go to work.
It would be perfect, wouldn't it?
What's that you've got?
A rice cake. It's got my fortune inside.
What does it say?
Oh, nothing. It's silly.
Come on, let's say it.
All right. It says, baby.
These things are a lot of bunk. They never come true.
You don't like kids very much, do you?
Yeah, I like them all right, except when they're pests.
What does your fortune say?
Nothing. Here, read it.
You will be an old bachelor. Oh, very unromantic.
I told you they never come true.
We played this one at my New Year's Eve party. I guess I'd known Roger about 4 months. You remember that New Year's Eve, Applejack? You came to my place, but you weren't very happy about it.
Look, I don't belong here.
Of course you belong here, Applejack. I invited you, didn't I?
Hey, where's Roger?
He's not here yet. I thought maybe you'd know.
Not me. You're pretty crazy about that reporter, aren't you?
Oh, I'm fond of him.
That's bad. I hate seeing a nice girl like you get mixed up with a newspaper man. I never knew one worth a darn when it came to a woman.
Oh, he's a lot of fun to go out with, that's all.
Always running down a story, hanging around a speakeasy, waiting for the proof to come up. At least that's what they say they're doing. But you never know what they're up to. Of course, for a single man, it's swell. But a married man...
Applejack, listen, don't worry about me. I don't need any advice. I never even thought of getting married.
No fooling?
No fooling.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, Julie.
Here he is now. Hello.
I've got to talk to you right away. Where can we be alone?
Why alone? I'm having fun.
Come on. We'll go out on the fire escape.
But, Roger, I'll freeze.
Now, Julie, dear, don't be angry. I'd have been here sooner, only a lot's happened.
Nice time to come to a party. It's almost 12.
I know, darling. I'm sorry, but I've had a million things to do. Honey, look, I've had a real break. Flynn quit his job over in China. Imagine what a spot that leaves the paper in. One man in the Orient, and he walks out on the job.
Roger, you're going to take his place?
Well, that's what they want me to do. Got a ticket in my pocket for a train that leaves at 3 a.m. I'll get to San Francisco just in time to catch the next boat. I can't believe it, Julie. Imagine them picking me.
Oh, but you're able, Roger. You have ability. Anyone can see that. You're going?
Oh, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. It's a fine salary, 2-year contract. I'm more or less my own boss, and, well, I was wondering...
Now, listen, little boy. Of course I want you to go if that's what's worrying you. Please don't think that
I wasn't worrying about that. No, what I hurried over here to tell you was, Julie, let's get married. Let's get married tonight, right away. I can send for you in 3 months. I'll have the money then.
3 months? Well, why the rush to get married now?
Well, because... What do you think? I want to leave a girl like you running around loose? Suppose somebody else came along. Oh, Julie, I've got to have you.
Oh, Roger, darling.
Julie, is it till death do us part?
Till Chesterton House. Listen, it's New Year's.
Julie, I've got everything all set. All you have to do is to sign the marriage license. Come on. Get in, Julie.
Roger, there isn't much time.
It's all right, darling. Porter, which is my compartment?
Compartment G, sir.
How much time before the train leaves?
Oh, just about 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Go on in, dear. Well, Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams. Sounds strange, doesn't it?
No, not strange, darling. It sounds great.
It does sound great. You know, there's something about a train. I don't know what it is, the way it looks or smells, but it always makes me want to be off somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I feel the same way.
Oh, Roger, I wish this was our honeymoon.
So do I, dear.
Oh, darling, I can't say goodbye to you.
It isn't really goodbye. It won't be for long. It's just, I'll see you later.
That's it. I'll see you later. Let's never say goodbye.
Yes, dear. Oh, and promise me something, honey. Promise me never to take your ring off.
I won't take it off, no matter what happens.
Thank you, darling.
Roger. Oh, Roger, the train's moving.
All right. Don't worry, dear. I'll get you off the next stop.
How far is the next stop, Roger?
About 3 hours.
Roger went on to China, and I waited for him to send for me. I didn't have to wait long. 4 months later, I was with him. He had a great big house, 4 Chinese servants. Oh, Roger was living like a prince.
Well, darling, what do you think of your new home?
Roger, I didn't expect anything like this. It doesn't seem real. Are you sure we can afford all this?
Oh, now, don't be so practical when I'm romantic. Nothing's too good for my little wife.
Are we going to keep it? I mean, stay here right along?
Well, certainly, it's yours. I bought the lease from an American who went back. Furniture, 4 servants, 3 kids, everything.
Kids? Whose?
Servants, they live here.
I thought you didn't like children.
Who, me? No, they're all right. Anyway, I got the whole shebang for $1,000 American.
But how in the world did you do it? Get the money to send for me and buy all this, too.
I got an advance.
An advance?
Sure, an advance on my salary. Everybody does that out here. That's how you operate.
Oh, Roger.
Oh, now you're not going to be one of those wives always worrying about money and budgets, are you?
No, but I sort of hate to start off in debt, especially now.
What do you mean now?
Roger, remember this?
What? Oh, the fortune. Sure, you got it at the beach. Imagine you keeping that.
You were wrong, darling. Sometimes those things come true.
Sure they do, certainly. Well, let's say it. Baby. Say, if I ever... Hey, wait a minute.
Roger,
Oh, Julie, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you write me?
But you don't like
Well,
them.
of course I do. Why would I have 3 of them running around here? And this will be ours. An American kid. Oh, Julie, this is great.
Roger, I'm so glad you want it. We went north after that. Roger had an assignment away from the city, and I went up with him. Roger began to talk about traveling all our lives, never settling down. Well, we were there about 3 weeks when it happened. I can still hear the sound in my ears. At first, it was just a sort of rumbling. And then it grew louder and louder. The floor began to shake. I could hear the crowd outside screaming. I saw the pictures dancing on the wall. I felt myself falling. We came home on the next boat, back to San Francisco. I think I knew then that I would never have my baby. And in the hospital, a few weeks after, the doctor told me.
Well, that's all, Mrs. Adams. Otherwise, you'll enjoy the best of health. Now I've got some good news for you. I'm letting your husband see you today. Oh, come in, Mr. Adams.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Roger.
Oh, gee, I'm so glad to see you.
She's doing very well. You'll be able to take her home soon.
Thank you. Oh, darling, I've been miserable without you. But I've had a chance to do a lot of serious thinking. I've been out scouting around the nearby towns looking for that little paper I once talked about buying. No more silly ideas like traveling around. You're absolutely right about that. And I think I found it, too, honey. A little place just north of here. A place called Rosalia. Ever hear of it?
What? No.
And best of all, honey, we'll have a home of our own. One that'll always be ours. If I get the paper going good, I can get you everything. Furniture, car, clothes, everything.
You know, it's strange, Roger. But I can't get myself to care about those things now. They don't seem important anymore. What I want, I can't have. The one thing I've ever really wanted, I'm never going to have.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Taylor, Beulah Bondi, and Edgar Buchanan, back to the microphone for Act Two of Penny Serenade. Now, here's more news about the Lux Flakes Garden Club. Yes, more news about our wonderful flower bargain. 3 first-quality chrysanthemum plants, a whole dollar's worth, which you can have for only 10 cents in the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes. If you haven't sent for yours yet, well, you'd better mail your order in right away. Tonight, or first thing tomorrow. Single and double chrysanthemums, pom-pom, and button types, all are included in our offer, in rich shades of crimson, yellow, golden bronze, and pure white. 1 in each set of 3 blooms in a pure, glowing shell pink. And every one of these Lux chrysanthemum plants has been treated with transplantone, a vitamin product, to strengthen the roots and produce more vivid colors, earlier flowering, and more perfect blossoms. All through the early fall, just when other flowers are through blooming, these beautiful mums will brighten your garden with color, giving you dozens of flowers from each plant. Mums are easy to grow, you know. Even in a city apartment, they'll thrive in flower pots or sunny window boxes. So you can have fresh-cut flowers at a cost of next to nothing. Order as many sets of 3 chrysanthemum plants as you want, but do it now so you won't be disappointed. Your dealer has order blanks for you to use, or write your name on a piece of paper and mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please, and the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Please allow at least 2 weeks for your plants to reach you. With them, we'll send a leaflet giving planting directions and another telling you how you can get more flower bargains. Remember, for each set of 3 plants you order, send 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Be sure to include your name and address. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Penny Serenade, starring Robert Taylor as Roger and Barbara Stanwyck as Julie, with Beulah Bondi as Miss Oliver and Edgar Buchanan as Applejack. An album of old phonograph records, an album of memories. To Julie Adams, each record is a chapter in her life, bringing back the heartaches and the happiness, the sorrow and the joy of years gone by.
Remember this one, Applejack?
Huh?
It was popular just about the time you came to help Roger with the newspaper. It was fun in those days, wasn't it? The linotype machine, running downstairs, the smell of printer's ink in the house. But there was something missing even then. You knew what it was, Applejack. You mentioned it one night at dinner.
Roger's out running down subscriptions, said he might not get home till late.
Well, sit down, Applejack. We might as well have our dinner.
Yes, Miss Julie. You know, Miss Julie, I think we ought to have a kid around this house.
I thought you knew, Applejack.
Oh, sure, I know about that. I'm talking about adopting one. You get some pretty good ones that way. I'm an adopted kid myself. Of course, I know that ain't much of a recommendation. I didn't turn out so bad.
Want some bread, Applejack?
Miss Julie, I wish you could have seen some of those little sons of guns. They was the cutest little rascals you ever want to look at.
I don't think Roger would want a child that way, Applejack. One that wasn't his own.
Well, why not? Hey, he's no sucker. He don't want to gamble. How do you know what they're going to be like when they got to be your own? This way you walk in and help yourself to exactly what you want. There's no guesswork.
I've thought about that a lot, Applejack. I want one. But Roger was so disappointed when I just haven't had the courage to suggest it.
Miss Julie, do you want to know something? He's all for the idea. Only a few days ago, we were working together, and I was talking to him.
You were talking to him about this?
Sure, and he was all for it.
Why didn't he say something to me?
Well, he was afraid to say anything to you. He's afraid you might have some fool notions.
Fool notions? What the very idea. My own husband talking about things like this with the printer.
Press manager, please.
All right, press manager. Are you going to be the mother?
No, I just thought...
Fine thing.
Hello?
Roger, come here.
What's going on, a fight?
Hey, Roger, I want you to look at that new ad. Would you come on downstairs?
Wait a minute. Roger, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what?
What you and Applejack have been talking about.
Miss Julie, I told you in confidence.
What were we talking about? Applejack, what did you say to her?
Well, you know about...
He told me.
Told you what?
Roger, if you wanted to adopt a baby, why didn't you talk to me?
What?
Sure, you should have told her in the first place, not me. I'm not going to be the mother.
Now, wait a minute. Did you tell Julie I wanted to adopt a baby?
Well, I hinted at it. I tried to break it to her gently, and she...
Oh, you told her, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Roger, I'm so glad you feel that way.
Yeah, she wants it even more than you, Roger.
Well, that's the way we all feel about it.
Yeah, I like it, too.
I suppose it's settled, huh?
Oh, Roger, I'm so glad. If it hadn't been for Applejack letting it slip out, I don't suppose I ever would have known. Sit down, Roger, and I'll get you your dinner.
Well, I guess I'd better go fix that press.
Yeah, you fix everything else, don't you? What's the idea of telling her a thing like that? I never said I wanted a baby.
Well,
Oh, shut up.
Hurry, Roger, hurry. The lady said 3 o'clock.
Yeah, look, Julie, while I think of it, now, when we get to this place, don't get all enthusiastic right off the bat. You know, don't just rush in and grab the first kid you see and go nuts about it.
What makes you think I'll grab the first one they show me? I've been doing the shopping in this family for some time now, and I just don't bring home anything.
Well, you came home with this tie, didn't you?
Well, it's nice. Everybody's wearing bow ties.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mrs. Adams. I have your letter here. You want a 2-year-old child, blue eyes, curly hair, dimpled chin, sweet disposition.
We prefer a boy.
But we'd like to look at the girls, too.
Now, Julie, you know we agreed on a boy.
But it won't hurt to look, will it?
Well, all right, we'll look. Now, what can you show us, please?
This is the administration building. We don't have any children here.
Oh.
Everybody wants blue eyes, curly hair, dimples. Everybody wants a 2-year-old child. Now, will you tell me why?
Well, you see, in our case, that would have been the age of our own child.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, when they're 2 years old, they're more or less housebroken then, aren't they?
Well, not always. At the moment, we haven't any children available at all. There's a long waiting list. If you get one within a year, you're lucky.
What?
Within a year?
You mean we might have to wait a whole year?
Well, after all, real parents wait almost a year.
Yes, certainly,
But you see, Miss Oliver, we've waited so long already.
I know, my dear, but you're both very young. Then, too, we have to have time to make our investigation.
Investigation?
Yes, you see, we're just as particular about you as prospective parents as you are about the child.
Oh.
Naturally.
Yeah.
What is your business, Mr. Adams?
Oh, I'm a publisher. I run the Rosalia Courier.
Publisher.
That's right.
I see in your letter that you live in the country. I presume that means, then, that you have a house and yard.
Well, you see...
No, we don't have a yard. We live in an apartment over the newspaper office.
But you have a separate room for the child, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, yes, we have a lovely room. It's practically fixed up now.
Well, that's fine. Now, about income. Approximately, how much do you make a week?
Well, I couldn't tell you just offhand. I imagine about $100 a week. Of course, I'd have to look at the books.
Well, that's excellent. Now, if you'll just take that application home with you and mail it to us so that we'll have all the details, then in due time, one of our investigators will call on you.
Oh, fine.
You'll call us before she comes, won't you?
No, we just drop in. That's our policy. You see, we want to find your house as it really is every day, and not when it's fixed up for company.
Oh, I see.
Goodbye.
Bye, Miss Oliver.
Goodbye.
Oh, Miss Oliver, It doesn't matter if he hasn't got curly hair. It doesn't really matter.
Very well, Mrs. Adams. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Roger.
Hey, they're darn choosy, if you ask me.
Roger, why do you have to be a big shot?
What do you mean?
You know we don't make $100 a week.
You want the baby, don't you? Anyway, they can't prove it. We don't keep books.
The day that Miss Oliver came to investigate us, I was cleaning house. I had on an old dress and my hair was a sight. Just to make things a little worse, I had the phonograph going full blast.
Good afternoon. Does Mrs. Adams live here?
Yes, upstairs. I'll call her.
No, don't bother. I'm Miss Oliver from the orphanage. I'll find her.
Oh. Well, I don't think she's home just now. I think she's in church.
In church? This time of day?
Well, you see, she and Mr. Adams go there quite a lot. They just go there and sit. Fine people, the Adams.
Well, I'm sure she won't mind if I just look around a bit.
No, she won't mind.
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Oliver. Oh.
How are you, Mrs. Adams?
I'm sorry,
Oh, it's all right.
You've come to see the apartment.
That's right.
Well, this is it. It's not very neat at the moment. We're cleaning.
I see.
Hey, Julie, where in blazes did you put my pants?
Oh, Roger.
I have to go around in a bathrobe all day just because you...
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Well, hello, Miss Oliver. We weren't expecting you.
Mr. Adams was working late last night getting out the paper.
I understand. Well, I think I have a surprise for you, Mr. Adams. A baby came in yesterday.
No.
Miss Oliver, you mean that...
Well, here, come and sit down.
Thank you. That's the reason we came around to see you sooner than we expected. It's a little girl.
Oh, well, we don't want a girl.
5 weeks and 3 days old.
5 weeks?
Well, we did speak of an older child, you know.
Well, sure, 2 years.
You might have to wait a long time. After all, aren't you making too great a point out of the child's age, Mr. Adams? Eventually, this child will be 2 years old.
Yeah, but we don't know anything about such little babies.
Well, no one does until they have them. And this is such an unusual little baby. Actually, there's another couple who has first choice, but somehow I feel she's exactly the child for you. That's why I wanted you to see her first, and I couldn't resist giving you the chance.
Did you bring her with you?
Oh, no, she's in the nursery. You and Mr. Adams will have to come over to the city to see her.
What is she like, Miss Oliver?
Well, I can't describe her exactly, but she's like no other child.
Like no other child?
Yeah, she isn't a boy.
Oh, Roger, there's no harm in looking at her. If you don't like her, I won't say a word.
What's the use, Julie? We don't want her.
Please, darling, it won't hurt to look at her.
Well, all right, we'll look, Miss Oliver.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, look at her, Roger. She's holding your finger.
Yeah, that's quite a grip, hasn't she? For a girl, I mean.
Would you like to hold her, Mrs. Adams?
Would I? Thank you. Oh, Roger, she's sweet. Oh, look.
Yeah, quite a kid. Well, you've had your look, dear. How about going back home?
Home? You don't mean... Oh, Roger.
Huh? Well, all right. She's yours, I guess.
Darling.
When do we get her?
Now, if you like. She's yours on a year's probation.
Now?
You mean we can just walk out of here with her like this?
It sometimes happens that way.
Well,
But we have no clothes for her. We don't know how to feed her.
She's an awful little baby.
Morgan will take care of everything. She'll give you the formula and so forth.
Well, thank you, Miss Oliver, for being so kind.
Oh, don't thank me. It just happens so. Perhaps before you make up your minds fully to take the child, you'd like to have me go into her history. I can assure you it's an excellent one.
Oh, no, that's okay. We'll take a chance on her.
Put the chairs around the bed.
Look out, you're in the way.
Shh, don't make so much noise. She wakes up again, you know what that means.
Yeah, that'll do.
You think she'll be all right in here?
Sure, it'll be okay.
She?
Yeah. Come on, let's go to bed.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I'll go to bed. She eats again in a half hour. The directions say so.
Well, I'll set the alarm. Come on.
Oh, no. Maybe I just better sit here and watch her.
Oh, now, don't be silly.
Well, she might wake up.
It won't wake up.
Oh. Roger!
What in the...
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Well, I'm not trying to.
Quick.
It's stuck. I can't move the thing.
Oh, Roger.
Well, I couldn't help it. Look at the baby. Is it awake?
No.
No? Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, I don't know. You think she's all right?
Well, I don't know. Is it breathing?
Oh, yes. Yes, she's all right.
Oh, well, come on.
She's certainly a good little baby, isn't she?
We were lucky to get her. Well, let's go to bed.
Be quiet, closing the door.
Oh, don't worry. Go ahead.
Roger!
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Oh, Roger!
Oh, here, do something. Do something.
What do I do?
Well, do something. Can't you see the baby suffering?
I don't know what to do.
Don't just stand there. Do something.
Well, you take her. Pick her up.
Huh?
Oh, go on. You do something. Oh, no, never mind. I'm going to get Miss Oliver.
You can't call her at this hour. I'll pick her up. Come on, baby. Come. Hey, look, it shut up.
Oh. Oh, darling.
Yeah, just wanted her daddy, that's all.
Yes.
Ugly, 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 ugly. Yeah, just wanted her daddy.
That first year passed so quickly, it seemed like a few short weeks. Roger was happier than I'd ever seen him. Even the trouble he was having with the paper didn't seem to matter. He had Trina.
Up she goes, down she goes. Hey, Julie, look, she's trying to dance. That's the girl. Go ahead.
She's got your smile, Roger.
Why, sure, she's good looking.
Are you still sorry she wasn't a boy?
Uh-huh. A boy? What do you mean a boy? Don't let her hear you say that. You wanted a boy. I didn't want a boy.
Oh, hello, Miss Oliver. Roger, turn that off.
How do you do, Mrs. Adams?
Sit down, Miss Oliver. Thank you so much for letting us know you were coming this time.
Hello, Miss Oliver. Trina, this is your fairy godmother, Miss Oliver.
Say hello, sweetheart. There. She's not very timid, is she?
I can see plainly that she adores her father.
Oh, she means everything to us.
When are we going to get to own her outright, Miss Oliver?
You go before the judge the 27th.
The 27th, huh? Fine.
Now, these are the same questions that you answered last year. You just want to bring them up to date. Let's see. Religion?
Same.
Age?
Oh, 1 year older.
I have that. Profession? Still publisher, isn't it?
Yes.
Income? Income?
Well, you see, Miss Oliver...
None.
None? I don't understand.
Well, that's the way it is in the newspaper game, Miss Oliver. You have to close down once before you really get going. Oh, it's only temporary. I'll have it humming by the 27th.
I'm sure you'll find a way, Mr. Adams, but you and I have to prove to the judge that your income is enough to take care of Trina.
Oh, you know we'd give Trina everything she needed, Miss Oliver. No matter who else had to suffer around here.
I realize that. Well, I must go now. That's all we can do today.
Goodbye, Miss Oliver.
Goodbye. Mr. Adams, you'll bring the baby when you come before the judge.
The 27th. We'll see there.
There she is already, Daddy. Roger, don't forget to take her coat off in the train.
I won't.
And you'll call me. You'll let me know what the judge says right away?
As soon as I can.
Goodbye, dear.
Bye. Come on, Trina.
Roger, wait. Her bunny, she may want it. Here, darling, take your bunny with you. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye, Trina.
Mr. Adams, in looking over these adoption papers here, I see that you have no income at present. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this, Miss Oliver? You know this case should never have come before me.
Well, Your Honor, I feel that this is a special case. I've kept hoping until the last minute that Mr. Adams might be able to resume the operation of his paper. But unfortunately...
Under these conditions, I can't grant the adoption. This child will have to revert to the orphanage. Mr. Adams, will you draw up a chair, please, while I prepare these release papers for you to sign? Just a matter of routine.
Please, Your Honor, it can't be just a matter of routine for people to have their baby taken away from them.
Those are the requirements of the law.
Yes, but you see, we've had her since she was 6 weeks old, and just doesn't seem reasonable that we should have to give her back now to strangers.
Mr. Adams, you're not here to plead your case. You've had the regular opportunity to prove your fitness to provide.
But we are fit, Judge.
I'm sorry. Without any income, I have no alternative.
Look, Your Honor, she's not like an automobile or an icebox or a piece of furniture or something you buy on time, and then when you can't keep up the payments, they come and take it away from you. Now, Trina, sit still and be a good girl. Well, anyone can give up those things, but I ask you, Judge, how can you give up your own child? And she is our child, just as much as if she'd been born to us. Look, Judge, we've had her over a year now. We've walked the floor with her when she had the colic. We've lost nights of sleep worrying every time she cut a tooth. We've gone through everything. Everything that real parents have with one of their own. And you sit there and say it's a matter of routine for you to take her away from us.
Please, Mr. Adams.
Sorry, Judge, but... Well, you see, we weren't as fortunate as most people. We'd have had one of our own, only... Well, you don't know how badly my wife wanted a child. It wasn't so important to me. I don't know. I suppose most men are like this, but children never meant a great deal to me. Oh, I liked them all right, I suppose, but... Well, what I'm trying to say is, Your Honor, the first time I saw her, she looked so little and helpless. And when she took hold of my finger and held on to it, she just sort of walked into my heart, Judge, and she was there to stay. I didn't know I could feel like that. I'd always been kind of careless and irresponsible. I wanted to be a big shot. I had to be my own boss, that sort of thing. Now here I am standing in front of a judge, pleading for just a little longer so that I can prove to you I can support a little child that doesn't weigh quite 20 pounds. It's not only for my wife and me that I'm asking. It's for Trina's sake, too. She doesn't know any parents but us. She wouldn't know what had happened to her. So many little things about her, and nobody'd understand the way Julie and I do. We love her, Judge. Please don't take her away from us. Look, I'm not a big shot now, but I'll do anything. I'll work for anybody. I'll beg, I'll borrow, Oh, please, Judge, I'll sell anything I've got until I get going again. Only she'll never go hungry and she'll never be without clothes. Not as long as I've got two good hands to help me. Julie.
Roger, you brought her back.
She's yours, dear.
Ours.
The judge said so. Ours, now, and forever.
Oh, Trina. Oh, Trina.
Nothing can ever take her from us now. Nothing.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll hear Act 3 of Penny Serenade, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Taylor, Beulah Bondi, and Edgar Buchanan, in just a moment. But now, here's a tune I wonder if you remember. Do you recognize it? It's called Little White Lies. Most of us tell them once in a while, little white lies that are really not lies at all, but out of kindness we avoid telling the whole story. Like this, for instance.
Say, Mary, did your brother get his leave all right?
Why, Jane, we don't know yet for sure. He'll call you if he does.
But the truth of the matter is...
We're rather expecting Bill home tonight. And Jane is one girl I'm afraid he won't call. It is too bad she's left out of things. It's her own fault, though. I suppose I ought to say something.
But probably Mary won't tell Jane what's wrong, and...
She'll miss out on good times and dates and maybe romance. That's the trouble when a girl takes chances with daintiness. Unless we're sure everything we wear is truly fresh, we may offend other people.
And it's foolish to risk offending nowadays. New Quick Lux Flakes make it so easy to have fresh underthings to put on every day. So easy to keep blouses and sweaters and dresses dainty, too. These gentle suds float away perspiration so fast. And here's something to think about. When you Lux underthings every day, you actually help them to wear longer. That's important these days, isn't it? You see, perspiration does a lot of damage to fabrics, so getting rid of it promptly prolongs their life. Naturally, you shouldn't risk cake soap rubbing or strong soaps, because they're apt to be hard on colors and fibers. Lux is so gentle, it's safe for anything safe in plain water. So for daintiness and thrift, be sure to use Lux every single day. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of Penny Serenade, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor, with Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan. In the little apartment over the newspaper office, Julie Adams plays her album of old records, the story of a happy marriage. She's almost at the end of the album now. As Applejack watches silently, Julie places another record on the turntable.
We played this one at Trina's 5th birthday. Remember, Applejack? You bought it for her.
Did I?
We played it again last year, on my birthday. Oh, that was quite a night, wasn't it? I was really surprised.
Happy birthday, Miss
Happy birthday, darling.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Happy birthday, Mommy.
Well, thank you, darling.
Come on, sit down. Trina's going to make a presentation.
I'd almost forgotten today was my birthday.
Here, Mommy. This is from Daddy.
From Daddy?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Roger, a wristwatch. Oh, darling, I've always wanted one like that.
And this is from Uncle Applejack.
Uncle Applejack. Oh, I think I know what that is.
It's a handkerchief.
Oh. Oh, it's beautiful, Applejack.
Yeah, I always figure a person can't have too many handkerchiefs. I better tend the phrases.
And this is from me.
From you? Well, I can't imagine what this is. What on earth?
I got you a record because you love records. And because you and Daddy love each other so much. Come on, play it.
Oh, Trina, you're sweet, darling. Thank you.
I'll turn on the phonograph. Put the record on, Mommy.
Trina picked it out herself.
Did she?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Dance, Mrs. Adams?
Dance? I'd love to.
You dance nice, Mommy.
Thank you, dear.
Dinner's ready. Come and get it or I'll throw it in the crate.
Oh, this is wonderful. Dinner in my own home, and I didn't have to cook.
Well, we sure changed the complexion of that bird.
We certainly did.
What did you do in school today, darling?
Oh, I almost forgot. I was choosed. I'm going to be in the Christmas play.
In the Christmas play?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to sing in the carols.
Hey, that's all right.
Why, Trina, that's wonderful. Oh, it'll be fun making you a carol's costume.
But I don't need any costume. Nobody sees me.
Nobody sees you?
No. All I have to wear is, a clean dress and some sneakers. I'm the echo, and I'm away off behind the scenes. You only hear my voice. Miss Hopkins says it gives a faraway sound, like the angels in heaven.
Oh.
Well, why do you have to wear the sneakers?
The sneakers is so I'll be quiet. I have to walk up a ladder behind the scenes and take a big star with me. Then when I get over the manger, I stop, and then the angels sing. And when my turn comes, I sing the echo. Then I sneak off quietly. And next year, when I'm big, I'll get to be an angel and wear an angel suit. I'll get seen then.
Of course you'll get seen then, darling.
Is it a long time until next year, Daddy?
Oh, no, darling. It'll be here in no time at all.
I don't see Trina yet.
You can't see her.
But I don't even see the star. Do you suppose anything's happened?
Oh, what could happen?
She said she had to climb a ladder.
Look. There's the star.
Oh, Roger, she's doing very well, isn't she? Roger! She fell off the ladder.
Trina. You did fine.
No, I didn't. I spoiled everything. Now Miss Hopkins won't let me be an angel next.
Oh, yes, she will, darling.
Certainly she
Well, I
will.
was talking to her, and she said you did fine, Trina.
She did?
Sure. Why, you were better than all the rest of them put together.
See, dear?
Honest?
Honest.
Gee, I don't know what people would do without Christmas.
I don't know what we'd do without you, honey. All this past year, Trina was looking forward to this Christmas. She wanted Miss Oliver to come and see her in the play. I wrote to Miss Oliver. Yes,
Oliver, I should have written you sooner, but I could not. Less than 3 weeks ago, Trina was here, looking to Roger and me for food and clothing and shelter, with the helplessness of the very young. Now she does not need us. A sudden, brief, hopeless illness. And she was gone. Quickly. The day so long ago when she became ours, we said, nothing can ever take her away from us. But we had forgotten about death. With that light step of hers, she has outdistanced us. Roger and I.
Roger, why don't you speak to me? Roger, don't you hear me?
Yeah. I'm going out for a while.
I wish you wouldn't.
I've got to get out of here, get some fresh air.
There's someone at the door. I'll answer it. Yes?
Oh, may I use your phone, please? Our car is stalled in the snow, and I'd like to call a taxi.
Yes, the phone's right there. Come in.
Thank you. Come in, Tommy.
Thank you.
Is this your little boy?
Yes. Say hello, Tommy.
Hello.
We're in such a hurry, and I saw your light burning. Oh, dear, the line's busy. I guess cabs work overtime on a night like this. But I do hope we can get one. Tommy's in the Christmas play.
I hope we don't get late, Mommy.
Our car is right out front. I'll drive you over if you like.
Oh, that's very kind of you. If it wouldn't be too much trouble.
No, it's not much trouble. I'll get my coat.
Can't start the car.
Oh.
Battery's dead. I'll have to crank it. This is the nearest I can get.
Oh, thank you. This is fine.
You can go in the side door.
Yes, I know.
Mommy, they're singing already. We're late.
Good night, and thank you again. If you only knew what these things mean to a child. Good night.
Come on, Mommy, come on.
What's the matter, Roger?
Take the car on home.
What about you?
I'm not coming home. I don't ever want to see anything or anyone that reminds me.
All right. Goodbye. That's the last of them, Applejack.
Those old songs really take you back, don't they?
Yes. They take you back.
Did you decide which ones you're going to keep and which ones you're going to leave for him?
Funny, Applejack. I can't seem to divide them. They belong to both of us. I guess I'll just leave them.
Julie.
Applejack, will you get the rest of my things out of the bedroom for me, please?
Sure.
Leaving, Julie?
Yes, Roger.
Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. You should leave me. I haven't done any of the big things I planned to do for you. Right where we started, still struggling. Let you down all around, honey. All I needed to make it 100% was for you to leave me. I can't think of a reason in the world for you not to. I'm licked, Julie.
You're not licked, Roger. It's just us. We're licked as far as our being together is concerned. When something really came along that hit us hard enough, we couldn't face it together. I've needed you an awful lot these last few days. You've been miles away. I've been entirely alone right here in this room with you.
I know, dear.
It just didn't work out.
Oh, it did work out, Julie. Things were wonderful until this happened to us. I don't know, I just haven't been able to think straight the last few days. She was never sick before, and then all of a sudden it was over. There was only some way that people could know a few days ahead what was going to happen.
Yeah.
The day before she was taken sick, she asked me for a quarter, and I wouldn't let her have it. Then she asked me to take her to the movies, and I said, no, run along, I'm too busy.
I know. It was the same with me. I was trying on her angel costume. She was so excited she couldn't stand still. I scolded her. I said, I'll never try another dress on you again. And I never did.
Hello? Oh, it's Miss Oliver. She wants to speak to you.
To me? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Adams.
Yes, Miss Oliver.
It's a very strange thing, Mrs. Adams, but we have a little boy who is just 2 years old. But it's the oddest thing. He's the exact image of the youngster you asked for when you first wrote me. Do you remember?
Oh, yes. Roger, listen.
Well, I have that old letter here in front of me now. Curly hair, blue eyes, dimples. Now, this is strictly off the record, for really, another couple has the right to see him first. But he's such a remarkable baby that I thought perhaps you and Mr. Adams might want to take a look.
Oh, yes. Yes, we do, Miss Oliver. We'll come down and see you tomorrow, if that's all right. Oh, and Miss Oliver, please don't let that other couple see him until we do, will you?
I won't, my dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, if he's only 2 years old, I'd better put up that gate around the stairs again.
Yes.
Wouldn't want the little fellow falling downstairs and breaking his arm.
Oh, and I guess we better get out the crib. Oh, but if he's 2 years old, he can sleep in the bed, can't he?
Sure.
We won't have to put the chairs around again, Roger.
Oh, and over in that corner, I can put a little electric train.
Yeah.
And maybe there'd be room in the other corner.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. No matter how you look at it, there's a certain amount of work attached to keeping house. But how you look at it makes a big difference. Take washing dishes, for example. Some people think it's a terrible chore. Yes, they're the ones who make it even tougher for themselves by using strong wash day soaps that roughen and redden their hands till they look like Cinderella, the little kitchen drudge. But then there are other people who breeze through the dishes. Breeze through the dishes with a smile and a box of Lux Flakes, and end up with hands that are still as smooth and soft as though they'd never washed a dish in their lives. Scores of careful tests have proved that simply changing from strong soaps to Lux will make rough, red dishpan hands grow softer, smoother, and lovelier again, without the use of any creams or lotions. In these tests, there was noticeable improvement in from 2 to 7 days. So if you've let your hands get that ugly dishpan look, buy the thrifty big box of new Quick Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow morning and start using it for your dishes. As you watch your hands grow lovelier again, you'll find a big change in your whole attitude toward that daily job of washing dishes. You'll join the millions of women who... Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
We can't have Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor here every week, though I almost wish we could. But we'll hold them a few moments longer now for a curtain call.
Thank you, C.B. It's always a pleasure to be here. And tonight, of course, you have my favorite leading lady.
Yes. Yeah, that was more or less intentional on our part, Bob. Incidentally, Barbara, I've heard some rather surprising news at Paramount about your picture of the great man's lady.
Better let me know the worst right away, C.B.
Well, they tell me you play the part of a woman 107 years old.
Old enough to be your grandmother, huh, CB?
I'm afraid it's true, but only during part of the picture. The rest of the time, I'm somewhat younger. Say, I rather like that idea of yours, Bob.
What idea is that?
Being old enough to be Mr. DeMille's grandmother. Believe me, I'd make little Cecil toe the line.
I'll toe the line for you just as you are, Barbara.
That's very nice, C.B. Now, what play do you have next week?
Changing the subject, eh? Well, next Monday night, we're going to present our adaptation of RKO's Suspicion. And our stars will be Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern. You'll hear Joan Fontaine repeat the performance that won her an Academy Award in this drama of suspense and mystery. Suspicion is one of the most exciting pictures of the year. So get ready to have your pulse go up a few beats next Monday night.
Well, you've got a full order of thrills and suspicion, CB. I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Penny Serenade with $1 million tune. Ladies and gentlemen, you have received many appeals for money in the past few months. You will receive many more. But none with a better claim on your generosity than the Navy Relief Society. The men of the United States Navy are giving their lives for their country every day. The least we can do is to help take care of the loved ones they leave behind. Make a contribution today to the cause of freedom by giving to the Navy Relief Society. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edgar Buchanan appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and will soon be seen in their picture, The Talk of the Town. Ann Todd appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio. Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett, Dwayne Thompson, Bobby Larson, Warren Ash, and Leon Ledoux. Tune in next Monday night to hear Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the third broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Oboler.
Everyone is talking about the post-war home. Houses that'll be bought in packages and erected while you wait with a tack hammer and a button hook. They talk about vacuum glass walls and radiant heating and coal lighting and organic living and kitchen sinks, which will include everything but the kitchen sink. I read these notes about the brave new house, and then I heard a song. And by that peculiar reverse alchemy of a playwright's mind, I've written a play, which my friend Raymond Massey will now bring you, which is about the house I live in, but which has nothing to do with plastics or packaged conveniences, but which has to do with a man's heart.
I want to tell you about the house I live in.
I want to tell you how the house that had been mine lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and the dust arose. And when I looked again, the house was gone.
Was it a bomb that fell?
Bomb? Bomber over Elm Street, USA.
But you say your house disappeared. How did it disappear?
I'm going to tell you. The morning began as so many others have begun since Tom and Elsa had gone. Again, I hadn't slept. I opened the front door, stood on the front porch, and watched the daylight slowly wake up the street. It had rained during the night. I had listened to every drop. And now the light lit up the wet leaves as the trees shook themselves in the morning wind. Another day, and I was waiting for 8 o'clock.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today.
You sure? Perhaps the letter...
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. Maybe it'll come tomorrow.
I already knew about tomorrow.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. You know, it takes a long time for a letter to get to Elm Street from Japan.
I went back into the house. Chairs, tables, sofa. The piano Elsa had played. The piano Elsa had played. I went upstairs. Tom's room, just as it had been. His bed, his typewriter on the desk, his track shoes hanging from the side of that chair he had made in manual training. Just the way it had been that last night.
Sure, Dad, sure, all packed. Come on in, sit down. Socks? What do I want to take more socks for? But, Dad, didn't you ever hear of GI issue? Say, Dad, will you do something for me? All this junk here, will you hand it out to those Margolis kids down the street? Yeah. Yeah, the baseball and the mitt. Remember when I broke my thumb on that hot liner? Oh, you better not give them the football until fall, because if you give it to them now, there won't be much of it left by then. Hey, Dad, did you hear about that? I'm getting farsighted. Dad, my track shoes, everything but my track shoes. I'll be doing a little running when I get back, if I'm still young enough. Me and my long gray beard doing the high hurdles. Oh, come on, Dad, it isn't as bad. Well, look, I'll be back soon. Don't you read the papers? Why, this war with the Japolas won't last 6 months once I get over there. Dad, well, this is just a guess, but I got a hunch we'll be starting to bomb Tokyo soon. Well, it's just a hunch, but if it happens, I'm going to be in on it, and... Well, I'll send you a bird's-eye picture of the Emperor's horse. Dad, something else. And we almost got married last week, and then we didn't. Yeah. Oh, no, it was me. Well, I wanted her to have a chance to change her mind if I stayed away too long. She found out that absence didn't make the heart. Well, you know, if she needs anything, well, keep an eye on her, will you? Thanks. How much time have I got left? Is that all? Your watch, you sure your watch? Okay. I just want to sit here a little bit and look around. Yeah. Funny, I've always had so much time. Now I've only got enough to sit here. It's a swell room. A good house. And a good life. Hey, brought some flowers. Okay, Dad, get the car out. I'm all ready to go.
Ready to go. Ready to go where? Tom, if I only knew where you were. Or If you were. Elsa's room. The silly room, I'd call it, with its frippery, billowing curtains, cretonne flounces on the dressing table at which she'd sat so many times, covering with glamour a face that was so very young.
Course, Dad, come on in. Dad, do you think this makeup's too dark? My lipstick? I know it's red. It's the reddest I could get. Oh, Dad, this is a terrible thing to say, but I'm going to miss dressing up like this. Oh, that's silly. It's a beautiful uniform and a beautiful chance, and I want it. I'll miss all the frills. If they heard me talk, they'd pull up the gangplank before I got there. Tomorrow? 6 o'clock. Dad, I'd rather you didn't come down to the station. No, it isn't that. I just don't want... Dad, please. Just the way you did when Tom... Just let me go alone. Thank you, darling. Dad, I may not get another chance, so I'll say it again. Please don't forget to take the coffee pot off the stove every morning. If you burn the bottom out of it, I'll... All right, I believe you. Then eat right, Dad. Vegetables. Please have at least one vegetable a day. And beer isn't a vegetable. If I come back and find you as fat as Patty's pig, I'm going to... Oh, Dad, I wish I had another week. Even another day. Make sure you'll be all right. I think I've arranged everything about the meals and the laundry and about the cleaning. If I were only sure you'd be all right. Oh, I shouldn't talk like that. You'll be all right, and I'll be all right, and Tom is all right. Hey, Doris, I'm late for my date. Turn out the lights for me, will you, Dad?
Everything as it had been, but now a place I couldn't stay in. Out into the street, to walk as I had done so many times before, until the circle of my aimless steps brought me back to this empty house I lived in. I had made the walk so many times. 50 steps and that silly little Pekingese of Mrs. Englehart would see me pass and yap at me. Another dozen steps and the broken piece of sidewalk in front of the Andrews place. Then the iron picket fence Tom used to run along when he was small, banging his stick along the iron pickets as he ran, so half the neighborhood knew his nibs was free of school for another day. I passed a big oak tree where Elsa would stand with her girlfriends when she was very young and giggle when the latest football hero passed. Laughter. Children's laughter. They'd laugh, too. They'd been full of laughter. My children.
Oh, no.
Tom, this one. Look at this one.
Holy... Oh, wait a minute. Give me that.
Oh, no.
Dad, make her give it to me. Elsa,
Oh, no. This one goes to your commanding officer.
Elsa, if you don't give me that picture...
It's a museum.
Elsa, I'm coming around that table and break your neck.
Listen, Tragstar, I won't do you any good. I've got duplicates.
No, Elsa. Dad, don't just stand there. Do something.
Take any chances. Got 2 dozen printed up.
Oh, Dad, you shouldn't have given it.
He said you clean out the drawer, so I did.
But Elsa...
I'll mail it to Hap Arnold, and they'll paint it on the nose of your bum.
My sister, you snake in the grass?
Pretty words won't get you anywhere.
Please.
This makes up for every time you paddled me.
Elsa.
Oh, Dad, this is the most wonderful going-away present.
Elsa, dear.
My beautiful, conceited brother at the age of 3 riding naked on a white horse. Oh, brother.
My steps went past the children's laughter. The endless circle of my aimless steps. Johnson's boy suddenly was there, walking alongside of me.
Can I walk with you, Mr. Rogers?
All right.
I I heard a funny joke today. A man was riding along and he got lost. You know, he didn't know where he was, and he went up to a farmer and he said to the farmer, "Where's the road to town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to the other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to some other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "You don't know much, do you?" And the farmer said, "No, but I ain't lost." Funny joke, huh, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, very funny.
I got a new harmonica.
Have you?
Do you play the harmonica?
No.
I can. My ma said, "Please get out of the house if you're going to play that. I got a headache." Why the head's ache, Mr. Rogers?
Loud noises, unnecessary conversations, worry.
You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
What's that song you were playing? I mean, a moment ago.
I don't know. You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
Play your harmonica, son.
Okay.
He kept playing as he walked alongside of me. Suddenly I realized that his eyes were on me, as if he wanted to say something to me, yet was afraid to speak. And then he did speak.
You take such big steps, Mr. Rogers.
Sorry. That better?
Yes.
You going anywhere in particular, son?
No, sir.
No school today?
Saturday.
No, I forgot.
You didn't know it was Saturday?
Sometimes one day gets to be like another.
Mr. Rogers, listen, you must wait. Jimmy Doolittle go over with 1,000 flying forts, and he'll get Tom out. You just wait and see. Jimmy Doolittle get him away from those Japs. Honest, he will.
And then he was gone. I kept on walking. Then this thought. The boy, this neighbor boy, his meeting and walking with me had not been accidental. He had wanted to walk with me and say what he had said. 1,000 flying fortresses, headed up by Superman, I suppose, with Tarzan of the Apes leading a charge of elephants toward my son's prison camp. Prison camp? I didn't even know if he was in a prison camp. Those devils. What had they done to my son?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. How are you this morning? I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Gibson.
A woman? Yes, a neighbor. I'd seen her once or twice as I'd walk by. And now she was there walking with me, a grocery bag in her arm, and talking to me.
Must have rained quite hard last night.
Yes, it did.
All the rain this spring has certainly done wonders for our lawns. I've noticed yours. It's very lovely.
Yeah.
Of course, the whole problem is to get someone to do the mowing. I saw you talking to little David Miller. I guess the smaller boys of this neighborhood will come into their own this year. What with the 12 and 14-year-olds all going off to help on the farms during their vacations.
If the grass grows tall, there will be no harm.
No, of course. No. Did you hear about the Griffith boy?
No.
He was out flying a kite, and it fell across those high-tension wires over on Oak Street. And he and some of the other boys got a ladder and put it across the telephone and telegraph post. And they were halfway up when Mr. Griffith came along. The Griffith boy had a metal fishing rod that he was going to use to lift the kite off the wires. Can you imagine that? He'd have been electrocuted if Mr. Griffith hadn't just happened to leave work early that day. If you ever expect them to grow up, you certainly have to watch your children every minute. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, I wonder if I could ask you something.
Yeah?
Well, I know your daughter Elsa has been overseas for a long time, but my daughter Peggy is joining up, and And you can understand how excited I've been. I was wondering if you could tell me anything that would...
You were saying?
I was just finding an excuse to talk to you. Peggy's joined up and gone, and I've watched you walk by my house every day. And today I started off to market just at this time, just so that I could have an excuse to tell you that Mr. Gibson and I would like very much to have you come to dinner some night this week. No, don't say yes or no now. Just think about it. And whenever you'd like to come over, just let us know. Goodbye.
She turned and went. I'd walked along the street morning after morning, hundreds of mornings from the day after the news came that Tom wouldn't be back, and Elsa left the house to join up. Morning after morning, and always it had been alone. And now this, a boy, a woman, childish prattle, feminine dinner-making. What was this today? Suddenly I heard that tune again, the one the boy had been playing. One of the houses along the street, a Negro woman singing as she swept the front porch.
The house I live in, the friends that I have found, the folks beyond the railroad, and the people all around, the farmer and the worker, the sailor on the sea, the men who built this country, that's America to me. The house I live in, my neighbors white and black, the people who just came here are from generations back, the town hall and the soapbox, the torch of liberty, a home for all God's children. That's America to me. The words of old Abe Lincoln, of Jefferson and Payne, of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the tasks that still remain. Our little bridge at Concord, where freedom's fight began, our Gettysburg and Midway, and the story of Bethlehem. The house I live in, the goodness everywhere, a land of wealth and beauty, with enough for all to share. The house that we call freedom, the home of liberty, with a promise for tomorrow. That's a miracle to me.
The house I lived in was an empty house.
It's a wonderful song, isn't it, Mr. Rogers?
I turned. Who? And then I saw it was Anne. My Tom's Anne.
I said, That's a wonderful song.
Hello, Ann.
Hello. You going anywhere in particular?
I was just walking.
Mind if I walk with you?
Of course not. I'm glad to see you. How have you been?
Fine, Mr. Rogers. Fine.
I haven't seen you for quite some time.
Almost a year.
Has it been that long?
Yes, it has.
I had no idea.
Mother and I have wanted very much to see you.
I'm sorry. I've been very busy.
I know. Your war work. Yet surely you could have found some time to come visit us.
I'm sorry.
It's going well.
What's going well?
The war.
Is it?
Did you know it rained last night?
Yes, I know.
I opened my window and lay on the bed and watched it. It was a strange sort of rain. So soft and fine. It wasn't as if it was rain at all. When it began to get light, every drop seemed to be dancing as it fell.
You didn't sleep?
I was thinking. Mr. Rogers, we've missed you very much. Why didn't you come see us?
I'm sorry, dear. I don't go out these days at all. I go down to the plant. I do everything I can. When I come home, I like to shut the door and be quite alone. I'm sure you understand.
Yet each morning you come out of the house and walk the street.
How do you know that?
I've watched you. We all have. You're very lonely, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, I am.
I was, too.
Was? You heard from Tom?
No, I didn't.
Then the War Department, why should they write you? Why not me? Why didn't they...
Mr. Rogers, please, there's been nothing. No letter.
Then what? Tell me.
I don't know how.
I see. All right, that's natural. Why not? You've been away so long. Why shouldn't you find someone else?
Oh, no, that's not it. Of course not. Why won't you understand?
Understand what? You say you're not lonely anymore, and I'm supposed to understand. Understand what? That you're young, that you can forget. But can I forget my son? Can I forget what he said, how he looked, how he... What have I got left but a lonely house?
I stopped being lonely the day one of the neighborhood women, stopped me on the street. She asked me where she and some of the others could send packages to Tom.
Our Tom?
Yes, ours.
I don't understand. Why should they... What was Tom to them?
Tom mattered to a lot of people on this street. I suddenly began to realize that he mattered on many other streets where they didn't know his name or who he was.
Why, Ann? Why?
Because Tom isn't just ours anymore. What had happened to him mattered to everybody back home who has a sweetheart in this war. Or a husband. Or a son.
The house that I lived in lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and a dust arose. And when I looked again, my empty house was gone. And suddenly a new house arose, and it was filled with people. All the people to whom Tom mattered, even though they'd never seen him, or didn't even know his name. All the people whose hearts were filled with the work and the troubles and the hopes of this war that my son and my daughter, yes, and I, were fighting. So this is the house I live in, a house of people. And there can be no walls, but sorrow knows no walls, and determined knows no walls. And there are no walls for faith.
Heard Raymond Massey in The House I Live In, a new play by Arch Oboler. Included in the cast with Mr. Massey were Ann Shepard, Alfred Ryder, Mercedes McCambridge, and Hester Sundergaard. The song, The House I Live In, was written by Earl Robinson and Lewis Allen and was sung by Miss Hope Foy. The original music was set by Gordon Jenkins, and the orchestra was conducted by Sylvan Levin. Next week, from Hollywood, Mr. Oboler will bring you an original comedy entitled Love, 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 which is subtitled An Excursion into the Gentle Art. This will be the fourth in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. To conclude the program, Sylvan Levin and the orchestra bring you excerpts from Gordon Jenkins' original tone poem, This Living Book, dedicated to the free men of the free nations who are now meeting in San Francisco to plan a free tomorrow. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Information, please. Presented each week at this time by Canada Dry, famous the world over for its fine beverages. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts and enjoy a cool, refreshing glass of ginger ale. Every week at this time, Canada Dry invites you to bombard a board of 4 experts with the toughest questions you can think of. You may submit from 1 to 3 questions with the correct answers. For every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $5. And if your question stumps our board of experts, you not only get $10 more, but in addition, you receive a complete 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Mind you, this is only if your question stumps our board of experts. Our editorial staff may reword your question a trifle. Don't worry about it. Whenever there is a duplication of questions, Information Please uses the one that was submitted first. All questions become the property of Information Please and should be addressed to Canada Dry, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. And now may I present our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, these questions haven't been seen in advance by any of the experts. And that nation, please, is completely unprogrammed. Now may I introduce our quartet. The old reliable trio is back in full force. Franklin P. Adams, the long-memoried conductor of the Conning Tower, which appears in the New York Post. Oscar Levant, musical authority, composer, and pianist. And John Kieran, sports expert and general repository of knowledge. We feel a special pleasure in introducing as our guest of honor this evening one of America's most distinguished poets and biographers, Carl Sandburg, whose 4-volume study of the last year of Abraham Lincoln will shortly be available. In my opinion, will probably mark a milestone in American biography. Now remember, for each question that's missed, Canada Dry rings up $10, and that's paid out to the sender, plus $5 for the use of the question, plus 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Gentlemen, we're off. I shall begin with the following question. What notorious living American author was thrown out on account of his ignorance of arithmetic when he tried to break into the West Point Military Academy. Mr. Sandberg?
Should I answer me or give my name?
Oh, I think you ought to give us your whole name, Mr. Sandberg, so we can mark it down for the record. Was it really you that was thrown out of the West Point Military Academy?
In 1899.
A long time ago. You've learned arithmetic since then?
I haven't learned arithmetic, and I have forgotten things that I knew then. I hope they don't come up tonight.
You sound as if you belong precisely on this program, Mr. Sandberg. Well, I'll ask you to remember just a single number, the number 10. That's what we're trying this evening, not to lose. $10. Now, you get that, Mr. Sandberg? Very good. That was an off-the-record question just put in to make Mr. Sandberg uneasy. The following question comes from Julia Jean Hoops of Washington, D.C. Where do the following lines occur? The first is, lovely line, boop, boop, did-em, dat-em, what-em, choo. Mr. Levant.
It's taken from the Chinese. 3 little fishies.
Little fishies. From the Chinese. That's right. You couldn't give us any more of those lines, Mr.
I think sincerely you would not like me to give you any more lines.
Yes, I would. You mustn't quarrel with me that way. Can you really give us a little more?
I can hardly give you what you just gave me.
Well, you can say those things 3 times. Boop, boop, did-em, dat-em, what-em, too. And then you say, and they fam, all over the dam. Mr. Levant, it's off the air now.
It's off the elbow.
I mean, generally, they've got on to something else now, haven't they?
I think they have a new vogue.
What is it?
I don't know. I don't listen to the air anymore.
Don't listen to the air anymore? No,
I request.
Now, here's a question that doesn't involve your knowledge of the air. Where does this line occur? Listen carefully. Hey, non, nonny, nonny, hey, nonny. Mr. Adams.
It's in Shakespeare.
It is in Shakespeare. Now, can you localize it?
Well, it might be in As You Like It.
I suppose it weren't.
Then I'd lose.
I thought it was As You Like It.
Shakespeare is correct enough, Mr. Adams, but I'll ask you to be a little more definite. Mr. Levant, did you know?
I thought it was As You Like It. I know where Hey Nonny Nonny Hot Shot Shot comes from.
That comes from Shakespeare, too.
Yeah, but the first modern usage was of the I Sing by Ira Gershwin.
Very good, but that's not what I'm asking. Actually, the line Hey Nun Nonny, Hey Nonny comes from the song by Ophelia.
Mr. Hamlet.
It's in Hamlet, yes. That's right. They bore him barefaced on the bier, she sings. Hey Nun Nonny, Hey Nonny, and in his grave rained many a tear, and so forth. Whether I should let that go, Mr. Adams. Do you think I should give you the $10 or me the $10? Or...
No, I wouldn't give anything.
Well, I have to give it to Miss Hoops. How about this one? E-I-E-I-O. Where does that line come from? Mr. Sheriff.
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Very good. That's right.
How did you know that?
Is that in your book, Mr. Sandberg?
That isn't in the sandbag.
It isn't in the sandbag at all, or in the sandbug? E-I-E-I-O is from the old song, Old MacDonald Had a Farm. That gives us 2 out of 3, not quite enough, so that $10, plus 24 volumes of the encyclopedia, go out to Miss Hoops. See what you can do on this one, gentlemen. This comes from Miss Mildred Knowles of Waltham, Massachusetts. Describe the change in the physical appearance of each of the following, and tell who or what caused it. And there's a name, 3 characters. The first is the happy hypocrite. The happy hypocrite. This is a tough one.
Is that by Max Beerbohm?
Yep, you got it, Mr. Levant. Now, can you tell us what happened to the happy hypocrite in the story by Max Beerbohm?
I put the book down before I finished it. It's wonderful, though.
It is good, yes. I hope Mr. Beerbohm's listening in.
It's a wonderful book.
It is. Well, we agree on that. Well, the change that takes place in the face of the happy hypocrite is this. His sweetheart insists that the man she marries must have the face of a saint who loves dearly, and he's very responsive to her suggestion, and gradually his face changes to resemble a saintly mask that he wears for years. Now, will you finish it, Mr. Levant? Or do you think that sort of outfit?
No, you entranced me with that. I wish you'd finish it. I don't know any more than that. It's lucky I know Max Beerbohm wrote it.
Well, I think that's pretty good, but not quite good enough. Now, what change in the physical appearance, or what change took place in the physical appearance of the heroine, Lo Tsen, who appears in Mr. Hilton's book, Lost Horizons? How about that, Mr. Levant?
Well, she became at least antique, practically petrified, ossified, and her hair was something that you didn't want to run your hands through.
Sounds terrible.
Well, she was the oldest girl extant. Well,
yes,
she became the last word in aged.
That's right. When did that happen?
Yeah,
I mean, in the
when
book.
the picture got too long and they wanted to...
Get out the age year, that's right. But when she leaves Shangri-La, both in the book and the picture, her body withers. And also she dies, if I may add that, Mr. Levant.
She should, the way she looked.
Remember the story of the elephant's child? What took place in the physical appearance of the elephant's child? Remember that? It's a story, suppose
is that Sambo?
No, it isn't. It's a story by Rudyard Kipling, I think. I think it's a story about how the elephant got his trunk. Well, the crocodile pulled the nose of the elephant's child until the nose, which started as no bigger than a boot, became nearly 5 feet long. We don't seem to have done so well on that one, gentlemen, so that $10 plus the Encyclopedia Britannica go out to Miss Knowles of Waltham, Massachusetts.
Who doesn't need an encyclopedia?
Who doesn't need an encyclopedia? I think we ought to have those encyclopedias sent to the experts this evening. This question, coming from Dr. Charles Brenner of Brookline, Massachusetts, is directed at Mr. Levant. Now, the studio pianist is going to play the left-hand accompaniment to some familiar compositions for the piano. And all Mr. Levant is asked to do is to play the melody. We'll have the first left-hand accompaniment. You'll identify it for us, too, Mr. Levant.
All right.
All right, Mr. Levant.
Give me that first bar, Joe. That's Joe.
Yeah, I know, Joe.
Go ahead. It's the way Dushin plays it, not the way Chopin wrote it.
Go ahead. Very well. And what is the composition, Mr. Levant?
That's the famous Chopin Nocturne, which Eddie Dushin has distorted in the last generation. But it was also used in The Guardsman, you remember?
No, I wouldn't remember.
It became unbearable there, too.
Okay. Now let's have the second one.
That could be anything. Wait a minute.
Anything won't do on this program, Mr. Levant.
Well, that's an A flat and it's a waltz so far.
Okay. Dope it out. Dope it out.
Localize it, as those doctors say. How many bars have they played? The Chopin waltz would be... The second bar changes. Is it A flat both bars?
I'm way behind. I've lost the train completely, Mr. Levant.
But... All right.
Got it?
I'm guessing it could be the only other waltz.
Well, what waltz?
Go ahead, do it again.
About it, right?
Brahms.
Yes, Brahms. The waltz in A
Used for a
flat.
bubble dance.
Very good. I gather from the applause of the studio audience, which knows much more about music than I do, that was a pretty tough trick. Let's have the third.
I don't know. That's kind of a little too cute for me. I don't know what that is.
All right. Want to take a try at it?
Well, it could be a lot of things.
It could be a lot of things.
Yeah, it has no special personality.
Want to have it done again?
I don't know.
All right, let's have it. Yes, let's have the whole thing. Good. Remember it now, Mr. Levant?
It's, I don't even know the name of it. It's by Mendelssohn.
Yes, I think you know it. I think you're kidding me.
Wait a minute. They always use that in jazz shows.
Sure, the spring song. You know that.
No.
Yes, sure it is. Well, that's 2 out of 3, and that's all you were required to get, Mr. Levant. Nice going. The next question comes from Quebec, Canada, and was thought up by Mr. L. Morton. Question about weather. You're asked to recite lines of poetry about these kinds of weather. There are 3 kinds: snow, fog, and thunder. Can you give me a line of poetry, or 2 lines, about snow, or using the word snow? Mr. Sandberg.
Snow, the beautiful snow.
Did you just make that up?
No, that's a very. It was probably more often reprinted than any other piece of verse in the late 1850s.
Who wrote it?
1860s. I've forgotten who.
John
Wilkes Booth used to recite it.
Just snow, beautiful. I wonder how they thought all that up.
The snow, the beautiful snow,
Well, it was
filling the earth and the sky below.
Is that right, Mr. Sandberg?
The other way around.
Trust Miss Adams. Very good. That'll do for snow. And, of course, there's another famous line from the French poet Villon that perhaps all of you recollect. Miss Adams?
Where are the snows of yesteryear?
Very well said, Miss Adams. That's
How
quite
about the
right.
Luxad, pure as snow?
Yes, that'll do, too, Mr. Levant.
And also there was Phoebe Snow of the Anthracite.
They're getting very far afield. I bet a hat, by the way, speaking of snow and rain, that not one of you can give me the quotation that's on the post office about snow and rain on the New York post office. Do you?
Neither rain nor snow, and so forth.
Ah, but that's not good enough, Mr. Adams. It's a quotation.
Hold these somethings from their rounds.
Do you know, Mr. Sandberg, he's making a hash of it.
Can hold these couriers back. That was all I could put in there.
Not snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night saves these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed round. It's a quotation, very beautiful, I think, that's continually distorted by people like Mr. Adams and Mr. Sandberg, who only remember parts of it. By the way, do you know the origin of that quotation? Do you know, Mr. Levant?
Did Jim Farley write that?
No. Bet he wish he did. Well, in another form, rather less elegant than that, it comes from the great Greek historian Herodotus. Now, how about fog? Can you give me a line of poetry about fog, or several lines of poetry about fog? Mr. Sandberg?
It's a little ridiculous.
Not at all. I bet you're thinking of the poem you wrote about fog.
Yes.
Will you let us have it?
And it's preposterous.
No, it's a good poem. Very good.
The fog comes on the cat seat.
Yes. Tell us a little more about the fog that comes out of the cat seat, Mr. Sandberg.
It's looking over city and harbor on silent haunches, and then moves on.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberg.
Well, I really have to laugh.
Do you?
I really have to laugh about that thing.
You don't think that's a very good point?
I was trying to get an interview with a judge of a juvenile court in the Cook County Courthouse in Chicago, and I wrote that in about 5 minutes. And now it's an indispensable item in all the anthologies, and I meet every week 5 or 6 people who know only that out of all I've ever written.
That's very irritating.
That's all that they know out of all that I've written in the various.
Boy, I'd settle for that.
I think it was one of the best 5 minutes you ever spent, Mr. Sandberg, in spite of the fact that people don't often know many of the other poems. Mr. Adams.
I know a fog one.
All right, let's have it.
It was in the fourth reader.
Mr. Adams knows all the
Dusty and raw was the morning. A fog hung over the seas. When Pablo of San Diego rode down on the inland breeze.
See, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, Mr. Adams.
Ever hear that?
I hope your old fourth-grade teacher is listening in on you this evening, Mr. Adams. What are you going to say, Mr. Levant?
That's a derivative of being in a fog. Pablo was in a fog.
Thanks for explaining it. How about thunder? Can we get a poem, a line of poetry, Mr. Curry?
Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, volley them thunder.
That's a dandy. From Tennyson. Now, Mr. Levant?
How about On the Road to Mandalay?
What's wrong with it?
The dawn broke. I don't know. It's too dramatic. What is it? Came up like thunder?
Mm-hmm.
I always leave after that.
Well, the next line is out of China across the bay. I'd hate to believe ignorant. Yes.
And there's Chris Morley's Thunder on the left.
Is that from a line of poetry, Mr.
No, that's merely the title of it.
But it may be from some...
title of a novel.
Yes, I know, but it may be a quotation from a line of poetry. I don't know.
Well, Thunder Over the Bronx is a novel, too.
Yes, it's a book, not a novel.
Short story.
Well, we're all right on weather. Now, what can we do with this? Mr. M.A. Wilson of San Francisco, California, asked you to use the titles of books or plays or movies or poems and staff an army with officers of 3 different ranks. For example, The Little Colonel, which is both a book and a movie in which Shirley Temple played, would give us a colonel. Now, you can't use colonel. Let's have 3 other ranks. Mr. Levant had his hand up first.
Captain Miles Standish.
The Courtship of Captain Miles Standish. How about it, Mr. Adams?
No captain.
No, it's the Courtship of
Well,
Miles
I
Standish.
disappointed him, a captain.
Sorry. Mr. Garrett.
Soldiers 3 by Rudyard Kipling. That's a start.
Yes, but soldier is not a rank. Isn't that a general term? It would have to be a specific rank, you see, like colonel.
Oh, private.
Yes, but they weren't called privates 3. Mr. Sandberg, you had your hand up.
Well, Whitman's poem, Captain, my captain.
Very good. Yes, that gives us 2 captains, really. That's captain. Now let's get 2 more. Mr. Levant.
The general dies at dawn.
Very good. Yes, the name of the movie. That gives us a captain and a general. See if we can get another military grade. Mr. Sandberg.
Generals die in bed.
Yes, I'd like to get off the generals for the moment. If we can, see if we can't get a major or possibly a sergeant.
Sergeant Slade.
That's not the name of a book, though. Mr. Kieran.
The Case of Sergeant Grisha.
Yes, that's a good one. The Case of Sergeant Grisher, a novel by Stefan Zweig.
No, Arnold Zweig. I'm sorry.
By Arnold Zweig. I beg your pardon. You're quite right. That was Mr. Levant doing the literary critic stint. Mr. Adams?
How about Midshipman Ready?
Nothing wrong with it, except it's naval. I wanted military rank. But there's a 3. Phyllis Batome once wrote a book called what? Remember? Good book. It appeared in the movies, too. Private Worlds, I think it was. By an extension, we can let that in. All
Major
right.
Barbara, all right.
Pardon?
Major Barbara.
Oh, yes, very good. Major Barbara by George Bernard Shaw. Well, it's time now to check over the cash disbursement. So far, the Stumpers have removed $20 from the Canada Dry kitty. And now the chair recognizes the gentleman from Canada Dry, Mr. Milton Cross.
Thank you. Every week, Mr. Fadiman repeats the true fact that the experts who attempt to answer the information please questions do so spontaneously and without rehearsal. However, the exact opposite is true of the experts who supervise the making of Canada Dry ginger ale. Every minute of the time, they know exactly what's coming next. For Canada Dry has a knowing expert in charge of every step, from the purchasing of the finest ginger in Jamaica to the final action of bottling this delicious beverage. And the result of all this studied preparation and teamwork by the laboratory and bottling experts is the purest and best-tasting ginger ale that money can buy. That's why Canada Dry is the favorite ginger ale in hospitals, hotels, and homes all over the world. Get a supply of Canada Dry as soon as possible. Serve it often in your home so that your family and friends may enjoy ginger ale at its very best.
Mr. Cross, your expert description of the expert's work was delivered in exactly 55 seconds. And now suppose we begin the second half of the program this evening with a very simple question, I think, from Mr. F. Stone of Atlanta, Georgia. Now, you all know it's easy to name flowers with girls' names. I have no doubt you've already thought of Rose, so bright is the group this evening. I'll ask you, however, to name 5 with masculine names or nicknames as part of the flower's name. Let's have at least 5. Mr. Kieran has his hand up first.
Jack in the Pulpit.
Jack in the Pulpit would be a very good one. Mr. Adams had his hand up.
Bachelor's Button.
That would not be the name of a man. It would be the condition of a man rather than the name of a man. We have to have a name. Mr. Sandberg.
Dutchman's Britches.
Well, I don't think Dutchman is a name. It has to be a name. Mr. Kieran gave us Jack in the Pulpit. Mr. Kieran.
Sweet William.
Sweet William would be another. I have to get 3 more. Oh, you mustn't let Mr. Kieran, our botanist, do all the work for you. Mr. Sandberg, did you have one? Mr. Adams.
Johnny Jump Up.
Is that a flower, Mr. Kieran?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's 3.
It's like a type of viola, I believe.
Never heard
Isn't
of
that a
any
musical
of these
instrument? That gives us 3. Oh, let me think of Mr. Sandberg.
There's a John of My Dreams or John of My something or other.
Is there really?
Yes.
I don't know. You'll make it sound very convincing. Would that be right, Mr. Kieran?
What was it?
John of My Dreams?
I don't know it.
I think the poetic
I'm
Sandberg
not
must
it,
have thought
anyhow.
that up.
I know a fellow named Violet, but that's as far as I can go.
Well, I think maybe that's far enough in some cases.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Kieran.
St. John's Wood. That's a flower. Very
Yes.
common flower.
Very, very true. We've got a great many Johns, Mr. Kieran. Not very modest of you, as a matter of fact. How about Goldenrod? Isn't there a Rod LaRoque in Mr. Levant's motion picture world? Goldenrod would do. Is there something called Wake Robin?
Yes, there is.
Robin.
Trillium.
Robin, yes. Robin is the name of a man. Mr. Sandberg?
Frankincense.
Gee whiz, I think we'll end on that one. All right. Good enough. The next question comes from Seattle, Washington, from Mr. Eric Fennell. How did the following song characters meet their death? Now, you can tell me by singing or by playing, if you wish, or in any way that you wish. Casey Jones, how did he meet his death? Casey Jones. Mr. Kieran.
In a railroad crash.
In a railroad crash. Can you...
2 locomotives gonna bump.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Don't let me interrupt you.
Casey said...
Go ahead, Mr. Kieran.
Just before he died, there's 2 more roads that I'd like to ride.
What are they, babe?
Why, the Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe.
The engineer says, what can they be? Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe.
Oh. I'd love to have this colloquy continued. Like to hear these songs again, Mr. Sandberg? Aren't they pretty good? I should tell the radio audience, if you don't already know it, Mr. Sandberg is really the expert on this sort of thing. He's just been listening to Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran with a sympathetic smile on his face. How did Johnny meet his death? Mr. Levant.
That's Frankie and Johnny, huh?
I guess so. How did Johnny meet
It was
his
in St. Louis. Shot him in the back.
death? Yeah. By what kind of a pistol?
I don't know.
Don't know the bore, do you? Mr. Sandberg.
Fool.
Foo. That's right, Mr. Sandberg. Thank you very much. And how did Miss Otis meet her death? Miss Otis?
What is that, Miss Otis presents?
Regret.
No. Oh, regret.
I think so, Mr. Levant. Do you know?
She was a bore, evidently.
No, I don't think. Mr. Adams? Don't know that song?
Miss Otis regrets.
Well, you're supposed to get 2 out of 3 on this one. We have gotten 2. She was hanged from a willow tree by a mob. A mob came and got and dragged her from the jail, madam. They strung her upon the old willow across the way. And the moment before she died, she lifted her lovely head. Madam, Miss Otis regrets she won't be able to lunch today. Remember that? 2 out of 3. See what you can do with this one. From James W. Burke of North Amherst, Massachusetts. Name the city from which the following famous travelers started their voyages. The first is Gulliver, hero of Gulliver's Travels.
The author started from London.
The author started from London?
Yeah.
So how about Gulliver himself? Started from what port? Matter of fact, he started from 2 different ports and 2 different voyages.
Lilliput.
I beg pardon?
Lilliput.
Lilliput? I think not, Mr. Adams.
No, that was his destination.
That was one of his destinations. He sailed from Bristol. And in another case, he sailed from Portsmouth. That's one wrong. We're supposed to get 2 out of 3 on this. What city did Sinbad start from on his famous voyages? That means Mr. Burke gets $10 plus a set of the encyclopedia. John Bassett of New York City sends in a tricky question involving your knowledge of musical history. Identify each of the following. Who was the first husband of Richard Wagner's second wife? Mr. Levant.
Hans von Bülow.
Yes. And who was his wife?
His wife was Cosima Liszt, originally. Her father was Liszt. I could say something about her birth, but I won't. But she married von Bülow, who was Wagner's, practically his best friend, who conducted, I think, the first performance of Tristan during all this trouble. That's enough.
Yes, and then Wagner practically stole...
he didn't even bother.
Yes, he didn't even bother. By the way, have you musical boys stopped talking about that scandal yet? It's always seemed to me one of the most boring.
It's always good for a bad play, once every 3 years.
Who was the second husband of Napoleon's first wife? The second husband of Napoleon's first wife.
It was a daring thing for him to do, whoever it was.
Yeah, it's very easy. This is a simple answer to a very simple question. Mr. Sandberg?
Napoleon.
That's quite right, Mr. Sandberg. Thank you. Napoleon's first wife was Josephine Beauharnais, and she had been married, as you can imagine, to a Mr. Beauharnais before she married Napoleon. Now, I'm going to read you, or rather Mr. H. White of Detroit, Michigan sends in this one, and he asks you to see if you can answer this. I'm going to read you the lyric of a familiar song. All I'm going to do is ask you to sing the tune. Here's the lyric. The poor working girl, may heaven protect her, she has such an awfully hard time. The rich man's daughter goes haughtily by. My God, do you wonder at crime? Can you sing the tune? Mr. Sandberg? Have to hurry. Sounds good so far, Mr. Sandberg.
Ah, poor working girl, may heaven protect her. She has such an awfully hard time.
All right, very good. Thanks, Mr. Sandberg. I'm sure you could have continued indefinitely. We've paid out $30 and 3 sets of encyclopedias, and now, Mr. Cross.
The smart host and hostess know that attention to details means so much toward the success of entertaining. For example, the club soda you serve may seem a trifling detail, but believe me, the ill-concealed frowns of disapproval when guests taste your offering can be most embarrassing. That's why sparkling Canada Dry Water is such an outstanding favorite. The discriminating host and hostess know that this club soda not only points up the flavor of your favorite drink, but Canada Dry's process called pinpoint carbonation means the sparkling goodness will last. The final sip will be just as fresh and lively as the first. That's why, too, you'll find Canada Dry water served at clubs, hotels, restaurants, and wherever fine beverages are sold. So whenever you entertain, remember sparkling Canada Dry water, the club soda that's full of flavor and life and stays that way. Now here's Mr. Fatima.
Thanks, Mr. Sandberg, for coming down this evening. And next week, Mr. Chern and Mr. Adams will be with us. And as our guest, Mr. Christopher Morley, the author of the recently published novel Kitty Foyle, and Marquis James, author of the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography of Andrew Jackson and other distinguished works. To our listeners, we say, please send your questions along. If you have a stumper, let's have it. There are $5 in it for you if we use the question, and if you stump the experts, you get another 10 and a complete set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. So you can win this new prize in addition to $15. Send your letters with questions and the correct answers to Information, please, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. Remember, Canada Dry Ginger Ale, Sparkling Water, Tom Collins Mixer, and Lime Ricky come in convenient sizes. Why don't you check your supply right away? The large family size is economical, costing only 15 cents plus bottle deposit. This is Milton Cross saying goodnight for Canada Dry until next week at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a great musical hit, The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On stage tonight is one of the happiest shows that ever hit Broadway. It's The Red Mill, with book and lyrics by Henry Blossom and music by Victor Herbert. David Montgomery and Fred Stone were starred when The Red Mill first started spinning, and audiences cheered the same show last season when it was brought back to Broadway with great success. For the 1949 radio version, however, Montgomery and Stone become Kelly and MacRae. The Kelly, of course, is one of Hollywood's most popular screen personalities, Mr. Gene Kelly.
Thank you. Yep. Just for tonight, Gordy and I are going to slip on a couple of checkered vests and straw hats.
And we'll be sporting 2 of the corniest names that ever bounced off a balcony.
What do they call you, boy?
Why, I'm Kid Connor.
What a coincidence. I'm Con Kidder. Pretty grim, huh?
Say, wait till you meet Lucille Norman and Alan Reed.
Yeah?
They play a couple of Dutch characters in Katwijk on Zee.
Katwijk on Come Again?
Well, you'll be there in a minute. So, shall we ring up the curtain, Mr. Kidder?
I'm in favor of it, Mr. Connor. Okay. Here's Act 1 of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill. Mr. Conductor, if you please.
In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in court, the queens you meet on any street in old New York.
Oh, Con, what do you want to go to Europe for?
Romance, boy. Have you got any romance in your soul?
Sure I have, but what's so romantic about Europe?
Why, we can visit all the ancient capitals, gaze on the enchanting scenery, drink in the grandeur of Europe's historic majesty. Besides, we might even meet some good-looking babes.
Well, I'm for that.
Not that there aren't plenty of them right here in America. If a spare afternoon you should happen to have, and you start on a leisurely stroll up Fifth Avenue, there is where, with haughty air, you'll see them as they walk, with velvets and laces and sables enfolding them. Really, you'll nearly drop dead on beholding them. Lucky's the Earl who can marry a girl from Fifth Avenue, New York. In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in Cork the queens you'll meet on any street in old New York. Just the same, kid. I want to make the trip.
Well, you could go to Paris and marry a French countess.
Or go to Holland, marry a Dutch duchess.
When there's a boat sail.
Tomorrow.
Let's go.
Goodbye, New York, goodbye, New York, we're sailing on our way. Farewell to Queens and Bowling Greens and Brooklyn and Battery Bay.
We'll make our home in Nice and Rome and Rotterdam and Cork.
A kiss for each
and every peach.
Goodbye, New York.
So this is Holland.
Hi, Holland.
I wonder what kind of money they use here. Francs, marks?
Whatever it is, we haven't got any.
Hey, what about using those bottle caps, huh?
How do you think I tipped the porter at the railroad station?
Well, we got to find a place to sleep tonight.
And it's got to be cheap sleep.
Hey, let's ask that little Fräulein over there.
Okay. Hey, Mabel.
Yes?
Miss, we can't afford a hotel room. Any idea where we could sleep tonight?
Well, I don't know.
How about that Red Mill? We can just sneak inside and sleep there. I'll bet it'd be real warm and comfortable.
Yes, very cozy. Just the three of you.
Three?
You two and the ghost.
Oh. That mill is haunted?
Every night at midnight, the ghost of a poor, unhappy bride rises up and walks to the Red Mill, searching for her lost lover, Henry.
Thank you, and good night, Red Mill.
Say, tell me, miss, how do you know about all this?
Well, I live in this town. I'm the daughter of the burgomaster.
Oh, what's your name?
Gretchen. What's yours?
Connor. But they call me Kid.
Mine's Kidder, but they call me Cod.
Oh, American. Yes, you are rich American.
We are Americans, yes. We are rich, no.
Oh, how sad. I am rich, yet I too am sad.
Girl, don't be silly. How could anybody be rich and sad at the same time?
Well, tomorrow is my wedding day. Tomorrow, by this time, I shall be the wife of the fat old governor of Zealand.
If you don't love him, why marry him?
I'm just like the ghost in the Red Mill. My father is forcing me into this marriage.
Now, look, a pretty girl like you shouldn't worry. Everything will work out.
Gretch, you've got nothing to worry about. The Rover boys are here.
I used to be happy. I used to sing all the time.
Well, why stop now?
When you're pretty and the world is fair, why be bothered by a thought or a care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play and be happy while we may. Life was made for love and laughter. And the world is fair. Why be bothered by a thought or care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play. We'll dance and sing and play. Be happy while we
I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Gretchen can't marry the governor of Zealand tomorrow if she marries somebody else today.
But who would marry me on such short notice?
Boy, anybody in his right mind. I'll marry you right now.
Why, you hardly know me.
You think of a better way to get acquainted?
You see, in America, we do things fast. Why, I'm falling in love with you at 80 miles an hour.
And wait till he shifts into second gear.
Oh, boys, you take my breath away. I don't understand how this happened so fast.
You haven't seen very many musical comedies, have you, girl?
Well, I can give you a pretty simple explanation. Love is a strange little elfin sprite, blessed with the deadliest aim, shooting his arrows to left and right, bagging the rarest game, filling our hearts with a glad surprise, almost too good to be true.
And still, can you tell me, why do you love me?
Only because you are you, dear.
Not that I am
Not that you are fair.
Not that I am
Not that you are true.
my golden
Not
hair,
your
dear.
golden hair,
My eyes of
not your eyes of
When we ask
We ask the reason.
Hey, Gretch, where do people go in this country when they want to get married?
To the burgomaster. Oh, but my father's the burgomaster here, so we'll have to go to the next town.
Come with us, Con. You can be the best man and give the bride away.
Just one moment, my fine young friend.
Father!
Have you forgotten, my dear Gretchen? The ceremony is to be tomorrow, not tonight. It is to be held here, not in the next town. And the bridegroom, not this silly young American, but His Excellency, the Governor of Zealand.
Hey, you're pretty high-handed, Mr. Burgomaster. A girl can marry anyone she chooses back where we come from in little old New York.
Well, this is little old Cotwick on Sea. And we do things differently here. Gretchen, since you seem to be so fond of this old red mill, I think I shall lock you up here overnight.
No!
And here you shall stay until the governor arrives to lead you to the altar.
Oh, Father!
In you go.
You can't lock her up. You can't do this. You can't force her to. You can't.
I guess he can.
Good day, gentlemen. I trust your stay in our village will be both enjoyable and brief. Ha ha. Ha ha.
You know, I think I've seen that guy someplace before.
Yeah, on a beer mug.
Gretchen, are you all right?
It's so dark in here. I'm frightened.
Have you seen the ghost?
No, not yet.
Or when you see her, ask her if she's got a friend. A live one.
Listen, Gretchen, you stay right there.
Well, she'll do that all right.
We'll find some way to get you out. And if you get scared, why just sing. That's the best way to keep your spirits up. And I'll sing along with you outside the mill. When we ask a reason, I know I love you, dear, because
Before the start of the second act of the Red Mill, let's do what most everybody else is doing and talk about high prices. We've all felt them, and that goes for the railroads just the same as it does for anyone else. Let's look at it this way. You buy groceries and fuel and maybe a new car. Well, the railroads also buy groceries and fuel and new cars and locomotives and 100,000 different things that it takes to keep the trains running. Yes, sir, the railroads feel higher prices, too, and are just as concerned about them as folks in general.
Yes, I know. But I've heard it said that higher railroad rates have had a lot to do with the rise in prices.
No, the fact is it's just the other way. Higher prices came first, long before there was any increase in railroad rates, and they made higher rates necessary. Between 1939 and the middle of 1946, the level of wholesale prices of all kinds of things had gone up an average of 43%.
43%?
Yes, and it was only then, on the 1st of July, 1946, that the first post-war railroad rate increase of 6.5% went into effect. Now, you wouldn't say that rising railroad rates caused that rise in prices, would you? For rates hadn't increased.
All right, but how about today?
The latest government figures show that the prices of commodities at wholesale are 107% higher than they were in 1939.
And railroad freight rates, how much higher?
As of tomorrow, when new rates go into effect, railroad freight rates will have increased 52% above 1939, less than half as much as the increase in prices generally.
What about the prices railroads have to pay for things they buy and use?
Well, the biggest item in railroad expenses is wages, and wage levels are up 83% above 1939. The next biggest is materials, supplies, and fuel, and they're up 118%. The fact is, increased freight rates are the effect of rising prices and wages, not their cause. We're ready for the second act of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The night was still, the ghost like the mill kept waving its spectral arm, and those around heard mystical sounds which thrilled them with vague alarm.
It's awfully quiet. Yeah, I never heard so much silence. Hey, what are those voices?
Just the wind.
What's that?
Just the old mill turning. Looks just like a person, doesn't it? Waving his arms in the moonlight, crying out for help.
I want to go home. The Empire State Building never affected me like this.
But the girl I love is inside there.
But the boy I love is outside here.
Gretchen, are you all right? Gretchen! She's gone.
She's smart. Lets us go, too.
No, wait a minute. You don't suppose the ghost has kidnapped her?
I don't know, but there's a figure up there in the tower of the mill, all white in the moonlight.
Is it Gretchen or the ghost?
Well, I can't tell from here, but it begins with a G.
Listen.
And the birds have softened nest. The shadows fall in a darkening hall, and the weary world at rest. The stars are awakening one by one. The whispering breezes are still. The moon shining bright with a radiant light is silvering valley on hill.
Gretchen, is that you?
Who else would it be?
Gretch, how'd you get way up there?
I climbed up the stairs inside the mill.
Well, how are we going to get you out?
I don't think anybody will ever get me out.
Oh, I can't see your face in the moonlight, but I know you're as lovely as the moonbeams themselves.
Moonbeams shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I
That's the name of the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone.
Moonbeam shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I dearly love, tell her I'll ever be
Fate may part us, years may pass, future all unknown. Still my love shall prove faithful to him
Fate may part them, years may pass, future all unknown. Still my love shall ever be
faithful to
Hendrik? Who's Hendrik? Well, that's the name of the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone.
Con. We've got to get Gretchen out of there. We can't let her marry the old governor of Zealand. I'm in love with her.
A fine thing. Millions of girls in this world, and you have to fall in love with one who's locked up in a mill. This boy always does things the hard way.
Now, wait a minute, Con. Didn't you ever fall in love?
Sure, 365 times a year.
Every day?
Sure.
With a different girl?
I don't eat the same egg every morning for breakfast. Oh, every day is ladies' day with me. I'm quite at their disposal all the while. And my pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is ladies' day with me. Now it's a frightful thing to think of all the hearts that I have broken, though each one fell in love with me without the slightest token. Among my vulgar creditors, I'm fearfully in debt, because I have afforded anything that I could get. But I must say that I've enjoyed the best of what there is in life. I've been lucky in my love affairs. I've never had a wife. And I don't begrudge the little dears those necklaces of pearls. All the money that I've ever saved is what I've spent on girls. For every day is ladies' day with me.
Every day is ladies' day with
I'm quite at their disposal all the while. My pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is ladies' day with me.
Every day is ladies' day.
Hey, every day is ladies' day with me.
Okay. So you want to play the field, go ahead. But how are we going to get Gretchen out of the mill?
I wonder whose side the ghost is on.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Watch the blades in the mill.
Uh-huh.
Now, suppose you grabbed hold of one of the wings when it sweeps close to the ground.
Uh-huh.
Hang on to it, swing on up, and over the top.
Uh-huh.
And rescue Gretchen out of the tower window on the way down.
Uh-uh.
Oh, now, come on, Con. Go ahead and do it. I'll stay right here and direct the whole maneuver.
Great idea. Great. There's only one little change I'd like to suggest.
What's that?
You do it. I'll stay down here.
Okay. She's my girl. I'll do anything for her. Gretchen, can you hear me?
Yes?
Look, I'm going to try to rescue you. Climb up the stairs on the inside of the mill all the way up to the tower window.
All right, but what are you going to do?
I'm going to swing up in one of the arms of the mill and rescue you.
Oh, be careful.
Be careful, she said.
Well, good luck, kid. Hey, be sure you get the right one.
Right one? What do you mean?
Well, don't get the ghost by mistake.
Well, how will I make sure it's Gretchen?
As soon as you grab her, kiss her. She tastes like an ice cube. You've got the wrong girl.
Okay, here I go.
So long, kid. Au voyage.
Oh! Gretchen, lean out.
I'm leaning.
Farther. Lean out all over.
Ready, set,
grab. Oh,
this is the ground. All out.
Are you all right, Gretchen?
Fine.
Now nobody can say you two haven't been going around together.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for getting me out of that awful mill.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, now we've got to get away from your father.
Where'll we go?
Oh, any place. Just so it doesn't have a burgomaster, and it does have you.
In the beautiful isle of our dreams, dear, there is never a sorrow or pain. Every trouble and care quickly vanishes there, and all is made happy again. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's quite warm, it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in the isle of our dreams. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's pure as it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in
Well, so long, kids. Have fun.
Well, aren't you coming with us, Con?
Three's a crowd on that island you're talking about. Besides, I want to stay here and see the look on the burgomaster's face tomorrow morning when he unlocks the door of the Red Mill and finds a great, big, beautiful nothing. Good morning, Mr. Burgomaster.
Master.
Master Burgomaster.
Mr. Burgomaster. Good morning, good morning.
That doesn't matter. What brings you out to the mill so early, Mr. Burgomaster?
Just checking up on my daughter.
Too late. She's already checked out.
What? Where is she? Gretchen, are you in there? Gretchen! What became of her? Where did she go? Well, wake up the townspeople. Gather round here, everybody. My daughter. I'll find out who kidnapped my daughter, and if it happened to be a couple of Americans, I'll make them wish they never set foot in Catwick-on-Sea.
Gretchen is gone! Gretchen is gone!
will be a small rise in railroad freight rates, and you might hear it said that higher freight rates have a lot to do with higher prices. As we said a little while ago, it's the other way round. At the end of the war, railroad freight rates were no higher than they were when war began. In fact, the prices of commodities generally and the operating costs of railroads had already gone up more than 40% before there was any post-war increase in railroad freight rates. Even with the new rates, which go into effect tomorrow, the percentage of increase in rail freight rates will be less than half as great as the increase in price levels generally. One more thing to remember. Since the war, railroad freight charges have amounted on the average to a smaller fraction of the price of things you buy than they did either during or before the war. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now for Act 3 of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your Railroad Hour host, Gordon MacRae.
Why the silence? Was there violence or did lovely Gretchen simply up and run away? If not really, very clearly, they should stop the silly gossiping without delay. What to handle, such a scandal, puts the burgomaster in a very sorry plight. You'll discover, she'd a lover, and she secretly eloped with him last night.
Oh, quiet!
We'll discover.
Stop all this noise and gossiping. Quiet, all of you, quiet. I suppose all of you know that my daughter has disappeared, and I intend to find her, and she will marry the governor of Zealand according to plan.
How are we going to find her, Mr. Burgomaster?
I have just learned that the two greatest detectives in the world are visiting Holland, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Yes, they are just a few miles from here, and I'm sending them a telegraph message to come at once and find my daughter. I shall spare no expense. Money is no object.
Money is no object?
None.
Is that the telegram you have there in your hand?
It is.
Do you want me to send it for you, Mr. Burgomaster?
Well, that's very kind of you, my boy. But let me warn all of you, if the culprit happens to be within earshot, he may as well give himself up now, for Sherlock Holmes will run him down.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Connor.
We aren't Mr. and Mrs. yet.
No, he didn't get married.
Why not?
No money.
Boy, have I got the cure for that.
Huh?
Look at this telegram.
Oh,
This is awful.
Sherlock Holmes will be sure to find it.
I don't think he's that good. You see, he never got the telegram. Kid, your new name is Dr. Watson. Shake hands with Sherlock Holmes.
Huh? Oh, I'm beginning to get it.
Sure, it's as simple as going around on a windmill. We masquerade as the detectives and make enough money to get you married.
Swell.
There's only one trouble. You've never really asked me to marry you.
Haven't I? Well, I guess we better make this official. He'll tell you all the magic of those little words we two. I'll teach you how to say, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but don't forget to see
that he correctly learns to say, I want you to marry me. Well, I guess I ought to say it. Con, help me out, will you? How do you say a thing like this?
Why, it's simple. You just take in your arms. You look into your eyes and you say, baby, here I am, your dream man. Don't fight it. How can you resist me?
Well, I'm afraid that's a little too modest for me. It's got to be something tender. Gretchen,
Yes?
I want you to marry me. Will you do it?
Oh, yeah.
Is that yes?
It's Dutch for yes, but it's just as good.
We'll tell you all the magic of those little words we do, and sing a song that says, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but I'll be sure to see
that I correctly learned to say, I want you to marry me.
All right, already, all right. You can stop being Romeo and start being Dr. Watson. We've got some plain and fancy Sherlocking to do. Well, Dr. Watson, how do I look?
Oh, very Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Am I wearing my deer stalker cap correctly?
Well, I don't think you're supposed to wear it sideways.
What if you're stalking deer sideways?
Careful. Here comes the burgomaster.
Gentlemen.
Here we go now. Aha! You are the burgomaster of Catwick-on-Sea.
Why, that's amazing. How did you know me, Mr. Holmes?
Elementary, my dear burgomaster, but far beyond your powers of deduction. I want you to meet my assistant and eminent colleague, the celebrated Dr. Watson.
Yes, I'm delighted to make yourself so
Well, from the way he talks, he must be British.
If he were any more British, he couldn't talk at all.
Just a moment. You two look awfully familiar to me.
We do?
Why shouldn't our faces be familiar to you? Our pictures have blazoned the front pages of every newspaper in England and the continent. Dr. Watson, your beard is slipping.
Is it? Oh, dear me, dear me.
Now, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, about my daughter.
Her name is Gretchen.
How did you know?
It's obvious.
Yes, it's obvious.
What did you say? Dr. Watson?
Mr. Burgomaster, I am the only man living who can understand Dr. Watson.
I see. Now, how much will you charge, Mr. Holmes, to recover my daughter?
I'm glad you brought that up. Our price depends on the difficulty of the job. Is your daughter young?
Yes.
Beautiful?
Quite beautiful.
Then it will be very expensive. Because, as everybody knows, beautiful young girls are very hard to find these days. How much do we charge, Dr. Watson? Dr. Watson says... Dr. Watson says, and I quote, 555 guilders.
555 guilders? That's a great deal of money.
Now, when did she disappear?
Oh, about midnight.
As long ago as that, makes it much more difficult. How much, Dr. Watson? Dr. Watson says, and again I quote, 5,555 guilders.
Oh, dear.
Now, where did she disappear from?
From the old Mill Mill.
Oh, from the old Red Mill. Where?
The Red Mill.
Oh! Those mighty beautiful young girls who have disappeared at midnight from old Red Mill falls in our highest price bracket. Dr. Watson, what is our highest price bracket?
Dr.
Watson says 55,550. 5.
As much as that?
Well, remember, we got to pay our agents 10%.
Very well, it's a deal. I'll pay you the minute you deliver my daughter.
We must have the money in advance.
Why?
Well, we have enormous expenses, you know. Magnifying glasses, houndstooth jackets, bloodhounds, all that.
I see. Very well. I'll pay you the money. Good. And I demand that you bring my daughter to this very spot no later than 4 o'clock this afternoon, in time for her wedding to the governor of Zealand.
My, where did you get all that money?
The burgomaster just paid off like a slot machine. Look, kid, Gretchen, take this money, go to the next town, and get married. I'll stay here and stall the burgomaster until you get back, okay? Hey, look, you can stop talking like that now, Dr. Watson. And look, another thing, you better give Gretchen your beard. I'd hate to have anybody recognize her on the street.
Oh, are we really going to get married?
Beginning to look like it. Oh, Gretchen, I love you. And do you know why?
Not that I am fair. Not that you are fair. Not that I am true. Not my golden
Not your golden hair.
Not my eyes of blue.
Not your eyes of blue.
When we ask the reason, words are all too few. I love you, dear, because
Okay, we know you love each other. Now, look, sweetie, we got all this money for finding you. Now, get lost.
Mr. Holmes, in 1 minute and 15 seconds will be 4 o'clock. And if you don't produce my daughter by then, I'll have you thrown in jail.
Mr. Burgomaster, I don't think you like me.
Like you? I abhor you. I think you're an imposter. I don't think you're Sherlock Holmes at all.
Of course I'm Sherlock Holmes. Why, here's the telegram I received from you.
Let me see that. Why, this telegram is in my own handwriting.
What better proof do you want?
Your time is up, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. My daughter isn't here, and I want my money back, you swindler.
Just a minute. Listen.
What is that?
Sounds like a duet.
Is that my daughter?
You believe in the ghost in the old red mill?
Certainly not.
Well, then that's your daughter.
Gretchen, come in here. You're just in time for your wedding to the governor.
There's been a little change in plans, Mr. Burgomaster.
I can't marry the governor.
Oh, yes, you can.
But I'm already married to Mr. Connor.
I don't...
I think the burgomaster has just blown a gasket.
Gretchen, let's get away from here. Where'll we go?
To the Isle of our dreams.
I can recommend a better island.
Where?
Manhattan.
Could someone from Holland be happy there?
Well, Peter Stuyvesant likes it. In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine.
You'll see things you cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in Cork. The queens you'll meet on any street in old New York.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Mill was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. Next week, our show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time, and on board will be Miss Jeanette MacDonald to join me in bringing you one of the greatest screen successes, Naughty Marietta. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
The Red Mill has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gene Kelly is currently starred in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 130...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is going to be a story that's almost unbelievable. Almost. A thing will happen which people, scientists included, will tell you cannot possibly happen. as your parents or grandparents were told that radio could not happen, television, heavier than air flight, and space travel could not happen. The thing is almost impossible. However, Kathy and Doug Sellers live in a middle-class suburb. Their neighbors are people to whom they say good morning, with whom they discuss the weather and the crabgrass. That's about the extent of the neighborliness. So that Doug is surprised this evening when Kathy says,
"Early dinner tonight. We've been invited next door to spend the evening."
Oh, the Carters, they invited us over?
No, not the Carters. No, next door the other way, the Joneses.
Well, they just moved in yesterday.
I know you wouldn't think they'd be ready for guests so soon, but they're completely settled in. I never saw anything like it.
How come you saw it in the first place?
Well, I went over there. She's such a little thing. I just thought I'd go over and see if I could help.
That was neighborly of you.
Well, but there wasn't anything to help with.
You like her?
She's nice, yes. Her name's Tootie.
Tootie?
I said we'd come, okay?
Oh, sure, of course. He's kind of funny looking.
Well, they're quite small, both of them.
Yeah,
but
he's got a big head. I know they can't help it, but somehow small people with big heads put me off.
Our mystery drama, Through the Looking Glass, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Anne Shepard. There is a certain excitement in meeting new people who may or may not turn out to be friends. Friendship, not to be confused with acquaintanceship, requires so many parallels of taste, viewpoints, needs, backgrounds, and the like, that it's quite remarkable we see as much of it as we do. Kathy and Doug Sellers are calling to spend an evening with two strangers who obviously would like to become friends.
Hello, Kathy. Oh, I'm so glad you could both come.
Hi, Tootie. This is my husband, Doug.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, please come in. I want you to meet Sid. Sid? Oh, he's upstairs. Sometimes he's so slow getting ready for anything. Well, won't you sit down?
You really are settled in, aren't you? It's very nice, too. Everything looks brand new.
Oh, yes, it is. Well, can I get you a cup of coffee or... Oh, dear, I don't think we have anything to drink. I mean, like...
Oh, coffee's fine.
Hello down there. I'll be right with you.
Sid, do we have any... You didn't get any whiskey or anything, did you?
No, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I should have thought of that.
We don't drink at all, you see. And it's just easy to forget.
That's no excuse. I should have been...
That's all right. We don't drink either. Not really.
Hardly ever.
You see, where we come from, people just don't drink.
Oh. You must come from a far distance. I'm trying to think of a place where nobody drinks.
Well, things are very different here. We're really very... Oh, what is that word, Sid?
Backwoodsy. We're very backwoodsy.
Yes.
Uh-huh. You're putting us on, right?
We're... What?
You're putting us on, kidding us.
Oh.
Well, I mean, this furniture looks as if it had been designed for 20 years from now. You know? Backwoodsy?
Well, the furniture's all new, you know.
And you've got it all arranged so quickly. As I told Doug earlier, it looks as though you've been living here for years. And he's right, you know. It's very advanced.
Is it? Well, is it too...
It's all right, Tootie. She's so afraid we're going to seem, you know, different.
Doug, did you hear what Tootie just told me? Sid's in the same business you're in.
No kidding.
Are you an inventor, Doug?
No, I'm more like a designer, actually. Internal combustion engines.
Oh, we're not too far apart. As a matter of fact, I'm working on something right now that may put you out of business.
Oh? What would that be?
I've got a motor that's powered by solar energy.
Oh. By sunlight? Just sunlight?
Yes. Well, not the light itself, of course, by the emanations.
Does it work?
Oh, yes. Would you like to see it?
See it?
I've got a working model down in the basement.
A solar energy motor in the basement?
Oh, I see. It doesn't need the direct light. And besides, it stores. Do you want to see it?
Aren't you afraid I'll steal it? I mean, if you've got a solar energy engine that really works...
No, I'm not afraid. Now, please don't be offended. I've had to work out some pretty radical new mathematical concepts that, well, you wouldn't understand them just looking at the model. Nobody would.
Okay. I'd love to see it.
Good, come along. The good thing about it is you don't even need a sunny day. All you need is the sun on your side of the earth.
Would you like more coffee? If Doug's anything like Sid, they'll be down there for hours.
No, I don't think I could handle any more coffee, thank you. You're right about Doug, though. Where did Sid work before you came here? I mean, maybe he worked for somebody Doug knows.
Well, he didn't actually work for anyone. He's always been just an inventor.
Well, Doug knows so many people in the business. We moved around so much before we went to work for Driscoll Motors. I just thought we might have some mutual friends.
No. I mean, it doesn't seem likely. We haven't lived anywhere but, you know, there and now here.
Well, where did you live before?
It was just, well, like a different world almost. That's why I'm so pleased about tonight. We're the kind of people who just can't live without friends, you know? We were afraid there wouldn't be anyone we could, well, be friends with. So that makes tonight so good.
Oh, Tootie, you don't have to worry. We have a lot of friends you'll probably meet.
Where we used to live, we knew everyone. Just everyone.
Oh, that must have been nice wherever it was.
Oh, yes. It was all we knew, of course. In many ways, it's better here. Much better.
It's so quiet. How can a motor with any guts to it be so quiet? I've heard cats purr louder.
Well, there's nothing to make noise, actually, except the friction. And there's very little of that.
It's beautiful. How big would it have to be to power, say, an automobile?
How big? Well, this engine itself would pull a freight train. So 12, maybe 15 cars.
That little thing?
Energy doesn't come in sizes, Doug. With refinements I'm not tooled for here, a motor like this could supply all the electricity a medium-sized city would need.
You're kidding.
It has implications, as a matter of fact, that could lead to the obsolescence of electricity itself.
Man, you are talking revolution, you know that?
It would be a tremendous step. Yes, it would almost certainly entail some dislocation.
Dislocation? It would bomb out just about everything our society is based on.
Well, the short-term adjustment would be severe, I don't deny that. Temporary chaos. The gain would be long-range, not immediate.
Ooh, scares me. No kidding. You don't know what you've got here.
Oh, yes, I know. What I have here is a device, a ridiculously simple little device which would make the air we breathe sweet and pure again. Make the oceans, the lakes, and the rivers habitable for marine creatures. Put an end to nervous breakdowns from the sheer clamor of civilization. As you say, destroy everything today's society is based on.
Well, today's society isn't exactly utopia, I know that, but, Sid, it's the only society we've got.
Would you like to see the design on paper? Talk about the math involved.
Well, you said I couldn't understand the math anyway.
No. I said you couldn't understand it simply from looking at the motor. Actually, like the motor, the math is quite simple.
I can't tell you how glad I am that you could come over and just, you know, visit.
I'm afraid I've talked too much shop to Doug, though.
Huh? Oh, no, not at all. I'm sorry. I guess I'm sort of preoccupied.
Dinner next time, all right?
Okay. I'd love to watch that gadget of yours turn out a whole dinner.
Let's go, Kathy. I mean, I do have to get to work early tomorrow. I'll be in touch, Sid, okay?
Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thanks again.
Did the prove neighbors?
What did you say, Tootie?
I say, did the prove... Oh, I'm sorry.
We agreed not to speak that way, not even when we're alone.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Did you approve of the neighbors?
Yes. On the whole, yes, I think so. What did you think of her?
Well, it's hard to get used to these big, clumsy people, you know. But I rather liked her. She's a little inquisitive, but I guess that's natural. It's nothing I can't handle.
He's a good man. He does have that stupid short-sightedness they all have. But I think he'll do.
Well, I don't care what you told them about us hardly drinking. I want a good solid slug of bourbon.
Okay. Something happened?
What?
Did he tell you where they're from? Where they moved here from?
No, I don't think so.
Well, she's a pretty close-mouthed one. Aren't you even going to put any water or anything with it?
He's quite a guy, that Sid.
How do you mean?
But when Tootie... what kind of a name is that, anyway? Anyway, when she called him an inventor, she sure wasn't kidding. Did she say anything about where they came from?
I told you I spent the whole evening trying to find out where they're from. But she's slippery as an eel. I didn't get to first base.
People don't give things away. You have to be suspicious when a man wants to give something away. I think he was completely cracked, except that crazy math of his works. So does his engine.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
He wants to give it to me. Now, you can't tell me there isn't a catch in that somewhere. He just wants to give it to me. The whole thing, no strings attached.
Give you what?
He's got this machine, this motor, this engine. Designed it, built it himself, he says, invented it. Draws its power from sunlight, sun rays. Now, there's a difference, and it's just gonna... it's gonna blow the whole world up, that's all.
A bomb? You mean a bomb?
Oh, no, just the opposite, I guess you could say, only... Good Lord, the mess it could make. It's like we made a wrong turn 100 years ago or so, all of us, our whole society, and what he wants to do is to back up and make the proper turn. But you just can't wipe out... It's a very scary thing. Kathy. What am I gonna do?
Well, I don't really understand the problem yet, Doc.
Okay. He's got a machine that takes its power from the sun, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and that's about the size of a small vacuum cleaner, and it could power a city. It could. I've seen it. I've seen the blueprints. I've learned the math. Learned it, mind you, in half an hour. And all our old math, everything I spent my life learning, it's all just silly kid stuff.
He wants... Did you say he wants to give all this to you?
Now, figure what it means. Everything we know is down the drain. Now, just think about oil. You've got 50 billion or so barrels of oil tucked away, and you're using it to make the world market go where you want it to go. All of a sudden, your 50 billion barrels of oil aren't worth the price of half a dozen loaves of yesterday's bread. It's not going to make you happy. It's going to make you feel very... very restless and insecure, or you manufacture, or all your money is in something or other power and light company, or you work in a gas station, or you're a coal miner, or I don't care, you're anything. Whatever you do for a living, it's dead. And Sid wants to give the damn thing to me. Maybe I don't blame him.
Wouldn't there be a lot of money in it?
For us? Millions. Hell, more like billions.
Take it.
I'm not even sure money would have much value anymore. Apart from everything else, I've got this feeling I'm being used.
There's a very good chance that Doug is being used. In a good cause, perhaps, but used all the same. There's a worn-out old cliche that says you can't make an omelet without breaking an egg. All well and good. But what if the egg that's getting broken is the world you've grown up in, the only world you know? It could make you feel pretty uncomfortable. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Doug Sellers didn't have a very good night's sleep. He and Kathy spent most of what was left of the night talking about their new next-door neighbors, Sid and Tootie Jones. That is an odd name, Tootie, isn't it? At any rate, Doug's mood isn't the best this morning.
I'm going to have a talk with old Driscoll today.
About Sid's gadget, the solar thing?
About how hard the guy's working trying to give it away. There's something spooky about that. I don't like being spooked.
You said Sid's crazy to give the thing away. Aren't you doing the same thing if you tell Mr. Driscoll?
If I decide to take that nutty engine from Sid, and I haven't made my mind up yet. I couldn't possibly handle it on my own. It's going to take a lot of money to get a solar-powered motor in production. I'm not even sure Driscoll Motors is big enough.
But won't you have to give some of it to Mr. Driscoll if you bring him into it?
Only if I decide to accept from Sid. And if I do, the whole thing was a gift to me in the first place.
Well, I just thought... Oh, well, you know best.
If you want the truth, I don't know a damn thing. Except that I'm sitting on a keg of very high explosive, and it's making me very uneasy. So, that's it, Mr. Driscoll. The motor works. I saw it work, and it's just... You wouldn't believe it without seeing it. I studied the engine, too, and it would be simpler to make than most of what we're doing now. Simplest thing you ever saw, really. Except it's based on a completely new concept.
My first reaction, Doug, is nonsense.
Sure, that'd be anybody's first reaction.
But not yours?
Well, mine at first, yes. But then I saw the damn thing, Mr. Driscoll. I saw it.
No doubt in your mind now?
No. I'm as skeptical by nature as you are, but the thing works. And it's going to knock everything we know right out the window.
Well, that won't be permitted, of course. Now, what I'm interested now is... He offered you all rights?
Yes.
You sign any papers, either of you?
No, I said I wanted time to think it over.
You say this thing works, and I'm prepared to take your word for it. I want 50% of the rights. Straight down the middle. You agree to that?
Well, sure,
I'm going to call Al Dobson. He can get the ball rolling faster than anybody I know. I'll get Ed Cahill moving on it, too. And when can you get this, what's his name, the inventor in here?
Look, Mr. Driscoll, all I wanted to do was to tell you about this thing and ask your advice. Now, as
You've told me, and I'm advising you. Now, you pass the ball to me, and I run with it, right?
Mr. Driscoll, I don't have a ball to pass.
If you don't have a ball, we know where it is. Your inventor has fumbled it, and we'll take it over. He's no businessman, Sid. Would he have offered to give you a thing like solar energy if he were a businessman?
Well, the thing is...
maybe we don't actually have the ball yet, but we...
Look, Mr. Driscoll, you said... What was it you said? I told you it was going to knock everything we know right out the window, and you said that wouldn't be permitted. Now you talk as if you want to go ahead with it.
It'll be suppressed. Don't you worry about that, Doug boy. They'll buy us out.
Oh.
You think the oil industry would let a gadget like this go on the market? Not in a million years. And the auto manufacturers? Good Lord. Think what it would mean to them, just the retooling alone. Don't you worry about it, Doug. They'll buy us out.
I don't think Sid Jones will go along with that.
He'll go along. I told you, he's fumbled. When you fumble, you lose the ball.
Oh, hello, Kathy.
Hi.
I washed the breakfast dishes, did 2 loads of laundry, and vacuumed the living room. I figured it was time to take a break. You mind?
Oh, mind? No, I'm delighted. Come on in. Let's go in the sitting room. Living room. Oh, which do you call it?
Living room. Doesn't matter.
Well, anyway, come on in and sit down. I didn't have anything to do either. I was just... Oh, I forgot to turn off the television.
That's a television set?
Oh, you know Sid. It's one of his inventions. He'll drive me crazy with his inventions one of these days.
But the screen's the wrong shape. It's so big. It looks... What it looks like when you turn it off is a full-length mirror.
Well, that's the idea, I guess. People would rather have a mirror in their sitting room than a box with that big blank screen staring at them. Oh, I don't know. I don't try to keep up with Sid's inventions.
Doug says he's very good.
Oh, yes. He's good.
Doug says he's way ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time?
Yeah. You know, inventing things the world just isn't ready for yet. Like that solar energy thing.
Well, he is very advanced in his thinking. Yes. Sid is very advanced. And he's worried about what do you call it? The ecology.
Yeah. Tootie, Doug was very upset last night.
Oh?
Sid wanted to give him that solar energy thing. I mean, you just hand it over to him. Let him take out the patents and take all the credit and make all the money.
Oh. Sid didn't tell me he'd gone that far.
Why would anybody want to do a thing like that, Tootie? You know, it looks funny. Actually, how it looks to Doug is suspicious. Why doesn't Sid apply for the patents himself? That's what anybody else would do.
He can't.
He can't?
We're not, we aren't American citizens.
Well, I can't see what difference that would make, really. There are plenty of American patents held by people who are citizens of other countries. Doesn't Sid know that?
Well, Kathy, I don't know exactly what they'd call us. Unregistered aliens. Something like that. We're actually not in the country legally. We don't have any papers or any of that.
I see. Tootie, where are you from?
I can't tell you. Maybe Sid will want to later on. I expect he will. But I'm afraid I've already told you more than he'd want me to right now.
Damn it, Doug, what is this thing you've dumped in my lap?
What do you mean?
There's something mighty queer going on. I called Al Dobson and told him to get the ball rolling. Didn't tell him a damn thing except it was a solar-powered motor. And he had me back on the phone 20 minutes later. 20 minutes! Saying the thing was already out of hand and he had to know more.
Out of hand?
They want it. Everybody wants it. Ed Cahill says...
Ed Cahill, the patent lawyer?
They called him. The patent office called him. Now, you can believe that or not, but that's what Ed Cahill told me. They'd been hearing talk about solar energy down there, they said, and they called him.
Well, it looks like...
Somebody's pushing this thing. That's what it looks like to me. Somebody very big.
Well, after all, solar power...
I want you to see this, whatever his name is, this kook that's trying to give the rights away. I want you to get this paper signed.
What is it?
Don't waste time reading it. It's a simple release. Later on, there'll be reams of paperwork, but right now, I want that release signed.
All right, Mr. Driscoll.
And Doug.
Yes?
If you don't get that release signed, or if this nutty solar thing turns out to be phony, I'm going to bury you so deep they'll never dig you out.
I should never have talked to Driscoll about Sid's invention.
What happened?
Oh, hell broke loose. As nearly as I can figure, Driscoll's committed himself in 2 or 3 places without having a damn thing to deliver. Everything's moving so fast, it's a mess, that's all.
Dear. I talked to Tootie this morning, like you said.
Hmm? You find out anything?
They're what she called unregistered aliens. She said that herself. They're in the country illegally.
Oh, good Lord.
Doug, what does it mean?
I don't know what it means. Trouble, that's for sure.
That was why he wanted to turn the invention over to you, Tootie said. He doesn't have any papers or anything. I mean, you know, no ID, no Social Security, nothing. And he knew he'd get into trouble, I guess, if he started messing around with patents and all that.
He's in trouble, all right.
Why? You going to do something about it?
I'm going to call Driscoll and tell him.
Oh, Doug, do you think you ought to? Couldn't you just... Oh, poor Sid. What about him, Doug?
I'm afraid that'll just have to be his problem. I've got a couple of my own.
Well, but do you have to tell Mr. Driscoll?
Look, I've been working for Driscoll for over 8 years. I'm one of the top men in the company. I met Sid for the first time last night. Now, which one am I supposed to be loyal to?
Yes, Driscoll here.
Mr. Driscoll, this is Doug Sellers.
Did you get that release signed?
Not yet. I just found out something I think you ought to know. The inventor, Sid Jones, the guy's not an American citizen. He's in the country illegally.
Say that again.
He's in this country illegally.
A spy?
No, I'm sure it's nothing like that. He's, I know him, Mr. Driscoll. I don't think he's a spy.
I might have known. Solar energy, my foot. He's a lousy spy. That thing of his is probably some kind of bomb or something. He's made you believe that...
Come on, Mr. Driscoll. I'm not that stupid. That engine that I saw last night was...
All right, I'll fix his wagon. You watch me. Thinks he can make a fool of Thomas P. Driscoll, does he?
What are you going to do?
Never you mind.
Oh, boy.
What'd he say?
He's decided Sid's a spy. I guess he means to blow the whistle on him.
You don't think he is, do you? Sid? A spy?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Shouldn't we go over and tell them? I mean, after all, if they're in trouble, it's our fault, too, isn't... Well, at least it's partly our fault.
Yes, things seem to be moving along very nicely.
Nicely? Sid, he thinks you're a spy.
Oh, Tootie, I'm sorry, but... Well, I always tell Doug everything, you know.
It's all right, Kathy.
Oh, please don't feel badly about it, either of you. It's all right. The patent office was interested, you say. That sounds very good.
Don't you think you ought to... Look, I mean, old Driscoll is going to do something. And that's for sure. And if you're not in this country legally...
It's all right, Doug. Really it is. Did you say this Mr. Driscoll gave you a paper he wanted me to sign?
Well, yes.
Do you have it with you?
Yes. Sid,
Hmm?
There is something very odd about all this. I mean, you're giving away... Sid, do you realize what you're giving away?
Yes.
What? Tell them, Sid. Don't you think they have a right to know after all that's happened?
Yes. I want to show you something, Doug. You and Kathy.
Oh, the TV. It's another of his inventions, Doug, the television. Did I tell you about that?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
Actually, it isn't a television set at all, except as you break the word down. Tele for distant seeing. Even so, it isn't that kind of distance. And I get only one picture on it. Always the same picture.
Only one picture?
Yes, I'll show you. That's the picture.
Oh, it's not very pretty, is it?
Looks more like a moonscape than anything else. Except for those mounds or domes or whatever they are scattered around. How come it's black and white?
There isn't any color there, Doug. In the scene we're watching, you'd see it if there were. It's just gray. There's no color at all.
Is it a movie? A science fiction movie or something like that?
Oh, no. It's quite real.
Well, it can't be the moon unless the other side has put domes up there and we don't know about it.
No, it isn't the moon.
Tell them, Sid.
It's our home. Tootie's and mine. That's where we came from. That's where we've always lived.
An alien world, old enough and weathered enough to look like our moon. Well, we've all heard or read stories about such places. That was fiction, of course. But it hasn't been so very long since it was only in fiction that men put on spacesuits and blasted off from Earth and later walked on the moon. Today's science fiction has an unsettling way of becoming tomorrow's fact. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Doug and Kathy Sellers are watching spellbound, but more than a little repelled, a television picture. Something like a television picture, at least, on a screen that becomes a full-length mirror when it's turned off. The picture is a dismal one. A bleak landscape, gray, rocky, and barren as the moon's surface, except for several dome-like structures placed here and there at apparent random. This, Sid and Tootie Jones claim, is their home.
There's no place like that on this planet, Sid. No place that I ever saw or heard of.
It's on this Earth. We're not space travelers.
Oh, I don't blame you for wanting to leave it, wherever it is.
Well, if you're not space travelers, then what kind of travelers are you?
Let's all sit down. It's a long story.
Shall I turn it off, Sid?
No. Leave it on. Somebody might come out of one of the domes. They'd be interested in that.
What kind of travelers, Sid?
You've already guessed it, I think. Yes, we're time travelers.
Time travelers?
Then when is that? That picture you've got on the screen.
Two questions there, really. Where and when? To answer the first, it's right here, Doug. Right in this very neighborhood, on this very spot.
Well, then...
When?
Yeah.
The year you're looking at is 3987. A little over 2,000 years from now.
And that's what this neighborhood looks like?
That's what the whole world looks like, Doug. Worse. This is a garden spot.
Oh, it's some kind of trick, isn't it? I mean, it's just something you invented.
More like something you invented. You, all of you, in the next few generations. That's misuse of the Earth's resources. All of your mistakes carried out to their final, inevitable conclusion. You're looking at the end product of your era's short-sightedness.
I just don't believe it.
Well, there it is. You can see it.
Well, then it wasn't it wasn't bombed out?
The A-bomb, the H-bomb, all the alphabetical bombs that came after? No, they were never used. Except to waste the Earth's substance and terrify its people.
There, on the screen. Somebody's coming out of the B7 dome. Can you see who it is, Sid?
No, not to be sure. Forex, most likely. I think it was his turn at B7.
What's he wearing that thing for? Looks like a spacesuit.
Well, that's what it is. We call them Atmos suits. There's no atmosphere now. None, at least, that's breathable. Except underground, where we convert it.
Good Lord.
Yes, we live underground. We come out now only to run tests. The toxicity of what's left of the atmosphere isn't very stable. We have to draw it in and purify it, so we need to keep abreast of what we're up against.
And pump the impurities back out?
Yes.
And that increases the toxicity?
Yes. The problem isn't solved. We're living by stopgap measures. We have some time, though. There's a lot of air out there, even though most of it is poison. And there aren't very many people to breathe what we salvage.
How many?
Well, in B7... Oh, no, you mean worldwide?
Yeah.
Oh, around 700,000. Between 7 and 8.
In the whole world?
Actually, that's a lot. It was down closer to 100,000 when we finally got the underground communities established. We were that close to extinction.
We're the only survivors. Everything else is gone.
We're here on a mission. You must have realized that.
What kind of a mission?
A very simple one. We're here to save the world.
Sergeant Wilson.
Yeah, I want to talk to the chief of police.
He's out of town. What can I do for you?
Listen, I'm Thomas P. Driscoll of Driscoll Motors. I want to report a spy.
Report a spy. You'd like to give me the details?
I can only give the chief the details.
No way, Mr. Driscoll.
I offer you a spy, a genuine spy, and you won't put me up. All right. I'm coming over there. By God, I pay my taxes and I'm entitled. I'll be over there in 10 minutes.
Did you say save the world? You're here to save that world 2,000 years from now?
That world, which of course is simply this one grown old. That's a dead world. It's beyond saving in our time. We have a few 100,000 people living inside it, like people on one of your life rafts. If the people on the raft aren't rescued, they'll die. The same with our people. They'll die, or their grandchildren will, or their grandchildren. We few have survived the catastrophe temporarily.
And so you've come back here, back to our time with...
With the only treatment that can possibly save the world. We have a cure for its sickness, and we mean to administer it. Call me one of the doctors. There are many of us.
Many of you?
Oh, yes. One man could never do it. Your Mr. Driscoll was very right about that, Doug. We have many people in this time, some of them in very high places where pressure can be applied, where red tape can be bypassed.
Speaking of Driscoll, Sid, I think you ought to...
Don't worry about it. It isn't important. Now, will you let me sign that paper he gave you?
All right.
I've read that the people of your time set great store by pieces of paper with signatures on them.
What are these numbers you put under the signature?
Oh, that's just to make it thoroughly legal. That's my designation in my own time. 6D48M. We have numbers instead of names, although we still use nicknames. Mine actually is Sid from 6D.
My designation is 2T93K. Tootie. 2T.
That's kind of a cute name, though, once you get used to it.
Well, if you had time travel, I mean... Why did you wait until the world got into such a state?
Time translation is a relatively recent discovery.
But why this particular time? I mean, why not earlier or later?
Oh, no, irreversible damage has been done at this time. As a matter of fact, it was at this time and point that the depletion of resources began accelerating so rapidly that it got out of control. Any later would have been too late. Well, much earlier, you wouldn't have had the technology needed to use what we wanted to give you.
I hope I haven't spoiled it for you. For all of us.
No. If it doesn't work, it's nobody's fault but my own. I made the decisions. It was my assignment.
I told you I'd get to the chief, and you said he was out of town.
Orders, Mr. Driscoll. I still don't know why he took me off the desk and handed me the job. It's FBI work.
Well, don't you worry about that, Wilson. You think the two of us will be enough? I mean, if he should decide to shoot his way out or something like that.
There are 2 carloads of good men following us. The house will be surrounded when we go in, and there won't be a chance of his getting away.
Yes, there's a car stopping out in front now. Tootie, will you turn the screen off?
I already did.
Oh, Lord, it's old Thomas P. himself.
Mr. Driscoll.
And a cop.
Odd. I thought it would be your FBI. Oh, Mr. Driscoll looks very determined.
Mad as a wet hen, that's how he looks.
Well, he shouldn't be angry. He may make a great deal of the money you people prize so highly. Oh, you will, too, of course, if things work out.
How can things work out if they're coming to pick you up?
There are many others, as I told you. My being found out shouldn't affect anything.
Maybe you could still get out the back way, Sid.
Oh, I'm sure we're surrounded. Oh, people are very impatient in 1975. I'll let them in.
Is your name Sid Jones?
Well, that's what I'm called, yes. Won't you come in?
Put the cuffs on him, why don't you? He's your spy. What are you waiting for?
Jones, is it true that you showed Mr. Sellers, is it that you showed him an invention of yours last night?
Well, yes, it's still down in the basement if you'd like to take a look at it.
Sergeant, you'll be making a great mistake if you arrest this man.
Have you lost your mind?
Sergeant, I can prove beyond any question that I am not a spy. Will you allow me to show you the proof?
Watch him, Wilson. He's up to something.
We got only your word, Mr. Driscoll. Go ahead, Jones.
Thank you. Tootie, will you help me with this?
Wilson, are you out of your head?
What's back of that looking glass, Jones? What's the glass got to do with this?
Well, that's what I'd like to show you. There's no danger, I assure you.
No danger, he says.
Just don't try anything.
Tootie?
The third button?
Yes, the third button.
What's happening? That's no mirror. Look at that thing.
It was turning all milky, foggy.
Wilson, why don't you do something?
He can't get away. Give the guy a chance.
I think it's ready now, Tootie.
Stop her! For God's sake, somebody stop her. She's disappearing into that looking-glass thing.
Goodbye, Doug. Goodbye, Kathy. Thank you very much, both of you, for all you've done.
Stop right there, Jones. Stop, or I'll...
Or you'll what? He's gone, you idiot. You let him walk right through that looking-glass.
It's changing again. It's... Look, Kathy, it's making a picture. Oh, my God.
A park. It's a beautiful park with trees and flowers and people walking around.
And not in those miserable spacesuits either.
No. It's bright, pretty clothes. And children play... Oh, Doug, it must... Look, there's a dog, a little poodle.
For God's sake, what kind of mirror is that?
Break through it, you fool. Smash it. I don't care what it is. Smash it.
I guess you're right. Now, please stand aside, all of you.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Just use the butt of it to break the glass, ma'am. Now, please stand clear.
There's nothing back there but the wall. Just a plain blank wall.
Oh, I almost forgot. Here's that release you wanted Sid to sign, Mr. Driscoll.
I don't want the damn thing. I don't want anything to do with him and his magic mirrors. I don't want any part of any of it.
I don't think you really have a choice, Mr. Driscoll. That was a park we saw through the looking glass before the sergeant here smashed it. And if they have a park, we have solar energy. We couldn't change it if we wanted to.
A park where there was a desolate wasteland only a few minutes ago. But wait, it wasn't a few minutes ago at all, was it? It was over 2,000 years in the future. And what this implies is that there are at least two quite different futures, both possible, which in turn implies that we have, at this exact point in world history, reached a crossroad. I'll be back shortly. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised if one day, before too terribly long, we hear that solar energy is in the process of being harnessed. In any case, I believe that 6D48M, alias Sid Jones, has given us something to think about. Let's hope the right people do the right kind of thinking. Our cast included Ann Shepard, Jack Grimes, Evie Juster, Russell Horton, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of treachery and greed. A story we call Murder in G-Flat, starring Mr. Jack Benny.
Greetings, Pepito, my favorite free holy friar. What's on the menu?
The special, Senor Wilcox, is Autolite Stay Full battery.
You mean you're serving the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use?
See, what is better for quick, dependable starts, huh?
Ah, nothing's better than an Autolite Stay Full, that frisky friend of car owners from coast to coast. But?
You don't want one, senor?
Everybody wants an Autolite Stay Full. The buxom battery with fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking, and to keep the Autolite Stay Full battery power packed for paramount performance.
See, how you want it, senor?
Why, it's perfect just as it is, Pepito, and built to give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, have your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer serve your car an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
See. And remember,
you're always right with Autolite.
And now with Murder in G-Flat and the transcribed performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant, in here, sir, in the rec hall.
What's he doing in the rec hall?
Well, he thought he'd tune the piano while I was waiting, Lieutenant.
Sunday night. Why couldn't you guys pick a better night than Sunday night? My one day off, and I have to come down here.
Sorry we had to call you, Joe.
This the guy, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you.
That's it. C-flat. If I had my wrench...
This is the lieutenant.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Name?
My name is Remington. Hercules Remington.
That's it, Joe. We checked.
Huh.
Pardon me, Lieutenant, but my wife, Martha, is going to be awfully worried. You see, I haven't seen her since this morning. They told me...
You haven't seen your wife since this morning?
No, and I thought that if I could phone her and at least tell her where I am...
Where'd you pick him up?
Coney Island, Joe. He called us from there.
Yes, and I should have called my wife, too. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to seem persistent about
You'll have
this.
plenty of time later to call your wife. Now, give the lieutenant the story in detail, just like you told it to me on the way down here to the station.
What kind of work do you do, Remington?
Well, I'm a piano tuner, Lieutenant. Yours is out of tune. C-flat, Lieutenant. See, if I could get my bag, I'd tune...
Look, Remington, I haven't got all night. Now, either get on with your story or I'll have...
All right, Lieutenant. But I really would like to call my wife first.
Start your story.
All right. But if there's any explaining to be done to my wife, you guys will have to do it.
We'll be happy to. Now, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, Lieutenant, this whole mess started yesterday morning, Saturday. I got up, had breakfast with my wife, Martha, and my Uncle Herman. He's my black sheep uncle of the family. He's a carnival man, came to work at the World's Fair here, and has been living with us ever since. I think he ought to pay at least 1/3 of the rent, but Martha, well, she feels sorry for him. Anyway, I left the house around 10 o'clock on my way to the Lippin Ridge School of Music. I usually tune their pianos on the first Saturday of the month. You see, because there aren't any classes there on that Saturday. I catch the BMT at 57th and get off at Union Square. Well, yesterday morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. I carry a little ordinary brown bag with all my tools in it and usually lay it right next to me under the seat. I was just sitting there, thinking hard, wondering how I was going to meet the bills at the end of the month, when a man sat down next to me. He shoved something under the seat and just sat there staring ahead. B-flat, D-flat, B-flat, D-flat, B-flat, D-flat.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got carried away for a moment. 4 stops later, the man got up, reached under the seat, pulled out a little brown bag, and started for the door. I remember noticing he was bald-headed and wearing big black horn-rimmed glasses. For a minute, I thought he'd stolen my bag of tools, but I reached my hand under the seat and found my bag was still there. I remember sort of chuckling to myself, thinking of the coincidence that he'd been carrying the same type of bag. Well, anyway, I got off at Union Square and walked up to the Lippin Ridge School of Music on 14th. There are 4 floors there, a piano on each floor, and I usually start at the top and work my way down. Well, since the school doesn't have any classes on Saturday, the place was deserted. That one's sour. Yeah, D-flat. Well, I'll soon have that in shape. What the... I zipped open my bag to take out my tuning hammer and my wedges, but there were no tools in my bag. The tools were gone, and in their place were bundles and bundles of crisp $10 bills. And then it hit me. The little bald-headed man on the subway. The man who sat down next to me. This bag belonged to him. He picked up mine by mistake. There was no name on the bag, no identification of any kind. I started counting one of the bundles. Each bundle contained $1,000 in $10 bills, and there were 25 bundles. I had just come heir to $25,000. When I got home, Martha was washing some clothes out on the back porch, and Uncle Herman was rolling pennies for his pitch penny concession. I called both of them into the living room, pulled all the shades down, closed and locked all the doors, and set the bag on the table.
Hercules, what are you doing back home so soon?
What kind of nonsense is this, nephew?
Martha, Uncle Herman.
You look awful pale.
I guess I do.
Hercules, what's the matter with you?
Listen to me, both of you. I'm rich.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Hercules, at your age.
I'm not lying to you.
Look, I gotta get out.
You must be sick.
Look, will both of you be quiet for just a minute?
Sounds like he's drunk.
Are you sick, Hercules?
Look, I'm not sick and I'm not drunk. I've got it right here.
You've got what?
Look. Wow.
Hercules.
Now do you believe me? Now do you believe I'm not sick or drunk? Look at it. $25,000.
$25,000? That's a lot of money.
Hercules, where'd you get all this money?
I found it.
Found it?
Found it?
Yes.
Listen to me, Hercules Remington. Don't you lie to me. Where'd you get all that money?
I told you, Martha. I found it.
I haven't lived with you for 10 years for nothing. I know when you're lying to me. Now tell me, where'd you get all this money?
Okay, if I tell you the truth, I know you won't believe
Well, tell me anyway.
Well, all right. Look, this morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. And some little bald-headed man with black horn-rimmed glasses sat down next to me. When he got up to get off the subway, I noticed he was carrying a brown bag, just like mine. At first I thought it was mine. But mine was still under the seat. Anyway, when I got to the music school, I opened my bag, and all this money was in it.
Sounds fantastic.
Hercules.
But it's the truth. The little man picked up my bag by mistake. I searched this one for some identification, but there isn't any.
Then you mean the little bald-headed man has your bag with the tools in it?
I guess he does.
It seems odd that anyone would be carrying this much money around in a little brown bag.
Odd or not, the fact still remains that I didn't steal it.
Well, I guess there isn't any way that you can get a hold of this man, so we'll just have to turn the money over to the police.
The police?
Yes, I said the police.
But why?
Why? Good heavens, Hercules, you don't expect to keep this money.
Why not?
It isn't ours.
Why? Why isn't it ours? I found it. I didn't steal it, Martha.
Hercules.
Martha, don't you see? Maybe this is fate. Maybe we were meant to have this money. Maybe if
You're crazy. You're out of your head. You're talking like a madman, and I won't have it.
But, Martha...
You didn't come by this money honestly. It isn't legally yours.
Now, wait a minute, Martha. Maybe Hercules is
Now, you stay out of this, Uncle Herman. Hercules, you're going to take this money to the police.
No. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take this to the police or anyone else. Do you understand me? I'm not going to take this money to the police.
Hercules, I don't understand you at all. But mark my word, you'll pay for this.
Well,
don't pay no attention to her, nephew.
But why does she have to be that way? Why can't she understand me just this once? Why can't she see my side of it? See, I didn't steal this money.
No, you didn't, nephew.
And I'm going to keep it.
Sure you are, nephew. Sure you are. You're going to keep it.
You bet I am. The next morning, that was this morning, Sunday, Martha wouldn't speak to me at all. Her eyes were all red and puffed up. I could see that she'd been crying. And Uncle Herman wasn't doing much talking either. Martha just kept sniffling as she puttered around the stove. Martha, my peach isn't peeled.
Peel it yourself.
But
Here, I'll peel it for you, nephew.
Thanks, Uncle Herman. Martha, please, won't
Don't
you try...
talk to me.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Martha. After all, a man's got a right.
I told you once, Uncle Herman, you stay out of this. It's none of your business.
Sorry. She's plenty mad. Well, ain't you going to answer the phone?
Hello?
Mr. Remington?
Yes?
Hercules Remington?
Yes, who is this, please?
I want to return your bag of piano tools to you, Mr. Remington.
I
believe there was a slight mix-up. I believe in my haste I picked up your bag instead.
But how did you find me? I mean...
Oh, it was quite simple. There's only one piano tuner with the initials HR in New York City.
Well, what do you know?
You do want your piano tools back, don't you, Mr. Remington?
Listen to me.
I don't think you'd like the idea of not being able to tune any more pianos.
What?
And I'd like to have my bag returned.
Of course.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
Tonight.
Tonight?
At 9:30 tonight. Meet me at Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden?
At 9:30 at the 49th Street entrance. The door on the far end will be left slightly open. And please be prompt, Mr. Remington, with my brown bag. You see, it will displease my business partner considerably if he finds I've lost the bag.
No, all right. The 49th Street entrance, the door on the far end.
Hercules, what's wrong? Well, you're as white as a ghost.
I am?
You sure are.
I guess I should be. That was the little bald-headed man with horn-rimmed glasses, Uncle Herman. I've just lost $25,000. Uncle Herman went in the living room to read the Sunday paper, and I went in the bedroom to tell Martha about the phone call. But she wasn't there. In fact, she wasn't anywhere in the house. She was gone, and I figured that she'd probably gone over to her sister's house. I was so nervous the rest of the afternoon I couldn't eat a thing. I left the house for Madison Square Garden about 9 o'clock. From riches to rags in about 24 hours. And I was back riding the subway. I walked up 8th Avenue to the garden. I turned and walked up 49th Street to the entrance and stopped. Sure enough, one of the doors on the far end was open a little, just as the little man had told me it would be. I slipped in through the open door. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Is there anyone here? What the? I stumbled over something and almost fell. I struck a match and looked down at a body. The body of the little man in horn-rimmed glasses. His head was all covered with blood. I started to blow out the match, and then something caught my eye. Lying next to his body was my brown bag with the initials HR. And next to the bag, covered with blood, was my tuning hammer.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Murder in G-Flat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Senor Wilcox, why does the Autolite Stay Full battery need water like Pepito needs a hole in the head?
Well, Pepito, the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use because that consistently conserving and constantly cooperating battery has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without stay-full features.
And why is the Autolite Stay Full strong as a bull, senor?
Because of the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate. They prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
Greater convenience and dependable starting, yes, senor?
Right, Pepito. And in addition, the Autolite Stay Full battery gives you longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And all these make the Stay Full welcome a siesta after fiesta. Eh, senor?
Right you are. So, friends, visit your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Your Autolite battery man is fully equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service because
you are always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Murder in G-Flat, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Please, Lieutenant, may I call my wife? I want to...
Finish your story first, Mr. Remington. You can call her after that.
Oh, all right.
Now, you were standing over the body of this man in Madison Square Garden. You found your tuning hammer next to the body.
Yes, my tuning hammer. Let me tell you, Lieutenant, I was scared. Plenty scared. Here I was standing over a dead man in Madison Square Garden. And clutched in my hand was his brown bag containing $25,000. Who would kill me? Who would... But I couldn't stop to think about that now. I had to get out of there, and fast, and take my bag and hammer lying on the floor with me. I started to reach for my bag when a sound, G-flat. Someone had opened up a knife. Whoever it was coming toward me, I blew out the match and waited. Who was in that corridor with me? Was it the business partner of the little man? Was it... I started to move backwards, and then a big black figure loomed up at me. With all my strength, I brought the brown bag swinging up from the floor. I ran until I thought my legs would drop. My mind was all fogged up now. I couldn't think straight. Who was the guy who just tried to kill me? One thing I knew for sure, I had to get rid of this money until I could think things out. But where? Where could I get rid of it? I neared the corner of 59th and 8th Avenue and then saw a bus terminal. Why not? A public locker in the bus station. I opened the door and walked in.
Scranton, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, leaving in 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, in about 20 minutes.
Excuse me, mister. I'd like to have a key for a locker.
Just a second.
G-sharp.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
What do you know? I haven't got an empty one right now. Have to wait a little while.
You mean out of all of these hundreds of lockers, you haven't got one empty?
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you can see for yourself. A lot of servicemen in town over the weekend.
Well, how long will it be?
10, 15 minutes, maybe a couple hours.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll sit over there. I bought a paper at the newsstand and sat down on one of the benches. I didn't even know what I was reading. I just kept... And then I saw it. On page 2. A complete account of a robbery that had occurred on Friday night at one of the downtown post offices. 2 bandits had escaped with $25,000 in $10 bills. This was it. It must have been. But would the police believe a story like that? Of course they wouldn't. I had the money, and it was my tuning hammer there, lying next to the body in the garden. I got out of that bus terminal in a hurry and walked up 8th Avenue. Where could I go? The only place I could think of was Coney Island. Coney Island and Uncle Herman and his pitch penny concession. It was late, and the island amusement park was almost deserted. It was cold and close to 11. Uncle Herman was leaning against the side of his concession as I walked up.
Why, nephew, what are you doing out this way?
Uncle Herman, quick, let's go in back.
All right. There ain't no customers anyway. Yeah. Now, what happened, Hercules?
Did you give the money back to the man?
I went to meet him at the garden, just like he told me. But when I got there and I found him, he was dead.
Dead?
He'd been beat over the head with my tuning hammer.
Why, Hercules.
I was just about to grab my hammer and bag and get out of there when someone made a lunge at me in the dark. But I got away. I went to a bus terminal to put the money in a locker. I had to wait. And then I read that the money is stolen post office money.
Oh, you got yourself in a mess, nephew.
I'm frantic. I don't know what to do. That's why I came here.
Well, I'm glad you did, nephew. Glad you did.
But what am I going to do?
Well, best thing would be to go back and get that hammer and bag. Leave the money here. I'll hide it for you.
But maybe I ought to go to the police.
You can't go to the police with that story. They'd never believe you, Hercules.
I know.
Bring your bag and come with me, nephew. I got a hiding place for that money that no one will ever find.
Uncle Herman locked his place up, and then he led me over to the fun house. It was closed now, and the place was all dark. But Uncle Herman had a key. He led me up some stairs to a high ramp that people climb on, to slide down the big chute. He stopped at one of them.
Here, nephew. Right under this top chute, we'll just pry one of the boards loose a little and slip the bag with the money underneath. No one in the world will ever look for it. There we are. Now, give me the bag, nephew.
Here you are, Uncle Herman. Are you sure that no one will find it here?
Absolutely, nephew. You and I are the only ones who know where it is. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, hand me the bag.
Here you are.
That's it. Now, let's just check to make sure that...
What's the matter, Uncle Herman?
Where's the money, nephew?
The money? What are you talking about? It's in the...
Is this what you call money? Why, this bag's got nothing in it but bundles of torn newspaper.
I don't understand.
Hercules, dear nephew, what did you do with the money?
I don't know. It was in there. You saw it yourself when I brought it home.
This a scheme of yours, Hercules?
Scheme?
Trying to cheat on your dear old uncle, aren't you, Hercules?
Uncle Herman, what are you talking about?
Where's the money, Hercules?
G-flat. That knife. G-flat.
This ain't no time to play games with your Uncle Herman, Hercules.
Uncle Herman, where were you tonight?
What's that, Hercules?
G-flat. Your knife. It's G-flat.
Looks like this thing has got you going, Hercules.
It was you in the garden, wasn't it, Uncle Herman? You killed him.
Let's not waste any more time, nephew. Now tell me where that money is.
I don't know.
Stop lying to your dear uncle, Hercules.
I'm not lying.
I usually use this knife to scale fish. The smell of fish is stronger than the smell of blood.
But I tell you, I don't know where that money is.
You're lying to me. You came down here just to throw me off, didn't you? Make me think you lost the money.
Uncle Herman, stay away from me.
All right, Hercules. So you won't tell your dear uncle.
He rushed at me with the knife. I stepped back, tripped over the board he had pried loose, and fell down. But Uncle Herman... He went hurtling over me, head over heels down the long slide. And I got back down at the bottom of the slide chute. He was dead.
The uncle had his neck broken, Lieutenant.
What about the money?
Well, Mr. Remington's wife turned it over to the authorities this morning about 11 o'clock. She said the money wasn't his, and she didn't want him carrying it around.
Well, I guess that'll be all, Mr. Remington. You can go now.
But isn't it dangerous? I mean, the partner is still...
We picked up his business partner a few hours after the robbery.
Oh.
But just in case you happen to come across another $25,000 that doesn't belong to you, promise me that you'll get in touch with the authorities, will you, Mr. Remington?
Oh, I've learned my lesson, Lieutenant. Believe you me, I have.
Yeah, good.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I almost forgot. I got to call my wife. She's probably frantic by now.
There's a payphone right outside in the corridor.
Payphone?
Yeah, right around the corner. You can't miss it.
Well, she's waited this long. I think I'll just tell her when I get home.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Ah, fine meal, Pepito. So long.
Hey, no dessert, Senor Wilcox?
I never desert, Pepito. I'm always faithful to those 400 fine products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats made by Autolite in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and many more. And they're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in Early to Death. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as James Stewart, Ann Baxter, and Rosalind Russell. All on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder in G-Flat was written for Suspense by Richard George Fettuccini. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Joseph Kearns was heard as Uncle Herman, Bea Benaderet as Martha, and Larry Thor as the Lieutenant. Others in the cast were Clayton Post, Jack Crucian, and Paul Frees. Jack Benny may be heard each Sunday on CBS on his own radio program, The Jack Benny Show.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in a story about a mysterious airplane crash in the mountains of Mexico. A tale we call Early to Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite Resistor Type or Standard Type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Tonight, Autolite salutes the men and women leaders in boys' clubs all over America. This is National Boys Club Week, a time to remember that our boys' clubs serve the boy, the community, and the nation by training tomorrow's leaders today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you the easiest way I know to get the reputation of being the perfect host. Next time friends come over for dinner, before you sit down to the table, serve glasses of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. I say Petri Sherry because Petri Sherry is extraordinary sherry. You can tell by looking at it. Hold it to the light. Notice how clear it is. Notice its beautiful, deep amber color. And you can tell Petri Sherry is unusual from just a whiff of its fragrance. And, of course, in the last analysis, you can tell just how fine a wine Petri Sherry is by tasting it. That's the best test of all. And that's where you'll get the most pleasant surprise, because Petri Sherry really tastes wonderful. A flavor right from the heart of the grape. So serve Petri Sherry to your family and your friends, and serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's not keep him waiting.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. You'll forgive me if I don't get up, won't you, my boy?
Of course, Doctor. What's the matter, a touch of rheumatism?
No, I played 18 holes of golf today.
I hope that when I'm your age, Doctor, I can be half as sprightly.
Oh, it's very nice of you, but if you don't mind, we won't discuss the question of my age. So draw up your chair, make yourself comfortable, and I'll get on with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Well, from the hints you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a spooky story.
It was, Mr. Bartell. It certainly was. Towards the end of November in the year 1895, a dense yellow fog had settled down over London. For 4 or 5 days, it was impossible from our rooms in Baker Street to see the outline of the houses opposite.
A real London pea souper, huh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy, and it became most depressing. The first day, Holmes had spent in cross-indexing his huge book of criminal references. The second and third had been patiently occupied with a subject which he had recently made his hobby, the music of the Middle Ages. But when on the fourth day, on pushing back our chairs after breakfast, we saw the greasy, heavy brown swirl still drifting past us and condensing in oily drops upon the window panes, Sherlock Holmes's impatient and active nature could endure this drab existence no longer. He paced restlessly about our sitting room, chafing against the inaction. After several minutes of these perambulations, he turned to me and spoke.
Anything of interest in the paper, Watson?
There's news of a revolution, a possible war, and of an impending change in the government. Nothing to interest you, though. No crimes of any importance.
The London criminal is certainly a dull and unenterprising fellow these days. Look out of the window, Watson. See how the figures loom up, are dimly seen and then blend once more into the foggy depths. What a day for a thief or a murderer. He could roam London as the tiger does the jungle, unseen until he pounces, and then evident only to his victim.
That's a cheerful thought, I must say. Hello. I wonder who that is.
Probably a visitor for Mrs. Hudson, or perhaps the local plumber has finally condescended to pay some attention to the faulty gas jet in our hallway.
I don't think you're right on either count. I can hear Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs.
Come in. Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but there's a gentleman to see you. Says it's most important, and he asked me to give you this card,
Oh,
sir.
thank you. Oh, Mortimer Harley, eh? Show him up, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir.
Mortimer Harley, and who's he?
I've not had the pleasure of meeting him personally, but I'm quite familiar with his scientific reputation.
Scientific? And what does he specialize?
Oh, I suppose one might refer to him as one of the greatest authorities on all matters connected with the occult.
You mean the fellow dabbles in supernatural stuff and all that sort of thing?
I mean, my dear Watson, that Mortimer Harley is an extremely intelligent man with a thoroughly comprehensive and scholarly knowledge of his field and an intense belief in the existence of the supernatural force. Here he is to speak for himself. Oh, come in, Harley. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Harley?
How do you do, Doctor?
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. Well, you fellas are probably wondering who I am and what's brought me here.
Well, we're not wondering who you are, Mr. Harley. My friend Holmes was just telling me of your scientific eminence.
I'm flattered that you know of me, Holmes. Just the same, you're wondering why I'm here.
Naturally, sir.
Well, since you know I'm a student of the occult, I'll get right down to my problem. Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the headless monk of Trevennis Chapel?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Harley. An apparition to be counted among our more intangible national treasures, I should say.
I'm sorry to appear stupid, but I have never heard of the headless monk of whatever it is, Chapel.
Well, then, let me tell you about it, Doctor.
Yes, I wish you would.
Trevennis Manor in Cornwall was once an abbey. It was expropriated during the reign of Henry VIII, and several of the monks were killed in some of the minor difficulties attendant on such an act. But one of the murdered monks, a certain Brother Hugh, the chapel organist, was persistent. He still haunts the chapel today. He still plays the organ, and since he was beheaded, he always appears headless.
It's a charming little legend, Mr. Harley, but you don't expect us to believe it's anything but a legend, surely.
Ah, skeptic, eh? How about you, Mr. Holmes?
I'm extremely curious to know why you've come to see me, Mr. Harley.
I'll tell you why. I have a rare opportunity to investigate the phenomena. You see, the son of an old friend of mine, a young fellow by the name of Leonard Miles, is secretary to the owner of Trevennis Manor. He asked me to stay there, and I find the invitation irresistible, particularly since The phenomena have curiously increased of late, Mr. Holmes, almost as though some more mortal agency were motivating them.
Oh. Now I see why you've come to me, Mr. Holly.
I knew you would, Holmes. You see, I'm like my good friend and fellow investigator, Carnacki. I believe in being prepared to meet phenomena on either the natural or the supernatural plane. If the phenomena are real, then they fall legitimately in my field.
Whereas if, as I'm sure you suspect, they are being contrived by human forces, then you think that's more in my department, eh, Holly?
Exactly.
Well, what do you say, Holmes? A little trip to Cornwall would be a nice few days. We'd probably escape the fog down there.
Oh, the place is with the weather, Watson.
What?
I'm much more concerned with the fog that surrounds the appearances of the headless monk of Trevennis Chapel. Mr. Harley, I accept your invitation with pleasure. There's still time to catch the Cornish Express. We can be at Trevennis Manor before the moon is up.
Don't you think that we should go to the manor house first, Mr. Harley, instead of coming straight here to the chapel?
No, I don't, Doctor. We'll see enough of the others when we're at the house. I couldn't resist taking a look at the chapel in the moonlight. You understand, don't you, Holmes?
Oh, yes, perfectly. I must say it's a fascinating piece of architecture.
Yes, it's practically a ruin, though. I don't imagine it's been in use for some time.
And yet it's been standing for well over 400 years, I should say. Let's explore inside, shall we?
Hello? Who's this funny-looking fellow coming down the steps towards us?
If I didn't hear the sound of his footsteps, I'd believe it was a psychic manifestation. He certainly looks as if he came from beyond the grave.
Who be ye, gentlemen, and where be ye going?
Well, supposing you tell us who you are first, my good man.
Who be I? I be David Pendragon, sir. That's who I be, stable hand here at the manor. And I ask you gentlemen again, where you be going?
We're staying at the manor, and we're just going to take a look at the chapel.
Oh, don't ye do that, sir. People that go in there don't often come out the way they go in, sir. Don't ye do it, gentlemen.
What are you talking about, my good fellow?
I be talking about the ghoulies and the ghosties and the organ music that comes out of the nowheres.
You've heard it?
Of course I heard it, sir. Just like I seen the poor monk walking around without his head on.
Take us into the chapel, will you? And show us where you saw the figure?
Aye, that I will not, sir. Not for all the gold in Porthcawl will I go back and chance seeing the poor lost soul wandering about without his head on. If you gentlemen know what's good for ye, you'll not go in there either. Mark my words. Don't he go in that chapel.
Extraordinary chap. Seems really frightened of the place.
Yes, but it's more than blind superstition that accounts for his reluctance. Let's go in, shall we?
Well, I suppose it's all right. Great Scott! Listen to that. The organ. The ghost's playing it.
We're extremely fortunate. A psychic manifestation as soon as we enter. Remarkable.
Psychic manifestation rubbish. Look who's sitting at the keyboard. It's Holmes. Holmes?
What's the matter, Watson?
What's the matter? You frightened us to death, didn't he, Holly?
Well, speaking for myself, Doctor, it disappointed me. I thought it was a genuine phenomenon.
What do you think you're doing, Holmes? I thought you were still behind us.
I'm sorry if I frightened you, Watson. I was curious about this organ. I slipped in by the side door ahead of you and tested the instrument. It's in astonishingly good condition for a disused chapel, don't you think, Harley?
Yes, I do, Holmes.
One might reasonably presume that someone tends it with great care. In fact, I would go further and say...
What are you doing in here?
We are guests at the manor house, and we decided to pay a visit to the chapel before we paid our respects to our host.
Oh, my father is your host. I'm Dorothy Brownlee.
How do you do, Dorothy? My name is Holmes, and these gentlemen are Dr. Watson and Mr. Harley.
How do you do, Dr. Watson? Mr. Harley. I heard the organ music, and I was terribly frightened. You've heard of the legend, I suppose.
You mean about the headless monk and the ghostly organ and music, Miss Brownlee?
Yes, Doctor. And it's more than a legend, I assure you. That's why I rushed over here as soon as I heard it. It must have frightened all the servants within hearing distance. Why were you playing the organ?
I was curious to see whether it was in good repair.
Obviously it is, Mr. Holmes. Well, my father and his secretary, Mr. Miles, are expecting you, I know. Let's walk over to the house, shall we? I'm sure you've seen enough of the chapel for tonight. Father, This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Brownlee?
How do you do? This is my secretary, Leonard Miles.
How do you do, Mr. Miles? Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I'm afraid Mr. Brown is rather angry with me. I hadn't told him that you were an expert on psychic phenomena, Mr. Harley.
I fail to see why the knowledge of that fact should make you angry, Mr. Brownlee.
I don't want you ferreting about into this so-called ghost business. There's been enough trouble in the neighborhood already. It's almost impossible to keep servants, and these Cornish people are incredibly superstitious.
You haven't seen the ghost yourself, Mr. Brownlee?
Oh, of course not. There isn't any ghost, I tell you.
You heard the mysterious organ playing?
No, I haven't. And I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what is it?
David Pendragon's at the door. He's very anxious to see you, sir.
Pendragon? Oh, very well. Tell him to come in.
Yes, sir.
David? What does he want, I wonder?
Pendragon, that's the fellow we met outside the chapel, isn't it?
Yes, quite a colorful character.
Oh, he's a superstitious old fool, if you ask me. But he is a good groom. Yes, Pendragon, what is it?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there be trouble at the chapel again tonight. I says to myself, David, 'tis your duty to go to the master, I says.
Never mind. What's the trouble?
As the moon was hanging low tonight, sir, I hears the organ a-playing.
But that was Mr. Holmes, my good man.
Aye, that's what he thinks, maybe. But what I says to myself is, what made him play the organ? And then this very night, I saw the headless monk. With my own eyes, I saw that poor soul with his head off, wandering in the moonlight. I saw that, sir, with my own eyes, I did.
Oh, get out of here, you blithering old fool. And I'm warning you, if I hear any more nonsense about this ghost, you'll lose your job, you understand? Now, come along, be off with you.
Aye, sir, begging your pardon, sir.
Come on, I'll give you chaps a drink.
Mr. Brownlee seems absolutely rabid on the subject of the ghost, eh?
Yes. Suspiciously so. What about he's trying to hide?
Whatever it is, I don't think he'll be successful. In your profession, Holmes, you know that murder will out. It's true in my profession also. Try to suppress them as you may, gentlemen. Ghosts will out.
Well, Holmes, this place may be haunted, but I swear that I never spent a better night anywhere.
And I've never eaten a better breakfast. Pass me another kipper, will you, old chap?
Oh, well,
Thank you.
I heard you moving about quite late. You been out?
Yes. I had another talk with David Pendragon, as well as some of the other servants. It was quite illuminating. Good morning, Mr. Harley.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
I'm glad to see I'm not the only late riser.
Oh, were you up late too, sir?
Yes, I was, Doctor. I decided to ignore the veiled threats of Mr. Brownlee, and so I did a little investigating in the chapel. Do you mind passing the teapot?
And what were the results of your investigations, Mr. Harley?
Well, there was no psychic manifestation, you understand, but I'm sure of one thing. That chapel is evil. Evil to the hearts of its stones. And I'll swear that evil does not stem from the hapless monk who was murdered there.
You confirm certain suspicions aroused by my own investigations last night. There is evil here, Mr. Harley, and I think I know its nature. Unless I mistake every sign and reaction, someone has been initiating the local peasantry into the evils of the Black Mass.
Black Mass? Good Lord, what a shocking thought.
My own sensations last night confirm your theory, Holmes. There is a coven here, I swear it, hiding its own obscene practices under cover of the haunting.
Well, that sounds quite feasible. After all, the people are so superstitious that they'd keep as far away as possible from the chapel when they heard the organ playing.
This problem falls into both our fields, Harley. The practice of black magic is a criminal offense.
Perhaps it's just as well the old laws against witchcraft are still in force.
I imagine, Mr. Harley, that you have your own methods of combating such forces as we're up against?
Oh, yes, Holmes, though mine are not connected with the legal aspects of the case, of course.
May I ask what you plan to do, sir?
Well, I have several rather elaborate preparations to make, Doctor. It'll take me most of the day, I'm afraid. However, I shall explain them to you all after dinner tonight.
It's very pleasant to sit here after a good dinner with a superb brandy at one's elbow and listen to the piano being so charmingly played.
You're very kind, Doctor.
Want to play something more, Miss Brownlee?
I'd love to.
Are you enjoying your stay down here,
Oh,
Mr.
very
Holmes?
much, thank you. Both Mr. Harley and I have found the local folklore extremely interesting.
I see. You fellows haven't been investigating the haunted chapel business again, have you?
Now, look here. If you have, I shall be very angry. It's abusing my hospitality. I told you distinctly I didn't want any more talk of ghosts.
We are not talking of ghosts, my dear Mr. Brownlee. I have something even more important that I must fight now. It's possibly a little hard to imagine me as a crusader, me, the stooped little man, beside the four of you, as toweringly tall a quartet of men as I have ever faced, and yet I am your St. George.
What on earth are you talking about, sir?
I'll tell you in secrecy. This mustn't reach the ears of the peasantry. I refer to myself as St. George because I go to wipe out an evil that lives in your midst, a living, modern dragon.
Oh, please, Mr. Harley, that sounds dreadfully frightening.
And to rid you all of this fiend, I must cleanse the chapel, purify it, exorcise it, remove its residue of psychic evil. That, gentlemen, is my mission tonight.
Dorothy!
She's fainted.
Get some smelling salts, quickly.
I'm afraid you were a little too graphic, Mr. Harley.
I'm sorry if I frightened the young lady, but I'm sure that after tonight she will have no further grounds for fear in Trevenice Manor.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
Did you hear anything?
Nothing but the owls and the clock striking midnight.
I'm getting awfully jumpy. What do you suppose Harley's up to?
I can imagine his procedure. Midnight, the crucial hour, I suppose, in his endeavors. I wish him luck. My own plans are not nearly as clear, unfortunately. I sense a guiding force here, but I lack the clues.
There is something, Holmes. Listen.
Great heavens! It's the organ in the chapel.
And Harley's in there alone.
Not alone. Listen to the organ. Pealing forth its madness. Come on, Watson. Something has gone horribly wrong.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. You know, a moment ago, I told you how much I thought you'd like Petri California Sherry. But I didn't tell you that Petri Sherry is the all-round, all-American wine. You can not only serve Petri Sherry before dinner, it's good after dinner, too. And, of course, later in the evening, when you're listening to the radio with some friends, a glass of Petri Sherry is just the thing. And say, Petri makes two kinds of sherry, the regular and Petri Pale Dry. To make sure you get the one that you like best, do what I do. Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. Dr. Watson, that was a heck of a place to break off your story.
Then let us continue it as speedily as possible, my boy. As soon as we heard that devilish organ music, Holmes and I rushed out of the house and raced in the moonlight down the path leading to the ruined chapel. By the time we reached the entrance, the organ music had ceased, and the tall, gangling figure of David Pendragon was standing in our path.
What be you gentlemen be wanting at this
Never
time
mind
of
that.
night?
What are you doing here?
I be here because the gentleman gave me 5 shillings to stand outside here and see that no one disturbed him. That's why I be here. And nobody did come or go. He still be there, he be.
But when you heard that organ music, why the devil didn't you go in?
Organ music? I heard no organ music,
come on,
sir.
Watson.
Great heavens. Look at him.
We're too late. Poor devil. A knife through his heart.
It's obvious who did it, that fellow Pendragon. I'll go and grab him before he gets away.
Watson, he's not our man. This murder was planned with devilish cunning.
It's a curious thing. There's no sign of a struggle at all. Looks as if he just stood here and allowed himself to be stabbed.
Are these chalk marks with which the body is surrounded? What is known as a pentagram, I believe. He thought it would protect him completely from the supernatural forces.
Poor chap. For once, his researches went too far.
Yes, because they touched not on the supernatural, but upon natural evil. And remember, Watson, that only 3 people besides ourselves and David Pendragon knew of this vigil.
Yes, Brownlee, his daughter, and young Miles, the secretary.
Exactly. Go back to the house, will you? And bring them here. And perhaps we can lay a ghost by trapping a murderer.
And that's all I know, Mr. Holmes.
Well, you've not established much so far, Holmes. The three of them all swear that they were asleep and that they didn't hear the organ.
Yes, and you can't prove otherwise,
I think I
Holmes.
can prove that one of you was not only awake, but also murdered, Mortimer Harley.
But why should any of us want the poor man dead,
In
Mr.
your
Holmes?
case, young lady, I confess that I find it hard to conceive a motive.
Implying that Mr. Brownlee and I might have one?
Well, Mr. Miles, you must admit that you're responsible for Mr. Harley coming here.
And you, Mr. Brownlee, must admit that you did everything in your power to prevent the dead man from carrying out his investigations. Why? What were you trying to hide?
Nothing. It's just that I wanted to sell the manor house. All this talk about ghosts was giving the place a bad name. And if it had gone on, I'd never have disposed of the property.
Well, speculation can get us nowhere. Let's get down to facts. Is there any other entrance to this chapel besides the two doors?
None.
Oh, there was an old smuggler's cave which came out near the organ loft, but Father had it bricked up some years ago.
I had to. The tourists kept crawling in.
Go and examine it, will you, Watson, old chap?
All right, sure, Holmes.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Holmes, it seems obvious who did this murder.
You told us David Pendragon admitted that no one went in or out as he stood guard. He must have done it himself. Oh, the man's half-witted.
And superstitious. He might have killed Mr. Harley because he was attempting to interfere with a ghost.
And then played the organ to celebrate the occasion? I think you overestimate David Pendragon's capabilities, Miss Brownlee. Mr. Miles.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Pendragon is waiting outside. Would you be kind enough to ask him to come here for a moment, please?
Certainly.
What did you find out, Watson?
Well, it's easy to see where it was bricked up, but it's a solid wall now. No one could get in that way.
But if no one came in or out, who else could have killed Harley except Pendragon?
The ghost, or rather the person disguised as a ghost. The dead man expected a psychic manifestation. When he saw the supposed ghost coming towards him, he offered no resistance. He believed that the magical pentagram would protect him. Ah, there you are, David.
Aye, here I be, sir. But I don't know nothing more than what I told thee.
No, don't be frightened, Pendragon. All we want is the truth.
That's what I told thee, sir.
And tell us a little more, will you? When you said no one had entered the chapel tonight, you meant that no mortal man had entered, didn't you?
That I did, sir. But how could I say I'd seen the ghost when Mr. Brownlee here had told me I'd lose my job if I spoke of the ghost again?
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. So you did see the ghost?
That I did, sir. The poor soul walking through the moonlight with no head on his body.
You saw it quite clearly?
Just as clearly as I sees you now, sir.
How tall was he?
He was... Would you mind standing against the wall, sir?
Yes, of course.
He was as tall as... Well, his shoulders come to just where your shoulders come now, sir.
You're a tall man, then, so we narrow it down to either you, Mr. Brownlee, or you, Mr. Miles.
But this is utterly ridiculous.
Of course it is.
On the contrary, gentlemen, the case is solved.
Which one of them was it, Holmes?
Neither. Remember that the ghost is headless. That means that the impostor must have built up fake shoulders covering the head. On either of these men, it would have brought their shoulders to the level of my head.
Great Scott, it was...
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. I didn't think you'd catch me.
Dorothy! No, I don't believe
Miss Brownlee, I must warn you that...
Keep back. Don't any of you come near me. As you see, I have a revolver.
Dorothy, for heaven's sake!
Don't speak to me of heaven. You thought I was a sweet little girl, didn't you, Father? You didn't know your dear, demure daughter could murder a man, did you?
Why did you kill Mortimer Harley?
Because he was a meddler. For months I've been practicing black magic here. For months I've been building up the legend of the headless monk and the organ music. It made me so wonderfully alone, so gloriously free to practice the rites. And then he came here. I let him live that first night because I thought he was a fool. But on the second, when he said he was going to exorcise this chapel, to purify it, as he said, he signed his death warrant. If you could have seen his face, if you could only have seen his stupid, startled face as I plunged the knife into him.
Dorothy!
He bled so beautifully.
Holmes, she's mad as a hatter. What are we going to do?
Brownlee, give me that revolver.
And let you take me to prison or an asylum? No, you'll never catch me.
She's backing up the stairs leading to the organ loft.
Dorothy, come back!
Don't try and follow me.
Look out! The railing's behind you.
And turn my head. Oh, no, Mr. Holmes,
Dorothy! My poor little girl.
Mr. Brownlee, the powers of evil are frightening. Your daughter had killed one man and might have killed more. She was insane. Hopelessly insane.
Doctor, that was quite an exciting story. You know, you and Holmes have worked on many cases that seem to deal with the supernatural.
Yes, I must say, Mr. Bartell, that every one of them, when solved, disclosed the work of an evil mind rather than that of an evil spirit.
The part I particularly liked about tonight's story was the organ music. There's something eerie, something almost ghostly about organ music.
Yes, and there's nothing more beautiful.
You know, I wish I could play the organ and write music for it. There's nothing like music to really express a thought.
Yes, I can just imagine the kind of music that you'd write. Probably catchy little ditties such as, "The Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you drink, remember Petri wine."
Oh, no, Doctor. Is that the way I affect you? Although on the level, you could probably write beautiful music to describe the way the grapes look on the vine in the sunlight. But what music could tell you about the Petri family and how long they've been making fine wine? You know, the Petri family has been making wine for generations, handing on down from father to son, the knowledge necessary to transform luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into delicious, fragrant wine. And when you see that name Petri on a bottle of wine, remember, you're not looking at a mere trademark. That name Petri is the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle meets their unusually high standards. Petri wine is always good wine. It's got to be, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me think. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that started quietly enough as Holmes and I sat at a London dinner party, and yet, before the evening was over, we found ourselves involved in one of the most shocking scandals that ever rocked London society.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Trust. To trust someone. What does that mean? I suppose that in simple terms it means you feel sure that a certain person will not let you down, that you can put complete confidence in him or her. Assuredly, trust ranks among the strongest expressions of the human psyche. Yet it is also the most delicate and vulnerable, as Claudia Hammond found out.
Mary, they're going to kill me. He's going to kill me.
Now, Claudia, you've just got to put such terrible thoughts out of your head.
In heaven's name, Mary, how can I? You saw the letter from Todd's mistress. The woman Todd's making love to behind my back. You know what it said.
And I don't believe one word of it. Not one single word. Because your husband loves you, Claudia. You have nothing to fear from him.
Except one thing.
What one thing?
Death.
mystery drama, Trapped, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Nina Foch. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you buy a mid-sized car, you expect certain things from it. Mainly, a reasonable combination of comfort and economy. Well, friend, Buick has a mid-size to meet your expectations. The 1975 Century Regal. It's a joy to look at, a joy to ride in, and Buick's new V6 engine makes it a joy to drive, especially past gas stations.
Buick Century Regal, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone. Stanley Myron Handelman.
Did you know you can have a college grad's career without 4 years of college? All you need is a year or two of technical education to work in fields like engineering, health service, automotive design, and forestry. The facts are in a free booklet called 25 Technical Careers in 2 years or less. Just write, Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
At McDonald's, we give you good service. So when you come to our place, we give you more than fast service. We give you a smile and a thank you. Count on it.
You can count on our smiles. You can count on our speed. You deserve a great today at McDonald's.
Fast and friendly, and you can count on it.
Well, now, this thing, trust. It's as strong as tempered steel, yet as delicate as, a piece of porcelain. Strong because it grows slowly, deeply, in the compost of unselfish deed. Example, you would not trust me on brief acquaintance, but if I did several unselfish things for you, you would say, I trust E.G. because my welfare means more to him than his own. Yet, should I do one selfish thing, for whatever reason, and your trust, your confidence in me would crack, perhaps even shatter.
No, Claudia. When you want to sit up in bed, you let me adjust the pillows. That's what I'm here for.
Dear heaven, Mary, can't I exert myself at all?
Not if you want to recover from your heart condition. Bed rest. That's what Dr. Stein ordered, and that is what I am paid to see you get.
Money can never repay you for all your care.
Oh, now I'm rewarded in other ways, in watching you get better.
Huh, better?
You are getting better. Oh, it's slow, but you mustn't despair.
Mailman.
Todd, darling.
In person. How's the most beautiful wife in the world doing today?
She's very well, Mr. Hammond.
Oh, it looks it, too. Rosy cheeks, bright blue eyes, shining gold hair. Give your actor husband a kiss.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of my actor husband, shouldn't you be at the theater?
Oh, I'll make it. Jerry kept me on the phone talking over the new film contract, and I wanted to sort the mail before taking off. Here's your batch.
Thank you, darling.
One more kiss. And I'm off. Take good care of her, Mary.
You know I will, Mr. Hammond. Well, now, let's see what your handsome mailman has brought today.
Now, let me open some, Mary.
All right, you can open these while I... Well, what's this?
What?
It's a letter addressed to Mr. Hammond. He must have overlooked it when he sorted the mail.
Huh?
Shell pink envelope. Perfumed. Woman's handwriting.
It's another mash note. Todd gets them by the gross. Open it, Mary. Let's see what it says.
Oh, should we?
Of course. Todd shows me all his fan mail.
Oh.
Well, you know, proposals of marriage and offers of love and, I don't know what all. What's the matter?
A matter?
The way you look when you open that letter. Mary, what is it? Now, let me see that letter.
No, Claudia. I'll just give it to Mr. Hammond when he...
Mary, please, let me have that letter.
All right.
What? read this?
Well, I glanced at it enough to...
Todd, dearest, of course I love you as deeply, passionately as you love me. And you're right. Claudia does stand between us. So, dearest heart, I've changed my mind. I will go along with your plan to put her out of the way. Signed, Margot.
Margot, whoever she is, could use the services of a psychiatrist.
You think this is just one of those crank letters?
Oh, what else could it be? Claudia, you don't think it's anything but that?
If it is, he'd have good reason.
What are you talking about?
I'm not a wife anymore. I'm a burden.
Now, I will listen to no more of that. That husband of yours doesn't just love you. He adores you.
Or acts as if he does.
All right. All right, have it your way. Now, it's time for you to take your tonic and have a nap.
I don't want any tonic.
You've got to have it. It's the one thing that really builds up your strength.
Strength? For what? To go on living?
Of course. Oh, Claudia, honey, what makes
you... If Todd doesn't love me anymore, I'd just as soon be dead. Todd? That you?
Sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to wake you. Just to look in on you.
Turn on a light.
No. Go back to sleep.
What time is it?
It's 2:30.
2:30? Where have you been till this hour?
With Jerry, talking film production this time. I'll be glad when he gets that picture deal straightened out. But come on now, back to sleep.
Aren't you going to kiss me goodnight?
Of course. Oh, hey, down, girl, down.
Oh, Todd, I love you so much.
Oh, no more than I love you, sweetheart. But you know what Dr. Stein said about
I don't care what he said. Oh, Todd, I want you. I want to be a wife to you. The wife I used to be.
You are a wife to me. The dearest, most adorable wife any man could have.
I'm an invalid. A millstone round your neck.
If that's the case, you're the prettiest millstone I've ever had around my neck. Good night now. Sleep well.
Todd?
Yes?
Who is Margot?
Margot? Margot who?
Just Margot. Who is she?
I don't know. I mean, why do you ask?
Nothing.
You must have a reason.
No. It's nothing. Good night.
Good night, dear.
A friend. No name. It's just signed a friend.
Oh, now this is getting to be... May I see that letter, Claudia? Thank you. Dear Claudia Hammond, you don't know me. We've never met. But I happen to know that your husband and a woman named Margot he has been seeing for months now plan to kill you. Oh, really?
Now, read the rest of it.
Guard yourself. Be careful what you eat. Above all, don't take any of the tonic your doctor prescribed unless you trust the person who gives it to you. Signed, a friend.
Mary, I'm scared.
You have nothing to worry about as long as I'm here. I feed you. I give you your tonic, and I take care of you. So what do you have to fear?
What about your day off?
Well, Mrs. Gates comes in then, and you can certainly trust her.
Oh, I don't know.
All right then. I won't take any days off.
But you can't.
Of course I can. At least until this whole silly, stupid thing is cleared up. And believe me, Claudia, that is what it is. It's silly and stupid.
I wish I could believe you.
Claudia, please.
I want Mary back. Get Mary back, Todd.
Dearest, I told you it's impossible.
I don't believe it. I don't.
Now, stop that. Stop it.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. But you can't go on letting your emotions run away with you. It could kill you.
It could.
You know it could. Now calm down and listen. Mary came to me this morning and said she had the offer of another job, nurse companion to an elderly and wealthy woman. I asked her what salary she'd be paid, hoping that I might meet it. But I couldn't. It's 3 times what we're paying her. And I
don't care. I want Mary.
Honey, I'm sorry, but you just can't have Mary.
Tell her I want to see her. I'll talk to her. I'll persuade her.
You can't talk to her. She's gone.
Gone?
She left an hour ago.
Left? Without saying goodbye?
She said to tell you she couldn't bear to face you.
Oh, I can't believe this. I simply can't.
Look, the world hasn't caved in. Mary was good, but there are other practical nurses. In fact, I'm going to run over to the agency right now to interview several.
Leaving me alone?
You're safe enough for an hour or so. You've been left alone before.
Never as alone as I am now.
What?
Nothing.
I won't be more than an hour, I promise.
What are you doing?
Giving you your tonic before I go.
No.
Sweetheart, you've got to take it.
No, I said no.
Okay. Won't hurt you to skip it for once. It isn't exactly a matter of life and death.
Isn't it? Who's there? Who's there, I say?
Don't be scared, Claudia. It's only me.
Oh, Mary.
I saw Mr. Hammond leave and took the chance. He forgot to ask me for my key.
But, Mary, why have you come back? Todd said you didn't want to see me. Didn't want to say goodbye because it would upset me.
Oh, now, why would I say anything like that? How could I possibly upset you more than he did by firing me?
He fired you?
Well, yes. Why do you think I left? Claudia, what did he tell you?
Well, that you had a better offer with some wealthy woman or other and that he couldn't afford to keep you as my nurse.
I see.
Mary, what is this?
Oh, honey, there was no offer of another job. He fired me. He told me to pack my things and get out and never come back.
Then he's getting ready to...
Now, it looks that way.
Oh.
But I'm going to call the police.
The police?
There's no other way. With me out of the house, you need protection.
But what can the police do? There's no proof Todd means to kill me.
There are the letters. You still have them, don't you?
Yes. But do you think they're enough, those letters, to convince the police? Won't they think what you thought at first? Crank letters?
Very likely, but they're all we have. Now, you keep them until I need them. And I'd better leave. He could come back any minute. Oh, here. I wrote it out for you. It's my telephone number. And you call me. You just call me anytime you need me.
Oh, Mary, I can't let you go.
I know, honey. I don't want to go. But we have no choice. But don't you worry. You are going to come out of this. Believe me.
Question is, will I come out of it alive? Hi, darling. Here I am. Bag and baggage.
Come in, sweetie. I'll show you your room. Mary's former room.
You got rid of her, I take it.
Fired her this morning.
Good.
But I told Claudia she'd left for another job, one that paid better. So careful you don't give the show away.
You don't have to worry about me, darling.
No, but just be careful what you do or say. The last thing we want is Claudia getting suspicious.
Leave it to me.
Now, this will be your room.
Nice.
And now, I'll introduce you to Claudia. Oh, did you decide on a name?
How does Catherine Brent suit you?
Not bad. Okay, let's put this show on the road. Catherine?
Trust, as I said, is both strong and delicate. I might also have said that it can be misplaced. As it virtually goes without saying, Claudia misplaced hers. It's a mistake to misplace one's trust. A serious, indeed a dangerous mistake. For Claudia, it may be the last mistake she'll ever make. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Give your hand to a friend.
Give your heart to your loves, but give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
A common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1? You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 tiny time pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
Kitchen appliances are power tools, too, just as much as drills and jigsaws. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you True Value hardware stores have that kind of power tool, too. Kitchen appliances that help cooks create. A West Bend party percolator, for instance. It makes a lot of coffee, 20 cups, and then keeps it hot. If you ever had to make coffee for 10 with a 9-cup percolator, you know the advantage of that. It has a durable polypropylene body and a 2-way spigot, just $9.99. And there's a Toastmaster broiler oven, one that cleans itself as it cooks. In one position, it broils and grills. Flip it over, and it bakes and roasts. It's just $32.88 at True Value hardware stores. And there's a Hamilton Beach 14-speed blender. It comes with 2 special plastic containers. You can blend food in them, then store them away in the refrigerator. Just $19.88. Kitchen appliances are power tools, too. Just a few of the values at participating True Value hardware stores.
Our theme is trust. Abiding faith of one person in the honesty of another. Yet who of us has not at one time or another been duped by a person in whom we reposed complete confidence? Or did we dupe ourselves? Did our very faith in another place too much of a burden on him or her? In sum, did we have the right to impose our trust on another?
Claudia, this is Catherine Brent, your new nurse. She's replacing Mary.
Hello, Mrs. Hammond. I'm delighted to meet you.
Well, aren't you going to say hello to Catherine?
Hello, Catherine.
I'll leave the two of you to get acquainted. Got to get to the theater. We're rehearsing a new second lead for tonight's performance. Goodbye, sweetheart. Take good care of her, Mark. Catherine.
Trust me, Mr. Hammond. I mean to take very good care of her. Well, now, Mrs. Hammond, what can I do for you? You can leave me alone. Very well. But there are some things I must do. See that you take your meals, your tonic. Oh, by the way, where is it? Your tonic. Oh, never mind, I see. This bottle here. And it's just about time for you to have it. I don't want it. Oh, tastes bad? Well, does it? No. Well, then why don't you want it? Don't you know? I'm not a mind reader, Mrs. Hammond. Neither am I. But I can read yours. In that case, you must know that I intend to give you your tonic whether you want it or not. You can't force me to take it. True. Well, then? I said I intended to give it to you whether you wanted it or not. I didn't say that I'd succeed. Clever, aren't you? Matter of fact, I am. Yes. I'm impressed. Does it help you, your cleverness, to steal other women's husbands? I beg your pardon? You heard me, Catherine. Well, it must taste bad. That's it, isn't it? Won't answer? Well, find out for myself. Tastes rather like a nice red wine. You sure you won't change your mind? You drank some. Oh, I hope you don't mind. Just a small glassful. Oh. Here now, won't you? That's it. That's better. What? Well, looks like I succeeded, after all. You are clever. Very clever.
And thank you, Dr. Stein. Thank you very much. Good night. Well, you heard what he said, Claudia.
Yes?
If you continue to refuse to eat, to drink, to take the tonic, you'll find yourself in such a weakened state that I don't know what'll happen to you.
I'll die. That's what you want, isn't it? Well, don't just stare at me. It is what you want.
Sweetheart, Dr. Stein said, he said if you don't keep your strength up, you'd begin to think all kinds of crazy things, delusions like that. And, damn it, sweetheart, I'm beginning to think you are.
It's no delusion. You do want me to die, to put me out of the way.
Claudia.
And I don't blame you. How could I? I mean, look at me. An invalid, so weak I can't even leave this bed. A useless woman. A useless wife.
Oh, Claudia.
You think I don't know how it must be for you? You're a man. Not just any man, but a Broadway star who could have any woman he wanted. And all you've got is me.
All I want is you.
Don't lie to me. Oh, please, don't do that. I couldn't bear that. You remember our promise to each other.
The promise?
You don't remember. And it isn't so long ago. We were so in love then. So in love. We promised we would trust each other. We sat in that little garden by the side of St. Bartholomew's Church on Park Avenue.
Oh, yes. I remember the promise now.
Have you kept it? Have you?
Claudia, you're weak. You're worn out.
Have you?
What are you doing to me? To yourself?
Have you?
Claudia. Claudia!
What is it? What's that?
Another heart seizure, I think.
Phone Dr. Stein.
He's not back in his office yet.
Phone anyhow. Get it on record that you phoned.
Yes.
Yes?
You decent? Can I come in?
Decent? You have got to be kidding, darling.
Stein just left.
And?
She'll be all right for a time. But he made it plain if she goes on refusing to eat, to take the tonic, it's curtains for her.
So?
What do you mean, so?
Just what I said. So? I'm sorry, Todd.
If she hadn't been ill all these months, if I hadn't had needs, a man's needs,
you'd have had no need for me. Is that what you're saying?
I guess maybe it is.
I thought I was something more than the fulfillment of your needs. I thought, never mind. If you want out, you say so. You say so now.
It isn't as simple as that.
It is to me. You're putting me through a hell of a time. The deal isn't worth it.
Oh?
Todd, I'm still willing to go through with this. But I'd just as soon get out right now. What do you want me to do?
We'll go ahead with things. Claudia, dearest, it's a simple, clear broth.
Oh.
You're wasting away.
Well, if you're so worried, let me go to a hospital.
Why in heaven's name a hospital?
You know why.
Claudia, I don't. Why a hospital? What difference would that make?
At least I could eat without fear.
Fear of what? Hello. Oh, yes, Dr. Stein. No, she's still refusing. Oh, I don't know. Doctor, she wants to go back to the hospital. Now, well, that's the way I see it, too, but yes. All right, Doctor. And thanks very much for calling.
What did he say? Can I go back to the hospital?
No.
No?
He doesn't see what good that would do. He said it's simply a matter of you're taking food, the tonic, to build up your strength. And if you refuse to do that here...
You're lying.
Claudia...
He said no such thing. You want to keep me here. You and Margot.
Margot?
Oh, don't act as if you didn't know.
But I don't.
Hope I'm not interrupting. I just came to see if Claudia's taken her broth.
No.
Oh, now, look, Claudia, I am knocking myself out trying to take care of you, and that includes cooking. And, sweetie, if you're not going to eat, I'd just as soon not cook.
Don't, then. Don't cook. What does it matter how you kill me? By poison or starvation, just so you do it.
Kill you?
Claudia, what in heaven's name are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. The two of you.
Oh, Claudia. I said this before, but I'm saying it again. You're imagining things.
Am I? I'll show you. I've got them here on my pillow.
Oh, Claudia, don't exert yourself. Whatever it is, I'll get it for you.
Get away from me.
Darling.
I'll get it. Here. I'm imagining things, am I? Is this letter a dream? And this?
Let me see.
Oh, no, you don't get your hands on them. They're the only evidence I've got of what you're up to.
Evidence?
It's all here in this letter you sent Todd. But he never got because it was mixed up in my mail. I'm sure you'll remember it. Todd, dearest, of course I love you as deeply, passionately as you love me. And you're right. Claudia does stand between us. So, dearest heart, I've changed my mind. I will go along with your plan to put her out of the way. Signed, Margot. Well, what do you have to say now, Margot?
You think that I am the woman who wrote that letter? That I am Margot?
That's incredible. I had no idea, none whatever, that this was why you were refusing to eat or drink. Oh, Claudia, sweetheart, darling, whatever you've been thinking is wrong. You're wrong. You're all wrong.
You're certainly wrong about me. My name is not Margot.
It isn't Catherine either. Well, is it?
Well, of course it is.
No.
Todd.
No. It isn't. Catherine isn't her name, Claudia. It's Margaret. Margaret Sutton.
Margaret Sutton? Why do you think I was born yesterday?
Claudia, believe me.
I saw Margaret Sutton on the stage often enough. She was slim and dark, and this woman is... She's...
All right, say it, darling. A fat peroxide blonde. I'm afraid I've got a bigger appetite than you.
If this woman is Margaret Sutton, why did you say her name was Catherine Brent?
I thought it would be best not to remind you of the past. You were so jealous in the early years of our marriage. I never dared even mention Margaret's name.
What is she doing here? Why did you replace Mary with her?
I needed someone I could trust to take care of you.
Well, if you needed someone you could trust, why did you fire Mary?
I told you. Mary had the offer of a better job.
That's a lie. Mary told me you fired her. You did, didn't you?
Well, since it's all coming out, I guess you'll have to know.
You fired her?
Yes.
Why?
Claudia, I don't want to hurt you. I know how fond you were of Mary.
And always will be. She was the most devoted, dedicated person I've ever known.
No, Claudia. It was all an act. The simple truth is that Mary was in love with me.
In love? With you?
Almost from the first day she entered this house, she started doing everything she could do to, get me to fall in love with her.
If you expect me to believe...
I don't expect you to believe it. But what I'm telling you now is the truth. Things went from bad to worse over the months. She got more and more difficult to handle, and finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I fired her. Claudia, that is the truth.
Go away and leave me alone.
Claudia, look at me. I swear I'm telling you the truth this time.
Leave me alone, please. Please leave me alone.
Let her do what she wants, Todd. Or she could die right now. Come on. I've got to hand it to you, Todd. I always knew you were a good actor, but not that good.
I told her the truth.
But not all of the truth. By no means the whole truth.
what is the whole truth? What game are these two playing with Claudia as the pawn? Todd has lied to Claudia again and again. What lie or half-truth has he told her this time? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
You've seen the Budweiser commercials on television, and maybe you've wondered how long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things. Well, not as long as the brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Quote, brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You know, there's clean and there's McDonald's clean. That means at McDonald's, the cleaning never stops. So it's really clean. And when you come to our place, you can count on it.
You can count on a place that is spotlessly clean. You deserve a break today at McDonald's.
Clean. You can count on it.
The very foundation stone of trust is truth. Accordingly, since Todd Hammond has lied to his wife Claudia repeatedly, she can scarcely be expected to trust him. So far as I'm concerned, she'd be a fool if she did. Apparently, she feels as I do, for as we rejoin her now, a helpless invalid, trapped in her bedroom, we find her telephoning the police.
Detective Bureau, Detective Jackson.
This is Claudia Hammond.
Claudia?
Hammond. Hammond.
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
My husband and a woman he's in love with, are trying to kill me. I need your help. Please, I need help.
Certainly, ma'am. We'll give you all the help we can. Who is your husband?
Todd Hammond. Todd Hammond, the actor?
Yeah, sure. You say he's trying to kill you. Him and this woman.
Yes.
And what's her name?
She's trying to palm herself off as an actress named Margaret Sutton, but I know better. Her real name is Margot.
Margot who?
I don't know. I'm an invalid, helpless and bedridden, and he wants to get rid of me.
How's he trying to do this? What's he doing?
Poisoning my food, everything I drink.
Are you on any kind of pills like that?
You think I'm high on pills? That I'm imagining things?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. Maybe just a little excited, a little hysterical?
I'm not uptight. I'm not hysterical. I'm telling you the truth. They're trying to kill me. Hello?
What's your address, ma'am?
1219 Park.
Apartment house?
Yes.
Apartment number?
Penthouse B.
Okay, we'll check this out. In fact, I'll check it out personally.
What do you mean you'll check it out? Oh, there's nothing to check out. They're trying to kill me, Todd and Margot. Only she doesn't call herself Margaret. She calls herself Margaret Sutton. And I can prove it. I tell you, I can prove it. I've got the letters to prove it.
Letters?
A letter from her to him saying she was willing to help him kill me. And another letter from a friend warning me against them.
What friend? What's your friend's name?
You don't believe me.
I didn't say I don't believe you.
I shouldn't have called. I should have known I'd only be wasting my time. I should have known you wouldn't believe me. Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Mary. Mary, of course. Why didn't I think of her before this?
Hello?
Mary. Mary. This is Claudia.
Oh, Claudia, I've been so worried about you.
but I didn't dare phone you.
Yes. Listen to me. It's happening. What the two of them planned, Dodd and Margot. She replaced you, and he pretended she was a nurse from the agency. He lied. Even gave her a different name. Called her Catherine Brent, and then... Well, you won't believe this. You really won't believe it. She tried to palm her off as an old flame of his, Margaret Sutton, who was slim and dark, and this woman, this Margot, she's fat and...
Claudia.
Yes?
Now, you must control yourself, dear.
Yes.
Because of your heart. You're putting a terrible strain on your heart.
Yes. I'll quiet down.
That's my girl.
Mary!
Now, hush. Just listen to me. They're not going to harm you, because I'm not going to let them.
The police?
Yes, I went to the police, as I said I would, but I could see that they didn't take me seriously.
No, me neither. I was just talking to them.
What is it? Is there something wrong?
If
Claudia.
you can't send the books over today, then send them when you can. Goodbye.
Bookstore?
Yes.
You ordered some books. I'll be happy to go and get them for you if they can't send them over today.
Do you dare let me out of your sight? Just to go around the corner?
10 minutes at most. Which is why I don't understand how they can't deliver today. Who were you talking to, Claudia?
That's none of your business.
Suit yourself.
Oh.
That'll be Dr. Stein, I guess.
Dr. Stein?
He's going to give you your vitamin injections. Oh, and, darling, don't waste your time telling him Todd and I are killing you. He thinks you're off your rocker as it is.
You were supposed to monitor all her calls, but you let her phone the police.
I'm sorry, Todd, but even you will have to agree I have only 2 hands, 2 eyes, and 2 ears. I can't be everywhere and do everything at once.
A detective coming to see me backstage.
I'm sorry.
I guess it's not that important. What's important is not to let her get in touch with Mary. Or Mary with her.
What happened with the detective?
He didn't believe her, of course. Just checking up was all. But she did manage to get past you, and that worries me. Mary could start an awful lot of trouble. And that's the last thing in the world I need right now.
Take the phone out of her bedroom.
No. We don't have to go that far. There's an easier way. Just take this extension off the hook.
You're kidding.
No, it was a gimmick used in a play I was in years ago. That way she can't call out and nobody can phone in. But watch her. Watch her like a hawk. One slip up in it could mean the end. Believe me, the end.
Mary's number now. Where is it? Here. Funny. Something's wrong. Oh, no. They're taking the phone off the extension. It's like in that play he was in. I can't phone out, and nobody can phone in. Oh, God. God, help me. Please. I don't want to die. Please. Oh, please. I want to live. Could I possibly... What time? 10:35. He won't be back from the theater till after 11. And she's... I'll take my chances. If I can only get out of bed. Walk. Crawl. I have to. Everything's swimming. Dizzy. I mustn't faint. Mustn't. Weak. So weak. Life depends. Your life. Now. One step. Open the door. I see. The living room. The phone. Yes. On that last table. more step. Only one. Oh, dear Lord, no. Put my phone back. Hang on. Put this one back on the hook and then get back to my... Bedroom. Now, just one step. What in the name of Claudia?
Todd, you can't help her. Sitting here by her bedside all night, it does no good. You've got a matinee. I'll sit with her.
You're dead on your feet, too. Dead. What a word to use now.
She isn't dead, and she may not die.
No. She lost so much blood. Wrist cut when she crashed through that table. So much blood they didn't dare move her to a hospital. And now look at her. White as a sheet.
Go and get some sleep, Todd. I'll stay with her. And, Todd...
Yes?
Forget the deal.
I don't get you.
I agreed to play nurse because you needed somebody you could trust. You know something, darling? You trusted the wrong woman. You wanted me to protect her against Mary. And I said, okay. In exchange for that character lead in your new film. But you know what I was really after, Todd?
Oh, no. Not you. Not after all these years.
Afraid so. I'm a woman. I love you. Enough not to envy you your happiness with her.
I love you, too. But I love her a hell of a lot more.
Claudia?
Mary?
Shh. Now listen, dear. They're asleep. He in his room and her in that chair. I still have my key.
Oh, Mary, you came at last.
Shh. Now quiet, dear. I'm going to take you down in the service elevator. I jammed the door. And then into my car and home to my place. Where you'll be safe, honey. Really safe. Now, can you walk?
I can't even get up.
Oh, dear. And I can't carry you. Honey, you've got to find the strength to walk. The tonic. I'll give you a glass of the tonic. That always gave you quick strength.
No. It's poison.
Oh, no. They wouldn't have dared to do that. If they succeeded in poisoning you, the coroner would have impounded the bottle. No, they'd have poisoned the glass, not the bottle. Here. Now, you drink this right down.
Yes.
No. Awake. You're awake. You bet I'm awake. And waiting for you. I've been waiting for you to give yourself away. So Mr. Hammond and I could turn you over to the police with the evidence to convict you. Evidence to convict me? You're crazy. She's crazy. This woman's crazy. Claudia, Todd told you the truth about Mary being insanely in love with him.
What?
Of propositioning him. The whole scene. Todd put up with her insane nonsense till she said something one day that made him realize she intended, one way or another, to kill you.
Oh, you're lying. That isn't true. It can't be true. Not of Mary.
It's all too true of Mary. And I can prove it. By what Mary just told you.
What? What did Mary just tell me?
That if Todd and I wanted to kill you, we'd not have risked poisoning the bottle of tonic. Only the glass.
What?
Well, I never poisoned the bottle. And so I'll drink it straight off. There.
You drank the whole bottle.
It's quite delicious. And healthy. So you drank it. What does that prove? It proves that what you poured into the glass, Mary, could not have been poisoned unless you slipped the poison into the glass. Which you did.
No, I did not.
In that case, Mary, drink the glass. Well, go on, Mary. Drink it.
Mary.
I hate you. I have always hated you, you sniveling little invalid. A man like him needing a woman, needing a wife, the kind of wife that I could have been. That's why I wrote those letters, to prepare you for the death that you had coming to you, and to play it smart. Yes, smart. Because if anything had gone wrong, he would have been blamed for your murder, not me.
You're crazy.
I am not crazy.
She's stupid, too.
God, stupid? I was stupid?
That letter from a friend. Only 4 people knew Claudia took that tonic. Claudia, Dr. Stein, me, and you. Marge, call the police, will you? Trust. Truth. Trust, it would seem, can be many things, or at least a thing of infinite variety. As for truth, well, the evidence seems clear that one man's truth is another man's lie. The answer to this complexity? Surely the answer lies in the complexity of you, of me, of all mankind. Where else? I'll be back shortly.
There's a fresh new spirit sweeping the land. A free spirit that demands good products. Products that satisfy your sense of good taste and desire for economy. But above all, products that perform. Buick has been touched by this spirit. And this year, our crisply designed, solidly built Buicks will bring joy even to the most demanding of free spirits. The 1975 Buicks, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Hi, this is Pearl Bailey. Today I'm not going to try and entertain you. Instead, I'm going to put before you the distressing story of the needy children of the world. They need your help. The bright side is that you can give them all of this by working with Save the Children Federation. Together you can forge a better world, one in which children can have hope instead of despair. To find out how, you write today to Save the Children Federation, Box 120, Grand Central Station, New York, 10017. Please help these children.
I'm sure you'll want to know that Claudia is now fully recovered from her illness and that she and Todd are very happy together. As for Margaret Sutton, would you believe that the role she played in Todd's film revived her acting career? Well, it did. Our cast included Nina Foch, Charles Aidman, Leslie Woods, Joan Tompkins, and Joe DeSantis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale. Voila! We have an instant voodoo doll. Fascinating, isn't it? To know that the doll is meant to be a representation of you? Now look at it.
I'm looking.
Yeah, well, keep looking. Now, don't take your eyes off of it. You can almost see your face in the cloth, can't you? It's almost as if the doll is you. Whatever happens to the doll happens to you. Sharing one body between you. One life. One destiny.
I still think it's silly.
All right. And let's see what happens when I take this letter knife.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I'm merely going to plunge this knife into a meaningless piece of cloth.
No, don't!
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And if you don't mind, I'd like to suggest something that you might share with your friends. And that something is a glass of sherry before dinner. Naturally, a glass of Petri California sherry. I say Petri sherry because it's the perfect before-dinner wine. You couldn't think of a better way to begin a meal. That Petri sherry has a beautiful, inviting color, like dark amber. And for flavor, well, you've heard sherry described many times as having a rich, nut-like flavor. But if you want to learn for the first time what those words rich and nut-like really mean, you just taste Petri sherry. It's wonderful. Serve Petri sherry by itself, or serve it with hors d'oeuvres or those little cocktail sandwiches. And incidentally, if you prefer your sherry dry, not sweet, just ask your wine merchant for Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Well, the important thing to remember is if you want sherry, you want Petri sherry, because that means good sherry. And now let's look in on our genial friend and good host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Punctual to the minute, as usual.
Never keep a doctor waiting, I always say. Particularly Dr. Watson.
Draw up a chair, my boy.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready to tell us the Sherlock Holmes adventure of the speckled band, Doctor?
Yes, I'm all ready, Mr. Bartell.
Say, Doctor, just what does a speckled band mean?
You wait until I've told you the story, young fellow, my lad. You'll find out for yourself.
Sorry. The floor is all yours, Doctor.
The adventure of the speckled band began on a rainy April morning in 1883. An urgent call from one of my patients had kept me up most of the night before, and in consequence, I came down to my breakfast rather later than usual to find that Holmes had already left our house some hours earlier. As I sat there reading the morning paper and consuming my 2 lightly boiled eggs, there was a knock at the door. It opened to disclose a typical example of the British working man, a bag of tools in one hand and a grimy cap in the other, as he spoke to me from the doorway.
You sent for me, Mr. Holmes?
I'm not Mr. Holmes.
Oh, beg your pardon, Governor. But I've come to mend the guest bracket over the mantelpiece.
Oh? What's wrong with it?
I've got a leak in it.
Oh, leak? Well, get along with your work.
Yes, sir. Hope I won't be disturbing you, sir.
No, that's all right, my man. Don't mind me.
Oh, dear. Very untidy man, Mr. Holmes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you can't help noticing the mess this room's in. I've heard say he was as tidy as any when he started, but he learned bad habits from a bloke what lived with him. Dr. Watson, I think his name is.
You impertinent fellow. How dare you talk to me like that? I've got a good... Oh, where does he go to? Here, you come out of there. That's Mr. Holmes's room.
Don't be angry with me, Watson.
What?
Just slipping out of these grimy rags into a dressing gown.
Good gracious me. So was you, Holmes. Well, upon my soul, I'd never recognized you, but why the disguise?
A case, my dear Watson, a case. One of those small problems which a trusting public occasionally confides to my investigation. To the British workman, old chap, all doors are open. His costume is unostentatious and his habits are sociable. Tool bag is an excellent passport, and a tawny moustache will secure the cooperation of the maids.
But what's the case, Holmes?
A modest little drama of life in the kitchen, one of those seemingly inconsequential affairs, and yet, Watson, the honor of a duchess is at stake.
Duchess?
Mad world, my masters, a mad world. Now I feel a little more comfortable. Let's return to the sitting room, shall we? A strong cup of tea would be most acceptable.
Oh, I wish you'd tell me about the Duchess and life in the kitchen, Holmes.
Some other time, old fellow, some other time. At the moment, suppose you tell me what you know about Miss Helen Stoner. I received a letter from her this morning in which she informed me that she would be calling here at 11, and also that she was a friend of yours.
Helen Stoner? Oh, yes. A charming girl indeed.
Pour me a cup of tea, Watson, and tell me about her.
Well, I befriended her at the time of the tragic death of her sister 2 years ago. I told you about the case, don't you remember? The sudden death of Violet Stoner at an old house in Stoke Moran?
Oh, yes. It all comes back to me now. There was an inquest, wasn't there, with a string of stupid, ineffective witnesses.
No, ineffective. I was one of them.
Oh, I'm sorry, old fellow. Then you were the exception, of course. Wait a minute. Let me see. I docketed the evidence on the case. Where is it? My scrapbook. Here we are. Let me see. Yes, S. Salisbury, Hatchet, Murder, Lord St. Simon. Here we are. Stoke Moran. Yes, I remember the affair well now. The villain of the piece was Dr. Grimsby Roylott, wasn't he?
Yes, a dreadful fellow. He's the stepfather of the two girls. Violet, the one that died so mysteriously, and Helen, the one who's coming here to see you.
Dr. Roylott has a pretty record. 55 years of age, killed his kit McGar in India, once in an insane asylum, married money, wife died, distinguished surgeon. Well, Watson, I wonder what the distinguished surgeon has been up to now.
Oh, some deviltry, I fear.
Why do you say that?
You remember that Miss Violet Stoner's death followed close upon the announcement of her engagement?
Yes.
Well, I met Miss Helen Stoner on the streets a few weeks ago. She told me that she'd just become engaged to a young fellow in the army who was leaving for the Far East. She was very upset at the thought of being alone with her stepfather at Stoke Moran.
Oh, naturally she was. Dr. Roylott stands to lose a considerable sum of money in the event of his stepdaughter's marriage.
Yes, they both had a trust fund which he administered only as long as the girls were unmarried. That fact was brought out at the coroner's inquest 2 years ago. But if Roylott did poison the other stepdaughter, and I'm pretty convinced that he did, it seems unlikely that he'd try it again. 2 sudden deaths in the same household could hardly pass the coroner.
Oh, no, my dear Watson. You're making the mistake of putting your normal brain into Roylott's abnormal being.
Oh, that must be Miss Stoner now.
Yes, let me see. It's precisely 11 o'clock. Well, let's see what we can do for her.
Well, I hope you can help her, Holmes. She's an extremely nice girl.
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
There's a Miss Helen Stoner to see you, sir. She says she has an appointment.
Show her in, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Aye, sir. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Miss Stoner, I'm so glad to see you again.
How do you do, Dr. Watson? And this must be your friend.
Yes, Miss Stoner, I'm Sherlock Holmes. Sit down by the fire, won't you?
Yes, please do, my dear. Hello, you're trembling with cold.
It's not cold that makes me shiver. Tell me, Mr. Holmes, has my stepfather, Dr. Grimsby Roylott, been here?
No, he hasn't.
He saw me in the street. I dashed by him in a hansom cab, but he saw me. Our eyes met and he waved me to stop, but I came here as fast as I could.
Very sensible move. Dr. Watson has already given me several hints as to your present problem, as well as having refreshed my memory as to the circumstances of your sister's death.
My problem is a simple enough one, Mr. Holmes. I'm waiting to be murdered.
No, my dear
Please
girl.
be a trifle more explicit, Miss Stoner.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. My fiancé is leaving for the Far East today. When he leaves, I shall be alone with my stepfather at Stoke Moran. He plans to murder me just as he murdered my sister.
What makes you say that, Miss Stoner?
Many strange things have happened recently. For instance, he's just moved me into the bedroom in which my sister died.
Well, what reason did he give for changing your room?
That my old one needed repainting. It didn't need it, but Dr. Roylott did need to move me into that horrible room. And other things have happened. I've heard the music again.
Music? What music?
My sister first heard it a few days before she died. I heard it myself on that dreadful night she breathed her last. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm terrified.
Don't worry, my dear. Please don't worry anymore. You have friends to help you now. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, of course not.
Now, this music, does it seem to come from inside the house or outside?
Well, it's hard to say. It sounds so faint.
What's it like?
A sort of soft droning sound.
Like a flute or a pipe?
Yes, it reminds me of native music I heard during my childhood in India.
India, eh? Oh.
There's one other thing that puzzles me, Mr. Holmes.
Now, what's that?
My sister's dying words. As she lay in my arms, she gasped out 2 words.
Oh, what were they?
Banned and speckled. You remember that evidence from the inquest, don't you, Dr. Watson?
Yes, I do. I couldn't make head or tail of it. So?
Banned, speckled, Indian music. Miss Stoner, do you sleep with your door and windows fastened?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, but so did poor Violet. It didn't save her, though.
What did you gather from your sister's dying allusion to the band, the speckled band?
Well, sometimes I thought it was merely the wild talk of delirium, and sometimes that it referred to a band of people.
Oh, yes.
I remember that there were some gypsies encamped quite near us at the time of Violet's death.
Gypsies, eh?
Yes.
And it occurred to me that the spotted, gaily colored kerchiefs, which so many of them wear over their heads, might have suggested the unusual adjective which my sister used.
Miss Turner, how long is it since you heard this strange music that you've told us about?
I heard it last night.
And your fiancé leaves today, you say?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, Miss Turner, I shall do everything I can to help you. If we were to come to Stoke Moran today, would it be possible to see over your rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?
I think so. He told me this morning that he intended to take a late train home tonight.
Ah, that's splendid. Watson, out with the timetable, old fellow, and look up the trains to Stoke Moran.
Right, you are, Holmes.
That's my stepfather. I know it is. Oh, yes. Yes, there he is on the doorstep. Oh, Mr. Holmes, he's followed me. Oh, what shall I do if he finds me here?
Don't worry, Miss Stoner. Please don't worry. There's a private exit through that room there. Watson, show her the way, will you?
Come along with me, my dear young lady.
And you will come down today, Mr. Holmes?
Certainly, my dear Miss Stoner. I'll telegraph you the time of our arrival. Goodbye and courage, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes, and thank you.
Come along, Miss Turner, quickly.
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
It's a gentleman, sir. I told him you wouldn't see anyone without an appointment, but he...
Out of the way, woman!
Didn't push me like that. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes.
That's all right, Mrs. Hudson. You can leave us.
What kind of gentleman does he call himself, pushing an old lady?
So you're Sherlock Holmes.
You have the advantage of me, sir. Your name is,
My name, sir, is Roylott. Dr. Grimsby Roylott of Stoke Moran.
Oh, yes, of course. A charming place out here, and obviously good for the lungs.
You won't trifle with me if you know what's good for you.
Watson, there you are. And how was the experiment?
Very successful, Holmes. Good day to you, Dr. Roylott. I haven't seen you since I gave evidence at your stepdaughter's inquest.
Yes, I remember you, Dr. Watson. Now listen to me, you two. My stepdaughter's been here. I've traced her. What's she been saying to you?
It's a little cold for this time of the year, isn't it?
You answer me!
I hear that the crocuses promise well.
You dare to try and put me off, do you? I know you, you scoundrel. You're Holmes the meddler.
Am I?
Holmes the busybody.
I believe that a man should occupy his time.
Holmes the Scotland Yard Jack in office.
When you go out, close the door, won't you? There's a draft.
I'll go when I've had my say. Keep your nose out of my affairs, do you hear?
Oh, yes, my hearing is excellent, thank you, and your diction and delivery most forceful. But time flies, my dear doctor, time flies, and life has its duties as well as its pleasures. Goodbye.
Insolent rascal. Here, see this poker?
Oh, the fire doesn't need poking, thank you, Doctor. But I should be obliged if you'd put some more coal on for me.
You laugh at me. You don't know my strength. Look. There. Your poker's bent double. And that's what I'll do to both of you. If you don't keep out of my affairs.
I had a presentiment that he'd slam the door.
Phew. He's an ugly customer, eh, Holmes?
Literally as well as figuratively. Watson, I'd be much obliged if you'd get your revolver. It may prove to be an excellent argument with a gentleman who twists iron pokers into knots.
The fellow's amazingly strong. Just look at it.
I don't want to appear flamboyant, but, there we are.
Great Scott, Holmes. You straightened the poker out again.
Yes, it was utterly useless in its former shape. And now what's on the timetable? We'll catch the next fast train to Stoke Moran.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm so relieved that you've come. But don't you think my stepfather might have followed you down here?
You have to take that chance, Miss Stoner. A few hours' delay might mean the difference between your life and death. It was imperative that we examine this bedroom of yours before Dr. Roylott returns.
Anyway, my dear, you mustn't worry any more. We're here in your house, and we're going to take good care of you, no matter what harm befalls you.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
So this is the room in which your sister died, is it? It's much as I pictured it.
And Dr. Roylott's room adjoins this one, you say, Miss Turner?
Yes, Doctor, on that side. The room which adjoins it on the other side is my regular bedroom.
The one that's being so conveniently painted, eh?
Yes.
Well, let's examine this room. No trapdoors or sliding panels, I suppose.
It sounds solid enough, Holmes.
Yes, I think it is. Hello, what's this? Are you aware that this bed is clamped to the floor, Miss Stoner?
Why, no, Mr. Holmes, I didn't know that.
What an extraordinary thing.
Was the bed in your other room anchored also?
No, I don't think it was.
Very illuminating. And this bell pull hanging against the wall above your bed.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work, but if you want to ring.
There's another one on the other wall over there.
Now, why this one?
Well, I don't know. My stepfather made a number of changes after we came here.
Yes, quite a burst of activity, apparently. And it took some strange shapes.
Why are you standing on the bed, Holmes?
I'm curious, my dear fellow. Aha. It may interest you to know that this bell rope is fastened to a brass hook. There's no wire attachment. It's a dummy.
A dummy? But why?
There's a small screen above it. It's a ventilator, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Yes. A ventilator leading into your stepfather's room. Curious. I notice there's no means of opening the ventilator on this side. It can only be operated from your stepfather's room next door. I wonder if you'd mind taking us in there.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. Follow me.
What do you make of it, Holmes?
There's devil's work afoot, old chap.
Here we are, Mr. Holmes.
It's much the same as the other room. A bit bigger, perhaps.
That large safe against the wall seems to be an unusual piece of bedroom furniture. What is it, Miss Stoner?
My stepfather's business papers.
Oh, yes.
You've seen inside it, then?
Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of documents.
What's this saucer of milk doing on top of it? Does Dr. Roylott keep a cat?
No, but he does have a cheetah and a baboon as pets. He brought them with him from India.
Well, Holmes, a cheetah is just a big cat.
True, but I doubt if a saucer of milk would go very far in satisfying the appetite of a cheetah. Well, I think I've seen enough. This matter is too serious for hesitation. Your life may depend upon your following of my instructions, Miss Homer.
I'll do anything you say, Mr. Holmes, anything.
Is that village inn I see through the trees from this window?
Yes, the Queen's Arms.
Your bedroom windows would be visible from there.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Very well, then. Watson and I will go there now and obtain accommodations. When your stepfather returns, you must confine yourself to your room on the pretense of a headache. You follow me?
Perfectly.
When Dr. Roylott returns for the night, you must open your bedroom window and put your lamp on the sill as a signal to us at the inn. Then withdraw quietly to your usual bedroom, the one that's being painted. I'm sure that you could manage there for one night.
Of course. But what will you do?
When we get your signal, Dr. Watson and I will come here and spend the night in your dead sister's room. We are going to solve this mystery of the dummy bell rope and the unusual ventilator and the strange music in the night.
You'll hear the remainder of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, so I'm just going to point out that at any really important dinner, you know, like when diplomats get together, you'll find wine on the table. Because for years it's been a known fact that good wine makes good food taste better. Prove that to yourself tomorrow night by having your dinner together with a glass of Petri wine. If you prefer a red wine for any meat or meat dish, try a Petri California Burgundy. That rich, hearty red Petri Burgundy is really out of this world. Now, if you'd rather have a subtle, intriguing white wine, let's say to go with chicken or fish, then try Petri California Sauterne. But Sauterne or Burgundy, to make sure it's good, make sure it's Petri, won't you? Well, Doctor, it's a rattling good story so far. What happened next? You went to the local inn, I guess, and waited for that lantern to appear in the bedroom window at Dr. Roylott's house?
That's right, Mr. Bartell. We had an early dinner at the Queen's Arms and then retired to our upstairs bedroom and sat there side by side, puffing away at our pipes, our eyes straining through the darkness for that telltale lantern to give us the signal that there was dangerous work ahead for us. As we sat there discussing the various aspects of the case, I remember that Holmes was very concerned about my own safety.
Watson, I really have some scruples about taking you with me tonight. This is an infernally dangerous business.
What about that poor girl, alone in the house with that fiend Roylott?
I can handle the case by myself, old chap.
I'm coming with you, Holmes. You speak of danger. You evidently seen more in those rooms than was visible to me.
No, but possibly I've deduced a little more. I imagine you saw all that I did.
Well, I saw nothing remarkable except the bell rope, and what purpose that could answer, I confess, is more than I can imagine.
You saw the ventilator, too.
Yes, but I don't think it's such an unusual thing to have an opening between two rooms. It's so small that a mouse could hardly pass through it.
True, but at least you will admit there was a curious sequence of coincidences. A ventilator is constructed. A bell cord is hung from it. A lady sleeps in a bed directly below the ventilator, a bed that is anchored to the floor. The lady dies.
Well, I begin to see what you're driving at, Holmes. Look. There's a lantern in Miss Stoner's window.
That's our signal, all right. Come on, Watson. Our night's vigil begins.
foul night.
Foul night for foul business, Watson. Come on, through these laurel bushes. It's only another 50 yards to the house.
Yes, the lantern's still burning away in the bedroom window.
Yes, all the other lights are out.
Including the one in Dr. Roylett's room. He must have gone to sleep.
To bed, possibly, Watson, but not, I think, to sleep.
Great heavens, Holmes. Look at that frightful creature leaping about in the moonlight. It looks like some hideous child.
That's Dr. Roylett's pet baboon.
But it looks positively human.
Yes, probably a great deal more so than its master. Shh. They're directly below the window now. This ivy provides a most convenient ladder. I'll go up first.
Careful, Holmes, careful. Wait a minute. I hope the thing's strong enough to hold us both. We look pretty stupid on our backs in the mud. Give me a hand, will you, Holmes? I can't quite get my leg up over this window ledge. Here you are. Thanks, old boy. Oh, say, phew.
Now to close the window shutters.
This room looks exactly like the same as it did this afternoon.
The least sound would be fatal to our plans. Keep the lamp covered, so that if the ventilator is open from Dr. Roylett's room, no light will show from in there. That's it.
Why are you carrying that stick, Holmes?
I'm prepared for a visitor that I expect before the night is over. A visitor who will herald his entrance with faint music from an Indian pipe.
You mean the music is a signal?
Exactly, old fellow. The signal to an accomplice who can enter a room with locked doors, an accomplice who kills and leaves no trace.
You mean that...
Shh, no more talking, Watson. I'll sit on the edge of the bed here. You sit on that chair. Have your revolver ready in case you should need it.
Right you are, Holmes.
Have the lantern ready, too. When I shout now, turn the light full on the top of the bell rope. You understand?
Yes, perfectly.
Good. Now we must wait. Perhaps for some time. But don't go to sleep, Watson. Don't go to sleep. Your very life may depend on it. Watson.
Yes?
You're not smoking, are you?
No, Holmes.
I smell tobacco smoke.
Must be drifting through the ventilator.
Exactly. Dr. Roylett is up.
Look. There's a tiny shot of light showing up in the ventilator.
Shh.
Listen. There's the music.
Yes. Heralding the messenger of death. Have your lantern ready, Watson.
Now, Watson, now! Great heavens, it's a snake slithering down the bell rope. You can't kill it with that stick, Holmes. Out of the way. Let me get a shot at it.
I'm trying to drive it back the way it came. Get out.
There it goes. Back through the ventilator. Oh. What a fiendish plan. Quick, Scott, what's that?
I think the devil has turned on its master. Come on, Watson, into Dr. Roylett's room. Dr. Roylett! Dr. Roylett! Doctor!
Good Lord, Holmes. Look at him sprawled on the bed. Look at his eyes.
Yes. And see what is coiled around his forehead.
It's the snake.
Yes, the band. The speckled band.
He's dead, Holmes.
Yes, he's been bitten by the deadliest snake in the world, the Indian swamp adder. Its deadly fangs produce death within 10 seconds. Well, Watson, violence does in truth recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another.
What should we do now, Holmes?
We must remove the macabre headgear from the dead doctor and return the snake to its den. And I suggest that we tell Miss Stoner that there's no more danger under this roof. After that, we can turn the matter over to the local police. Our work is done.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I can't tell you how grateful I am that you brought me back into Baker Street.
Stoner, it would have been inhuman to leave you in that house of horror and death. We have a spare bedroom, and Mrs. Hudson is a motherly and understanding woman, and I can assure you that Dr. Watson and I will be delighted to have you stay with us here until you've decided on your future plans.
Yes, of course we will, my dear. As a matter of fact, It'd be rather refreshing to have a touch of youth about the place.
You're both so kind. Mr. Holmes, I think it's wonderful how you foiled my stepfather's devilish plans.
Yes, wasn't it a remarkable example of logical deduction?
No, it wasn't, old fellow. At first, your mention of the gypsies, Miss Stoner, and the use of the word ban put me on an entirely wrong scent. However, when we examined the fatal room, I drew the obvious conclusion.
You mean the dummy bell rope, the ventilator, and the immovable bed?
Yes, old fellow. It instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something coming through the ventilator and traveling to the bed. I once thought of a snake. When I saw the saucer of milk on top of the safe, my suspicions crystallized into certainties.
Oh, it was a fiendish plot.
Yes, an extremely clever one, too.
Exactly.
My stepfather must have trained the snake to return to him when he played the music.
Yes, he put it through the ventilator with the certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant. Perhaps she might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall a victim.
Thank heaven I came to you, Mr. Holmes.
Amen to that, Miss Stoner.
Holmes, if you hadn't lashed at the snake with your stick, I bet it wouldn't have turned back on its master.
True, old chap. In that way, I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimsby Roylett's death. But I can't say it's a fact that's likely to weigh too heavily on my conscience.
Doctor, that was quite a fascinating story. You know something? I'm not exactly a coward, but no kidding, my toes really curl when I get mixed up with snakes.
Oh, you're not alone in that respect, Mr. Bartell. I must admit that I like to have a revolver and at least 20 feet between me and any snake that wants to cross my path.
Well, if you want a revolver in 20 feet, I'll take a cannon in 20 miles.
It's fortunate that you're a wine expert, Mr. Bartell, not a detective. I'm afraid you wouldn't, shall we say, find detecting to your liking?
We certainly shall say it. And incidentally, I'm not a wine expert, Doctor. All I know about wine is that it either tastes good or it doesn't. And I also know that Petri wine always tastes good. The Petri family sees to that. The name Petri on the label is the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. And they know how to make it good because they've been making fine wine for generations. Handing down from father to son, every secret, every skill of the winemaker's art. Yes, the Petri family took time to bring you good wine. That's why, no matter what type of wine you wish, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you planning to tell us next week?
Now, let me see. Now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I think I'll tell you an adventure that took place at a gambling casino in the south of France. It's a strange story of sudden tragedy and death. I call it The Adventure of the 00.
Sounds swell. We'll all be listening.
Yeah, now, Mr. Bartell, before I go, I want to say that every one of our friends bought war bonds to help our boys win the war. Now let's all buy victory bonds to help bring our boys back home again. Yes, and let's buy victory bonds to make sure that the men who were wounded will get the finest possible care. Those same victory bonds will help make the GI Bill of Rights a success, too. And they'll help provide for the families of those men who gave everything, including their lives. The men of our armed forces finished their job. Now let's finish ours. Buy victory bonds.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is an adaptation of the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Speckled Band. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This retreat revolves around the practical suggestion of every day making a holy hour. I trust it will not be difficult to convince you of its importance and value. It certainly was very difficult for our Lord to ever convince his first bishops about the Eucharist. Let us review two scenes. We do not often think of our blessed Lord talking about the Eucharist to the Gentiles, but he did. There are not many subjects on which our blessed Lord told the same to the Gentiles that he did to the Jews. Whenever we speak of the Eucharist and quote it, we always refer to chapter 6 of St. John. This was to the Jews. Now he's trying to convince them that there's something else besides human bread. So he tests them. Where are we to find bread to feed these? There are three answers. None of them said, but you're Lord. You just said you're the bread of life. If you're the bread of life, then you can give bread. Remember that he told Martha, I am the resurrection. She didn't believe in the resurrection of Lazarus. So when our blessed Lord said, where are we going to get bread? To see if they really believed in what he had said. First of all, the theologians answered. The theologians all send them away to the villages to find food. We can't bother with this social problem. Then there was the economist, Philip. Well, Philip quickly added it up on his computer, and he discovered that 300 pennyworth would not be enough to feed a crowd like that. Andrew, of course, always interested in public relations, hurries around the crowd to see if anybody has bread. He finds a boy who has some bread in a basket and some fishes. But he said, well, these are not enough. Our blessed Lord starts with what they have and begins the distribution of the bread to the people. Then he talks to them in detail about the Eucharist. I am the bread of life. And he also enunciates something that we do not often think about. It might be well to use it sometimes at a funeral. What is the assurance, for example, of immortality in the future life? It is the Eucharist. We need not always, for the faithful, go into a long rational explanation of the immortality of the soul. Our blessed Lord, in the 51st verse, says, I am that living bread which came down from heaven, and if anyone eats of this bread, he shall live forever. This is the assurance of immortality. Our daily Eucharist. But not only living forever, even this world, and I give it for the life of the world. After this miracle of the loaves and fishes, immediately tremendous enthusiasm. They want to make him king. They had already said he's a great prophet. Now they want to make him king. No one said anything about being a priest or a savior. They left that out. And our blessed Lord sees that his apostles are caught up in this wave of popularity. And he's afraid that they're going to be so much swayed by it that they will lose the truth that he has taught. And he says, get away from this place. Get in your boats. Cross the lake. We are not here for the sake of popularity. I am not a bread king that feeds gullets. So they depart. for the other side of the lake. This was the Eucharist to the Jews. Now, little known or spoken about is his, and see what a difficult time he has to convince the disciples of the Eucharist. As a matter of fact, what happened when he announced the Eucharist to the Jews? 3 things happened. First of all, he lost the masses because he refused to be a bread king, and they left them and went into the mountains alone. Secondly, he lost disciples. The Eucharist causes a loss of disciples. And they said, this saying is hard. And they left and walked with him no more. He didn't say, oh, I'll change it a bit. Beyond. And thirdly, he split his apostolic band, as we shall see tonight. It was seemingly a lost task to make them believe in the bread of life. Now comes the Eucharist. As regards the Gentiles. It is in Mark. And in the 7th chapter, verse 31, he crossed over to the territory of the 10 towns, Decapolis. There were 10 Gentile towns. Here he cures the deaf man and uses the word epipheta. They had no food. Same as in the Jewish situation. And he said to them, I feel sorry for these people. They've been with me nearly 3 days and have nothing to eat. If I send them home unfed, they will faint on the way, and some of them have come a great distance. Now the disciples, who had already heard his long discourse on the plains of the lake, now said, well, how can anyone provide bread in this lonely place? He said, how many loaves have you? They said, 7. So he ordered the people to sit down on the ground, and he took the 7 loaves, giving thanks, broke the bread, gave it to his disciples to distribute. And they served it out to the people. There were a few small fishes also, which he blessed and ordered them to distribute. They ate all to their heart's content. Same thing is said in the miracle before the Jews. Now suppose our blessed Lord distributed 1 million banknotes that were worth in our currency $50,000. Do you think that any one of those would have said, Satis Domine, that's all I want? When he gives them bread, there was a limit. They had their fill. We can have our fill of the physical, but not the fill always of tokens. And they all ate to their heart's content, and 7 baskets were filled with the scraps left over. The people numbered about 4,000. There were 5,000 in the other group. And without delay, he dismissed them and went to the district of Talamuta. Now, while they're in the boat, the Gospel says, they had forgotten to take bread with them. They had only 1 loaf in the boat. After this miracle of the multiplication of loaves and fishes, they get into the boat, and the apostles say, and the Lord had multiplied the bread. Twice they had seen him multiply the bread and fishes. And they get in, and they say, we don't have any bread. tremendous amount of humor and insight into this verse. There was only one loaf in that boat. That was Christ himself. And he began to warn them because they were asking for bread. Be on your guard against the leaven of the Pharisees and the leaven of Herod. The Jews did not use leaven in their bread. So the leaven of the Pharisees and the leaven of Herod was the leaven of a kingdom of God without the spiritual. So he warns them against it. And then they began speaking among themselves, and they said, does he say this because we have no bread? And knowing what was in their minds, he asked them. Now our Lord becomes angry. Why do you talk about having no bread? Have you no inkling yet? Do you still not understand? Are your minds closed? You have eyes. Can you not see? You have ears. Can you not hear? Have you forgotten? When I broke the 5 loaves among the 5,000, how many basketfuls of scraps did you pick up? 12, they said. And how many when I broke the 7 loaves among the 4,000? They answered 7. He said, still you do not understand? No. They did not understand. And then the night of the Last Supper, they come in and they quarrel for first seats at table. Our Lord then institutes the sacrament, passes it on to us and to the church. And he prepares, even after the resurrection, for us to understand a new kind of presence. Here he was trying to teach the apostles that beyond the bread there was bread. After he had come from the grave, notice 4 lessons that he teaches. First of all, to Mary Magdalene. She was not believing in the resurrection. She came as spices to anoint a dead body. When she and the other women discover an empty tomb, they go and tell Peter and John, and what does Peter say? It's a woman's tale. You know how women are. Believing everything. But our Lord only appeared to those who had some knowledge of him. The proof of the resurrection starts not with the empty tomb. It starts with the cross. And the angels always announced, you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. That's where we start. It is the crucified man who rises, not this man rise from the dead. Seed falling to the ground rises from the dead. Now our Lord appears in his risen form to Mary Magdalene. She thinks it's a gardener. There was one interesting sentence in John. In the place where they crucified him, there was a garden. Possibility of resurrection. New life in the springtime. She thinks it's a gardener. She throws herself at his feet. She's always at his feet. She's at his feet in Simon's house. She's at his feet on the cross. In the resurrection, she's at his feet again. And she throws her arms about him, his feet, and our blessed Lord says, do not touch me yet. Yet. That is the important word. In other words, Mary, you think the only appearance and only presence that I'm going to have is physical? There's another presence. I've not yet ascended to my Father. And after my ascension, you will discover another presence. Then you will touch me. And it'll be far more intimate touch than the touch of flesh. See, our Lord did not say that she was not to touch, but yet. For there would be another kind of touch later on, which would be far more intimate, namely the possession of herself by Christ and Christ by herself. As in marriage, the peak of unity is the union of husband and wife in one flesh. So in communion, it's the soul and Christ in one ecstasy of love. Here is the first instance of a new kind of presence. That afternoon, our Lord appears to the disciples on the way to Emmaus. He speaks to them, reveals Scripture, reveals the law of the priest victim, and they recognized him at the breaking of the bread, which is always the Eucharist in Scripture. And at the moment that they recognize him, he disappears. Once they have the certitude, this is Christ, then the physical disappears. The third instance was on the week after the resurrection. The apostles are out in the boat fishing, 7 of them. Our Lord is standing at the shore. There's a fire, and he has bread and fish. Where did the bread and fish come from? Here is the risen Christ. Is he still multiplying the bread and fish? St. Augustine says, Piscis ossus Christus passus. It represented the passion of Christ. Now, John is the first one to recognize him. And he comes, and then later on, all of the other apostles come. And when they do come, notice now what is said. And I do not find it immediately here, but the Gospel tells us that they knew who it was, that it was the Lord, but they dared not ask him, for they knew. So in the presence of the Eucharistic Lord, we do not ask for reasons, we do not say, it is you. Somehow or other, we know that it is the Lord. The fourth resurrection appearance to confirm it is Thomas that evening. And Thomas would not believe. Our blessed Lord then gave him the proof and said, Thomas, blessed are they who have not seen and who believe. The resurrection, therefore, is very closely united with a new kind of presence of Christ in his church. And what it demands is transparency. Is it any harder for us in this very hour to discover the presence of the Eucharistic Lord than it was for the apostles to discover divinity behind his humanity? They were not convinced. They went back fishing. It was only at Pentecost, when the Spirit came, that they were ultimately convinced. And then, through the flesh, though Peter, at the moment when he received this light from heaven, did confess Christ the Son of God. So it took a light to go behind the flesh. It takes a light to go behind the bread to discover the Eucharist. And probably an equal faith is required on the part of us in the post-resurrection church that was required by the apostles at the very moment when they were with him. The Eucharist then becomes for us a localization, a thou place. That's what it is. A very personal presence. For example, we have many who will say to us, oh, well, the Eucharist is, the Lord is everywhere. Sure, but there are different kinds of presences. I was once giving a talk in an auditorium in St. Louis, and there were, 10 or 12,000 people in the hall, and after the lecture, about 500 came up on the stage. And one man said, I have a daughter-in-law who refuses to come into the church, and she's had 2 courses of instruction. And I said, what is the trouble? And he says, I think it's the Eucharist. Is she here in the hall? Yes, she's there. Well, there was a park bench on the back of the stage. So this woman and I sat down on the back of the stage, and the 500 sat around to listen to the conversation. I said, I understand you do not believe in the Eucharist. She said, no. And I said, you know what it means, don't you? The presence of Christ. Yes. I said, are you married? She said, yes. Where's your husband? Korea. Does he write to you? Yes, 3 times a week. You have a picture of him? Yes, many about the house. Do you have any children? Yes. Do they look like him? Yes. Do his parents come to visit you? Yes, once or twice a week. I said, my dear lady, what more do you want? Well, she said, I want my husband. Oh, I said, you want a presence. And the Holy Spirit illumined her mind at that moment, and she saw the truth. We become used to the Eucharist as husbands become used to beautiful wives, and they begin to take them for granted. Love has to be earned, and earned from day to day. As husbands can pay little attention to a wife, so we can pay little attention to the Lord. And one of the purposes of the Eucharist, you see, is to supply digestion after a sacrifice. We consume the body and blood of Christ, but is there not a spiritual digestion that takes place in His presence? Is marriage only the union of husband and wife in the marriage act? Is the Eucharist only just simply communion with Christ in the Mass? Or in marriage, is there not also a companionship of love, a communication of words and thoughts and affections? Shall not there also be in the church this presence of Christ? He is everywhere, yes, but there are localizations of presence. And see how, for instance, Solomon brings forth this fact when he anointed, and rather when he dedicated his great temple. He begins by professing the universality of God's presence. And he says, but will God dwell indeed with men on earth? Behold, heaven and earth cannot contain thee. How much less the house that I have built? Yet have regard to the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplication, O Lord my God, hearkening to the prayer and cry, which thy servant prays before thee, that thy eyes may be open day and night toward this house, the place where thou hast promised to set thy name, that thou mayest hearken to the prayer which thy servant offers toward this place, and hearken thou to the supplications of thy servant and of thy people Israel when they pray toward this place. Yet hear thou from heaven thy dwelling place, and when thou hearest, forgive. The universality of God does not destroy the localization of his presence. And how often unbelievers become converted simply by the presence of the Eucharistic Lord. Some non-Catholics will come into a church and they will say, oh, it's different. I remember once I went down from Louvain to Paris to preach. And I was in a little hotel near the Opera Comique, and there was an Englishman playing the piano and playing it well. And I congratulated him, and then I suggested that we go to dinner, and he said, but I've never eaten with a priest or met a priest before in my life. I suggested that we were just like anyone else. Stick a priest with a pin, he jumps too. So we went to dinner, and then he presented to me a moral problem. He said, I have never met in my life one good man or one good woman. That gave me an occasion to thank him for the compliment. Then he went on and to tell me, he said, I picked up a woman in this restaurant a year ago, this coming 11th of February. She was trying to break a lump of sugar in a cup of coffee, wasn't able to do it. So I broke it. She said her husband was mean to her. I said, all right, come and live with me. Well, I get tired of them all after 12 months. Her time is up, so I packed up all of her clothes and left them with the concierge. She anticipated my move, and she gave me this letter. Dear puppy, unless you refuse to continue living with me until our anniversary, I shall commit suicide. Now, may I prevent suicide by permitting her to live with me? And I said, no, one, she will not commit suicide, and two, you may not do evil, the good may come from it. Got to be near midnight. He said, I will take you home. No, I said, I'm going to Montmartre. There's a Basilica of the Sacred Heart there, where every single night there are 1,000 men spending their lives, their hours in prayer. They have wives, they're good wives. They have children, they're good children. Come with me. He was a diamond merchant. Reluctantly he came. He said, what'll I do? Will I kneel? Will I sit? How long will I have to stay? He had no faith whatever. And I said, I will leave when you want to leave, but I intend to stay all night. I read Mass the next morning when the sun came up over Paris. He stayed. And then on the way down, he said, will you stay in Paris and teach me to be good? This single night, which was so different from the other nights of his life, was enough to convince him that there is goodness in the world, and there are good people. The Eucharist is a kind of a radioactive thing. It shoots out rays. And if all of our sermons were prepared here, talking to the Lord, if all our problems were brought here, how much better would be our solutions. One of the great regrets at the end of our life will be that he was so near, he was so far away. And it's the test of faith. I have a 3-room apartment. I have a bedroom. I have what would have been a bedroom in the apartment, which I converted into a chapel with a real presence. And I have a living room and a tiny, tiny little kitchen where I try to do my own cooking. God help me, it's awful. So that I must pass 100 times a day the Eucharistic presence. I prepare all of my sermons there. Begin saying, "Dear Lord, what do you want me to talk about today? Give me an idea. Shall I say this? Shall I say that?" The inspiration comes. I'll answer this difficulty. I'll answer that. You will be surprised what a tremendous transformation it will make in your life. So the Lord found it hard to convince us bishops at the beginning. They didn't understand. That will perhaps always be the mystery of the church, that we have never quite grasped that presence that continues in a different way. And you will thank me at the end of your life for this daily holy hour. But I do not want the thanks. I just want to see more and more brought before the Eucharistic Lord. For He is our Christ, He is our Savior, He is our Redeemer, He is our love. And we have to be in love. And we can love only a person. That love we fall just short of in our love is the Christ who is Emmanuel. Well, this is the first conference that I will have given with sound effects. Can you hear me in the gallery? In the first conference, I suggested that there were two extremes in the church. Now remember, they are extremes. One extreme we called the neurotic, that were interested in the real but not in the ideal. And the others were the psychotics, who were interested in the ideal and not the real. I'm going to develop those two ideas today because, first of all, there is a great concern about what is called activism, though no one ever speaks of pacifism. And if there is one, there could conceivably be the other. First of all, activism. There are a number of secondary and tertiary authors who develop these themes. Ultimately, however, the activist principle, which leaves out the spiritual to a great extent, or would consider it solely for the individual, they derive their inspiration from Marx. I do not blame the heavens for protesting at the mention of that name. So let me tell you something about the philosophy of Marx, because so many fall into this extreme without really knowing the inspiration of it all. So we'll skip the secondary authors and just get to the roots. Marx, first of all, as you know, was a Jew, but he was baptized a Christian. And he became a Satanist. That is not generally known. But at the age of 19, he wrote a little treatise on Satanism, which the communists had very much tried to make us forget. The first basic principle, because he has two, the first basic principle of activism is Man is alienated from himself, from his real nature, in two ways. First of all, by private property. Secondly, by religion. Man's nature is destroyed by private property because he is subject to an employer. And he has no rights of his own. He is alienated from his true nature because he's subject to God by religion. Now, says Marx, if you are ever to restore man to his true dignity, you must do away with private property, and you must do away with religion. You see, the two of them are tied up together. It is wrong to say that the socialism as Marx is indifferent to religion. It is not. Once you understand these two principles. Now, the second principle of Marx was that the individual amounts to nothing. It is only the party, the group, the community that matters. That is why you will have in Article 123 and 124 of the Soviet Constitution these principles: freedom of press, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech are recognized for all Soviet citizens, provided they support the Soviet system. Well, suppose you do not want to support the Soviet system. Then you lose your individual liberty, because it is only the opinion of the party that matters. Article 124, there was recognized for all Soviet citizens freedom of religious worship and freedom of anti-religious propaganda. You can worship if you can find a church, but you dare not preach. You dare not publish. You dare not gather children to teach them, because that's propaganda, and the right of anti-propaganda belongs to the state. It's taken a long time for Marxism to get out of Russia, and really to get into the church. But it finally has. And anyone who's made a study of it can see it. It appears, for example, in the statement that, well, society alone matters, personal sins are of no consequence. Now, that is the basic principle of activism. We will come back to it later on. If we have many who do not want, for example, to do pastoral work, who feel that the reason they were ordained was to become socially engaged, if we have many who are on that extreme or in that extreme, we also have others who are at another extreme. And there may be more on the other side. They are the ones who are concerned with individual piety, with liturgy, to the exclusion almost of any kind of social interest. The pastor would not visit, for example, his people, would not be concerned with those who are not practicing their faith, or with the sick. These will sometimes use liturgy as an excuse. Well, they're celebrating their Mass, they're conducting church services, but they are not doing very much for souls. As a matter of fact, sometimes it might be well. I have known some pastors in the States whom I believe should have been buried upside down to give their other end a rest. And apropos of this passage, listen to the rain. The prophet Amos, in chapter 5, verse 21. This is God speaking, I despise your feasts. I take no delight in your solemn assemblies. Even though you offer me burnt offerings and cereal offerings, I will not accept them. Take away from me the noise of your songs, the melody of your harps. I will not listen. But let justice roll down like waters. What a magnificent text. Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. See how the Lord is condemning those who are just simply staying in the temple and not busying with the people? And again, Isaiah. When you come to appear before me, who requires of you this trampling of my courts? Bring me no more vain offerings. Incense is an abomination to me. I cannot endure iniquity and solemn assembly. Your new moons, your appointed feasts, my soul hates. They have become a burden to me. I will not listen. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice. Correct oppression, defend the fatherless, and plead for the widow. So we have in the church two extremes. Superactivity and super inactivity. They're both wrong. How are we ever to strike a mean? Well, I think first of all, by taking a lesson from the Mount of the Transfiguration. When our blessed Lord took the three disciples, Peter, James, and John, to the Mount of Transfiguration, He revealed His nature as it will be in glory. Incidentally, I wonder if this was not the real way that the human nature of our Lord would have appeared. You just cannot put an electric light inside of an alabaster vase. If it's cheap, it's a vase. If it's expensive, it's a vase. You cannot put an electric light inside of an alabaster vase without that vase glowing. You cannot put divinity inside of a human nature without that human nature glowing. I think that our blessed Lord, in a certain sense, had to repress the incandescence, the radiation of a divinity in his human nature. Now, the Heavenly Father speaks to him and sends him on the way to Jerusalem. When Peter, James, and John see the Lord with his face shining like the sun and his garments white as snow, Peter said, "Lord, it's wonderful to be here. Let's have a solemn assembly. Let's build tents. One for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elijah. This is religion. This glory. Here we are alone on the mount. Let's stay here. And what does the gospel say? Peter did not know what he was saying. Peter represented, and the other disciples for the moment, those who believe in a kind of a spiritual isolation. And our blessed Lord now, after the transfiguration, takes them down from that mountain and takes them down to a valley. And down in that valley is a distraught father with a demonic child. And around the father and the child was the church. 9 apostles. 9. Now these men were the activists, as it were. They were concerned with the poor. They were concerned with disease. They were concerned with the mental harassment of the father. And when our blessed Lord appeared, the father went up to our Lord and said, "Will you drive the devil out of my son?" And our Lord drove out the devil. And the apostles round about, who were so very busy trying to get rid of the demonic, trying to heal, they finally said to our Lord, "Why couldn't we drive him out?" Our Lord said, "Because you have no faith. That's what's wrong with you. No faith. And all your activism and all your attempting to drive out this disease will be ineffectual." So in the Mount of the Transfiguration, there is the ecstasy, and down below the action. This is the way to combine the two. The ecstasy, the union with Christ, prayer, and then down to the valley with activity. So the reconciliation of the two extremes is, before we are active, we have to be profoundly spiritual. Otherwise, the activity is busybodyism. Listen, I know. I went into a place where there were 40,000 almost homeless people. Terrible poverty. Something had to be done for them. So I went to the government and I said, "I will give you a church, I will give you a school, I'll give you a rectory, I'll give you a convent, I'll give you land, I'll give you everything if you'll only start housing for these people. Establish a beachhead here, build houses, and then run through the rest of these hovels." Received all the due permissions from Rome, the apostolic delegates, and everywhere else. Announced it. And to protest. Some went out to one of the non-Catholic schools and got girls in cars and protested that we were giving away a parish. As a matter of fact, there weren't over 30 people attending it on Sunday. And then there began a general protest against this kind of aid from the part of activists. So when I withdrew the offer, then because this was a moment when everybody was interested in the inner city, you have no idea the wave that swept of America about 10 years ago. No priest wanted to be in a parish. They had to be down with the blacks. They had to be down with the Chicanos. They had to be down with the poor. They couldn't be staying in rectories. The office was flooded with them. We've got to go down into these places. So he sent them down. Today, you can't find one who will go. The mood was over. Oh, they would quote this man, quote that man. And now the church stands deserted. City now wouldn't even take it. And how many of those in that kind of work have left the priesthood and the sisterhood? I said to one sister, how long has it been since you really prayed? She said about 6 months. So the balance is profound spirituality before there is any kind of activism. Too often, an intense passion for social action, social justice, is covered up by a want of individual justice, and particularly individual justice to God. Look at, for example, David. David is one day walking on his roof. He looks over across the street, and there on a penthouse is Bathsheba. He invites her over to see his etchings. So Bathsheba comes over, and she's with child. She's got a husband. Brings the husband back and said, we'll give you a furlough. The husband said, we're not allowed furloughs in the Jewish army. We're not allowed to stay with a wife when we're fighting. Well, David then got him drunk. He slept in front of David's door all night. He wanted to send Uriah back again to Bathsheba to blame paternity onto the husband. Then he got in touch with the general, and he said, some men have to be in the front line of battle. Send him in the front line. Maybe he'll be killed. And he was killed. And David then married Bathsheba. He had no remorse about it. And one day, the prophet came to him, Nathan, and he said, I have a social problem for you. Here's a very poor man who had one ewe lamb. There was a rich man next door who was giving a party. And he came and took, though he had a big flock, he came and took the ewe lamb of that poor man, and he served a meal to his friends. What do you want to do about it, David? David said, that man shall restore it fourfold and shall give up his life. And the prophet said, you're the man. You stole the ewe lamb of Uriah. This is your story. You see this passionate love of social justice? Ready to kill a man now. Make him restore fourfold. But his own soul was not clean with God. Believe me, I don't believe there's any kind of work that we can undertake that requires greater spirituality than serving the poor. And we've got a model, too. And the model is Mother Teresa of India. Here this woman leaves her native country of Albania for India. She decides not to help the poor, but the distressed, the destitute. She has 50 houses now throughout the world, 600 novices. They lead a life of rigorous discipline, one day a week. Total silence. You do not go out to anyone. You've got to make your soul so that you will see God in people. Incidentally, that is one of the great things the Holy Hour does. Believe me, when we spend an hour every day in the presence of our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament and begin to see the divinity of Christ behind the species of bread, we are better prepared to see God in the poor and the suffering and those who have been denied civil rights. Then we get the vision. That's why she is able to help. Just her presence transforms. She has a house in New York, which I have visited many times, and she came to New York when they moved to a new place and was absolutely destitute in Harlem, and a dirty street, garbage and filth thrown onto the street. This little 90-year-old Mother Teresa gets a broom and begins sweeping the street. The very people who had thrown the garbage out on the street got their brooms and came down. The inspiration of a holy woman. So, let us have activists, but let them be men of intense prayer and concerned with the salvation of individual souls. The only reality there is in the world is a soul. Society is not an entity except in the mind. Society is made up of persons. And when we begin dealing with a person, then we're really beginning to work with the poor. The editor of the Communist Daily Worker in New York, Louis Boudin, had written a series of articles against me, and I invited him to dinner. And he said, what we communists have against you is that you do not believe that communism is a democracy. Well, I said, how can it be a democracy inasmuch as you never mention a right until you get to Article 118? And I said, I don't want to talk communism. I want to talk about your soul. And I talked to him for an hour about his soul. It was 8 months later that he got in touch with me. Then received him into the church, his wife, and the whole family. He had spent all of his life in spreading the social activism of communism, that the community alone matters. And then he finally came to see that maybe when my soul is straight with God, when I have individual justice, then I will have social justice. Then I can talk about it. Look at our Lord with Zacchaeus. When our Lord walked into Jericho, which was one of the most beautiful cities of our Lord's time, and he saw this tiny little Jew, the leading banker of the city, whom everybody hated. And he tried to get up in front to see our Lord, and everybody would elbow him and only too anxious to do it. He had to swallow his pride. Climbs a tree. Did our Lord say, "You dirty rich Jew"? Look at all these poor people in Jericho. What are you doing about them? Our Lord handled the problem. He converted Zacchaeus. Now, this is a very difficult subject to talk about. Oh, you say, oh, well, Sheen isn't really interested in the problems of the poor and the great social problems of our day. Well, I'll dismiss that with one line. I made and I received $10 million on television. 10 million, and I never kept a cent. Period. But I'm trying to establish a balance. I am just as much against pastors and my own brethren who stay too close to a house and to a desk and forget the people, as I am against these men who shout and shriek and have forgotten to some extent their individual justice to God and their prayers. The word that has been popularized, and we always have to be careful of popular words. It's well not to use them because they're not going to last long. Nobody in America uses the word involvement today. And there wasn't a priest in America who didn't use it 10 years ago. Somewhere, how or other, involvement disappeared. Now the N word is liberation. So let us do some frank talking about liberation. And the principle is simple. Every one of us, every priest, every member of the church must be in favor of economic and political liberation of those that are enslaved. But that priest, that nun, that bishop is not to consider himself as liberated. He is to consider himself as a slave. So, economic, political liberation with personal enslavement. Now let me give you the proof. We can make no mistake by going to Scripture. St. Paul, because of the Romans had conquered many people, had often seen the slave market. And so St. Paul writes, "You do not belong to yourselves. You were bought at a price. What was the price? St. Peter tells us you were bought not with gold and silver, but by the precious blood of the Lamb. The word doulos, slave, is used of our blessed Lord in the New Testament 47 times. Was our Lord liberated? He was a doulos. He emptied himself, made himself a zero, and became a doulos. We are actually slaves. And then only may we talk about liberation. Now comes this beautiful text of Paul in 2 Corinthians and the translation of it here is very good. St. Paul is here describing a procession that perhaps was seen only once in a lifetime. It was what the Romans called a triumphal procession. In order that anyone would receive a triumphal procession, certain conditions had to be fulfilled. One, at least 5,000 of the enemy had to be killed in one battle. Two, vast territory had to be acquired for the Roman Empire. Thirdly, spoils had to be taken. If these conditions were fulfilled, then he would be brought in triumphal procession into Rome. In the procession there was first the lictors, then the members of the Senate, then after them the spoils. For example, after the conquest of Jerusalem, one of the spoils, as we know from the Ark of Titus, was the 7-branched candlesticks. Then came the slaves, all the prisoners. After them the priests, with their incense pots. And after them, the emperor. Now this is what is in St. Paul's mind. Thanks be to God who continually leads us about, captives, in Christ's triumphal procession. Captives in Christ's triumphal procession. And everywhere uses us to reveal and spread abroad the fragrance and knowledge of himself. We are indeed on the way to salvation. Now he speaks of the incense and the perfume. That incense of the priests was sweet-smelling to the Romans and to the general, but it was very foul-smelling to the prisoners. And using that analogy, St. Paul says, we are indeed the incense offered by Christ to God, both for those who were on the way to salvation and for those who were on the way to perdition. To the latter, it is a deadly fume that kills. To the former, a vital fragrance that brings life. Who is equal to such a calling? Liberation? Economic? Political? Yes. Personal? No. We are not liberated. We are doulos. We are slaves in Christ's triumphant procession. And the more we're manacled with Christ, the greater will be the economic and liberation. But first we make our souls. We're holy, we're mortified. And then we can go out and not be like David, who became excited about a social problem when he had an individual problem of his own.
This is John Daly on the deck of the Mayflower at Plymouth Harbor, England. High tide and sailing time is here this 6th day of September 1620. But this tragic ship, with its company of 102 desperate, frightened, hounded souls who are displacing their persons from the old world to the new, has not yet sailed. These pilgrims, these refugees for religious freedom and civil rights, are still tied to Europe by a Gordian knot of heart-breaking difficulties. And unless these outlaws from the Church of England can cut that knot before the ebb tide sinks them deeper into danger, the Mayflower may never sail at all for the colony of Northern Virginia, recently renamed New England. The afternoon sun is throwing shadows of gloom on the town of Plymouth behind me. Soon will be...
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. You are there.
The exodus of the pilgrims, out of the noose of oppression and persecution, into the arms of an angry sea and a desolate winter continent. CBS takes you back to a little-known but fateful moment in American history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. The deck of the Mayflower and John Daly.
Voyage to the new world and to freedom. twice they have been delayed for repairs to their sister ship, the Speedwell, which has finally been withdrawn, crowding all into the Mayflower. And now, at last, they must sail with this tide. For today, the weather is good. Tomorrow or the day after, it may be bad enough to prevent their sailing at all, for winter is close upon them. Another delay and the Mayflower would have to face the grisly gales of an autumnal sea, and the far from certain arrival in a strange land gripped in the fury of winter. These refugees have already lost their summer chances, and to lose more is suicide. Here with me at our CBS microphone is Christopher Jones, the master of the Mayflower. Captain Jones is one of the most respected shipmasters in all of England. He's 1/4 owner of the Mayflower, a middle-aged, rather sedate man, a strict, strong, dependable citizen. These pilgrims will be in good hands if they succeed in getting away today. But right now, the face of Captain Jones is troubled with deep and anxious lines. Captain Jones, what's holding the Mayflower up? Why don't you sail, sir?
We will sail.
But how can you say that, Captain? Your canvas is still tied down, and the tide is at its height.
Well, I expect my orders momentarily, and we'll sail.
And who are those orders to come from, sir? From the Pilgrim elders who are locked in the cabin?
Yes, as soon as they settle their last-minute differences with Mr. Weston, the representative of the adventurers.
But who are these adventurers, Captain? What is their business with these refugees?
The adventurers, Mr. Daly, are a group of men who are venturing not their persons on this expedition, but their capital.
Well, Captain, do you know what the last-minute differences between these moneylenders and the Pilgrims are?
I can't say, sir. Something to do with the contract they agreed upon for the sharing of profits from possible trade in the New World. As if we haven't got enough trouble, Mr. Weston arrives 10 minutes ago and closets himself in the cabin and holds up our departure.
But as soon as these differences are settled and Mr. Weston gets off the ship, you will sail.
I certainly hope so, sir.
Hope? But only hope? Why?
Well, my passengers say they'll not sail without their charter from King James.
But what charter? I hadn't heard about that.
The charter guaranteeing them civil and religious freedom from the King's authority in the New World. Sir Robert Norton, that's His Majesty's emissary, gave his word that he would arrive today.
But, Captain, suppose he doesn't come before the tide has ebbed?
Well, only Providence can answer that question, sir, not I. And now, if you'll excuse me...
One more question, Captain, please. Are all the elders on board the Mayflower now?
They're in the cabin. I'm going there now, sir.
Well, would you care to state who exactly of the elders is on board?
Well, in the cabin are William Bradford, Deacon Cushman, John Carver, and perhaps some others.
And would you care to say, Captain, if the elder William Brewster is on board?
Now, Mr. Daly, it was your desire and your promise to ask but one question. Now, I believe I've kept my bargain. Now, if you please,
well,
sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Jones. The master of the Mayflower is entering the cabin, and we really didn't expect him to answer our questions as to the whereabouts of William Brewster, the ruling elder of these departing refugees. Master Brewster is a hunted fugitive with a price on his head. He is at this moment, and for the past 10 years he has been, the object of an international manhunt instituted by His Majesty. He's been accused of printing a book entitled Perth Assembly, and His Majesty has denounced that book as being, and we quote, an atrocious and seditious libel written with scorn and reproach against the king and his bishops. Printed copies of the book were smuggled from Holland into Scotland in French wine vats. Now, there's a flurry of excitement on the deck of the Mayflower. It's caused by the arrival of a royal carriage. It's speeding at a dangerous pace down the wharf right now, and it must be the arrival of Sir Robert Norton, the King's Secretary of State. The carriage is pulling up now at the boards leading up here to the deck of the Mayflower. Door is opening. Yes, it is. It's Sir Robert. It's the official who has intervened on behalf of the Pilgrims to secure them the King James Charter for the New World. He's coming up the planks now and must pass our CBS microphone on his way to the captain's cabin. I'm going to try to get a hold of him. Sir Robert! Oh, Sir Robert!
Stand aside, please.
Sir Robert, have the Pilgrims got their charter, sir? Do you carry the charter?
I said stand aside, please.
Yes, sir. Master William Bradford, Elder Bradford, has appeared at the cabin door to greet Sir Robert. Both men have gone in. The cabin door has been shut in our faces, but we hope that at least one of the difficulties besetting these poor, desperate refugees will be surmounted. This charter is vital to them. Without it, they cannot live under the protection of the king in the New World and enjoy liberty of conscience. You know, this Mayflower seems a pitifully inadequate vessel to brave the vast terrors of the Atlantic, particularly at this time of the year. She's no more than 100 feet, say, from bow to stern, and perhaps 20 to 25 feet at the beam from port to starboard. She has plied good wine and bad wine from every port in France in the past and landed it safely on the London River. And on some occasions she's carried luxurious taffetas and satins and stockings and coney skins. In fact, the aroma of her last wine cargo still pleasantly escapes from her hold. But on this, her first Atlantic crossing, the Mayflower's cargo has ironically turned from riches to rags. This time, she carries an unusual cargo, men, women, and crying children. And up at the bow of the ship, Ken Roberts, surrounded by these children, seems to have something to say. So go ahead, Ken.
Ready? Sing.
And the earth did shake and quake, and stirred the ground of the mountain shook, for
The children you hear doing their distracted best to sing one of the tongue-twisting psalms of the Pilgrims are being led by a pretty young miss, and she's doing her distracted best to keep them from crying.
eat out of his mouth, from it burned with heat.
Good children, very good.
Hush, children, hush.
Would you tell us your name, please, miss?
Priscilla Mullins.
And how old are you, Miss Priscilla?
18.
18. And is your father a religious dissenter, a pilgrim?
Oh, no, sir. My father is a shopkeeper from Dorking, Surrey. We are French Huguenots.
Well, then why is your family fleeing England if you are not religious dissenters?
Only 40-some-odd of the people aboard the Mayflower are religious dissenters. The rest of us are sailing for other urgent reasons.
Miss Priscilla, what are those urgent reasons?
My father says that there are many on board this ship that flee not the persecution of their souls, but the persecution of their bodies. For as you know, sir, all over Europe, they see the grim and gaunt face of poverty and hunger coming upon them like an armed man.
I understand. And, Miss Priscilla, who are these children you are shepherding? These children here.
4 of them are orphans.
Orphans on the Mayflower?
Yes, poor waifs of London town. Poor orphans dragged off quite as if they were debtors or criminals and sentenced to exile in the colonies.
But by whose authority?
Ask the Lord Mayor of London and his bishop.
Oh, I see. Less mouths to feed in London.
I suppose so.
I see. And, what is your name, young man?
Wrestle.
Wrestle what?
Wrestle with the devil.
Wrestle with the devil. Well, that's a good name.
My brother has a good name, too.
I'm sure he has. What is it?
Love.
What's that?
Love of God. Don't you?
Well...
My father does. He's a great man. My mother says not to tell where he is, but I know.
Wrestle, hush.
I won't tell, Miss Priscilla. I promised. My father's in prison, but he'll escape and fight the Indians with Love and me.
Oh, I see. You and Love are 2 big Indian fighters. And, what is your father's name?
William Brewster.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Wrestle. Miss Priscilla, I didn't know these 2 were Master Brewster's children.
Oh, yes, there are 2 more of us. 2 big sisters, Fear and Patience.
Of course, Wrestle, of course. Fear and Patience. Very appropriate names for the children of William Brewster. Don't you agree, Miss Priscilla?
Yes. My fear is that we will not sail. And as for our patience, that is at an end, and so is our money. My father has sold his shop and all our worldly goods. We have burned all our bridges behind us.
I'm sorry, there's a man coming through carrying a barrel.
I told you before, miss, to get these children out of here. Do you want their heads bashed in with a barrel?
You'll bash no one, you lout. I'm trying my best, can't you see? Come, children.
Thank you, Miss Priscilla. Thank you, children.
Children and wenches, as if we didn't have enough. Hey, you. Maybe you know when we're going to get underway.
Soon, I hope. What's your name?
Alden. John Alden.
That barrel you just put down must be pretty heavy. What's in it?
The body of William Brewster.
In little pieces, I presume.
That would be a story for you, eh? Oh, but it's only beer.
beer for the sober pilgrims?
Would you expect them to drink ye plain water? It's a prolific source of human ills. Oh, they'll remain healthy as long as I take care of their kegs. I'm not a good cooper.
Are you one of the pilgrims?
Yeah. I'm a cooper out of Harwich. I'm hired on by them to care for their beer, their plain water, and their strong water. That's my task on this voyage.
And after the voyage?
Home again for me. I'm hired on for only a year. But if they let this tide run out much longer, I'll never go. Well, enough of this chatter. This barrel of beer wasn't meant for the sun.
Thank you, John Alden. Mr. Alden handles that heavy barrel of beer as if it were kindling wood. Though he can't be more than 20, he's tall, blond, and powerful. The kind of a fellow who's rough and ready with his hands. No doubt that's why the Pilgrims hired him. That's why they... Oh, I see the door of the Mayflower's cabin has opened. Sir Robert Norton has just come out, so back to John Daly.
Sir Robert, the King's Secretary of State, is willing to tell us now what has happened. Sir Robert, has the charter been granted?
I should like to present, if I may, the mind of His Majesty in this matter.
Of course, sir, but did
His Majesty asked me what profits there may be of such an adventure.
By profits, His Majesty meant profits to the realm, I presume.
Yes, and I answered fishing.
Fishing?
Yes, fishing. The departing pilgrims would engage in fishing in the colonies.
And did that satisfy the king, sir?
It amused him. And he replied, "So God have me soul, it's an honest trade." It was the apostle's own calling.
I see the king demonstrated his knowledge of theology and of the trade of fishing.
Yes.
But did he, sir, formally consent to the request for the charter?
His Majesty agreed not to molest them should they depart. But he would issue no official seal of protection.
Then the charter was not granted.
I wouldn't say that. His Majesty referred them to the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Sir Robert. The King's Secretary of State is leaving the Mayflower, but one moment. Oh, Mr. Bradford, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Master William Bradford, in the absence of William Brewster, is the ruling elder of these pilgrims. A rather young elder, I would say, wouldn't you, Mr. Bradford?
I am honored that you call me an elder. I am 31 years old, but we pilgrims age rapidly in the king's protection.
Well, how old is Master Brewster, sir?
Master Brewster is past 50.
Oh, I see.
Yes, he's the only, shall we say, real elder in our company. The rest of us are mostly around 30.
Well, as the present ruling elder, Master Bradford, are you going to follow His Majesty's suggestion that you see the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury about the charter?
Have my nose split down the middle? No, thank you. I believe we know what the answer of these venerable gentlemen of the Anglican Church would be.
But, sir, how can you sail without the charter?
To be sure, Mr. Daly, the charter is of great moment to us. Let us not be of too simple a mind about it. Even if we had a seal as broad as a house floor, what is there to prevent the king, if he were disposed to wrong us, from reaching out his long arm even to our new life in America, and there claiming us under his civil and religious authority?
Well, then that means that you will sail without the charter.
We sail without the charter. We sail.
No, I'll not sail. I'll not sail without our boy. Oh, please, William.
Take her away quickly. Take her below. Take her below quickly.
Master Bradford, who is that poor woman?
My wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. But you are leaving your children behind?
Our only child. He's scarcely 5. My wife has been mad with grief. Forgive her, please, for she, too, is but a child.
But, Master Bradford, other children are going. Why, just a short while ago, we learned that Rassel and Love, the children of William Brewster, are on board.
Yes, but there's no space for all to go. We'd planned to sail on 2 ships. We are now all crowded onto one. And some, like my own child, must be left behind, because they are most unfit to bear the brunt of this hard adventure. And thus, like Gideon's army, we are divided, as if the Lord thought we few too many for the great work he had to do. But now, sir, you'll forgive me. I must return to our business with the adventure.
Well, just one more question, please, Master Bradford.
Yes?
Before you go, could you tell us exactly what the difficulty is between you and the adventurers?
Yes. We had agreed that the fruits of our labor and all profits got from traffic, fishing, and trade should be shared equally with the adventurers for a period of 7 years.
Yes?
Yes. But these bloodsuckers are not content to enslave a man for 7 years. Now they demand 7 days of the week.
Well, how many days had you agreed to work? 5.
And the other 2 for prayer and for our own profit to build our homes. And moreover, at the end of 7 years, they now demand that our houses and lots be divided with them.
But surely, sir, the land and houses built in the wilderness will be but a trifle to these adventurers.
They do not think so. The division will be a great discouragement to us. We will have to borrow hours from our sleep to build our houses. But they ask if we will sleep better in the stinking London prisons.
That's too bad, Master Bradford, but what are you going to do?
Do? What can we do? We have sacrificed everything we possess to pay for this journey. Shall we turn back now, penniless and destitute and at the mercy of the Star Chamber and torture rack? We are like the children of Israel. But the Lord will yet guide us through this sea of oppression.
Master Bradford has gone back into the cabin again. And the people around me here on the deck of the Mayflower have heard the reality of their misfortune. They're discussing it with grim faces and in low tones, and certainly these people have a reason to be grim and unhappy. So many misadventures have befallen them since they first set out for the new world. A penny, you know, is worth £1 to these poor folk. There's not a wealthy man among them. There's not a patch of purple on these passengers, although they do not wear somber clothes, as many believe. Rather, it's the gay apparel of Lincoln greens and russet browns, the same splash of color that you would see on the streets in London town. Indeed, the missing elder, William Brewster, has been known to wear at his pleasure a red cap, a white cap, a quilted cap, or a dandy-laced cap, together with a violet coat and green drawers. Oh, Ken Roberts, up at the Mayflower's bow, has a passenger with 2 dogs, so over to Ken Roberts.
The dogs you hear barking are a great mastiff and a small spaniel. They belong to a man here beside me who has been quietly sitting on a barrel reading the Bible. He has kindly agreed to put aside the holy book for a few moments and speak with us. Sir, why are you taking these 2 dogs along with you to America?
Well, why not? Since my wife is not going, a man must have some form of companionship.
Oh, I see, but what will you do with the 2 dogs?
Do? Why, I shall hunt with them in the wilderness.
Hunt what, sir?
Lions.
Lions? I see. What is your name, sir? Richard the Lion-Hearted?
You jest. I am John Goodman. My wife's name is Sarah. Sarah Goodman, just these past few months.
Forgive me, sir. Just married and you're leaving your bride behind?
Oh, not of my choice, sir. I left her behind in Delft Haven, Holland. There was not room for all on our little craft, the Speedwell. Now I am fortunate to be on the Mayflower, for all men know the treachery of the Speedwell's captain, who claims the boat is unseaworthy.
Well, isn't it? Didn't it force you to turn back twice and delay you for a month?
I will tell you a secret, Mr. What is your name, sir?
Roberts.
Yes, I will tell you a secret, Mr. Roberts. The captain of the Speedwell and his men are afraid of remaining a winter in the wilderness.
They are?
Yes, but we're not afraid. We fear the wilderness less than the languishing death which we dissenters suffered in the London prisons, where many of us have perished by hunger and cold, and by long and hard imprisonment, and held without bail in black dungeons where I could not see my hand at noonday. Oh, yes, I remember too well the Star Chamber and how we were whipped and pilloried in the presence of the court. Look, I had one ear sliced off, you see. So some have had their noses split down the middle and the letters SS branded on their foreheads.
SS?
Ah, yes, I see you know what that means. Stirrer of sedition. If reading this Bible in the common tongue makes me a stirrer of sedition, it might make me lose my other ear. But have no fear. Have no fear. I'm safe. We are free. I am sailing to the new world. The new world where a husbandman may sing the psalms at his plow, and a weaver warble the words of the book at his shuttle. Nay, more. There in America, it will not be many years before a boy that driveth the donkey will know more of the Scripture than the Archbishop of Canterbury. And now, sir, may I speak a poem?
Yes, if you like.
I sit upon the deck. Book is in my hand. Do not fear. Heaven is near, I say. by water as by land. I sit upon the deck.
Oh, excuse me,
Book is in my
Master.
hand.
There's a disturbance on the wharf, a fight of some kind. I see John Daly down there, so down to the wharf.
It was at Fight 10. One of the ship's passengers walked off the Mayflower with all his family and all of his belongings, and another man who appears to be a soldier accused him of deserting and tried to stop him. A fight flared up, and, well, it's almost over now, I hope, and we'll try to find out what it's all about. Now, look, one at a time, please, one at a time. And now, sir, suppose you tell us why you're leaving the Mayflower.
He's a man, a coward, sir, if he fears that his children will be exposed to the miseries of the land and the colonies. But can a man bear to see his loved ones die of famine and nakedness and want?
We are well provisioned.
Please, let him speak. Well provisioned, are we? We are in such a strait at present that we now scarce have any butter to brave the winter. We have no oil, not a hide of leather to mend a shoe. And are we provisioned against the change of air, sir? And the strange diet and the drinking of strange water that will affect our bodies with sore sicknesses and grievous diseases?
But there is a physician and surgeon on board the Mayflower, 2 of them, in fact.
And can he save us from the savages?
We have muskets, sir.
Muskets? How many muskets against a cruel and barbarous and most treacherous people who are most furious in their rage? For I have heard that they are content not only to kill, but delight to torment men by flaying them alive with the shells of fishes.
How do you know all of this?
I know. They cut up a body piecemeal. They broil it over the coals and they eat the collops of flesh in their sight while still the body lives.
You seem to be well informed, sir, about places you've not been to.
Aye, sir, verily I am informed. I am informed that the 1,200 immigrants that sailed from England these past 3 months, 1,000 died on the voyage or after their arrival in the Virginia colonies. Now answer that, Captain Shrimp.
Who are you calling Captain Shrimp?
You take the moment,
please. Just a moment.
I'll shred him to pieces.
Please.
Yellow-livered libel. No one can call me Captain Shrimp.
Just a moment.
My name is Captain Miles Standish.
Then you are... Calm down, Captain Miles Standish.
Captain Shrimp, will you?
Aye, Shrimp.
Captain Standish is a short, stubby fellow with a flaming head of red hair that now matches the crimson rage in his face. Well, what are you captain of, Captain Standish?
I am a military man.
You are a Shrimp.
I fought with the Dutch against Spain. And any flea that calls me Captain Shrimp will find that I am a little chimney that is quickly fired. And should this cowardly deserter, this pernicious Paul...
Captain Standish, now, Captain Standish, please. By what authority, sir, did you try to dissuade this man abandoning the voyage? Are you an elder?
No. But I've been chosen by the elders to preserve order and lead the Pilgrim Army in the New World.
You mean you're going to protect them against the savages?
I will protect them against any enemy, man or beast.
Well, I presume then, Captain Standish, that you are one of these pilgrims.
No, sir. I am a Roman Catholic. My task is simply to protect these people, even from such a deserter as this one.
I am not a deserter, sir.
Please. You've had your say.
He is stirring up fear among us. But we will be strong, even though today we are weak. With the help of God, there will come a day when the bees will have honey in their hives. And then they will also have stings in their tails.
Excuse me, the Mayflower cabin door has been flung open, and the agent for the adventurers, Mr. Weston, is striding swiftly across the deck. He's coming off the ship and coming down the boards here to the wharf. He looks very angry. Perhaps I can stop him to say a word. Mr. Weston!
No comment.
But, sir, is the Mayflower sailing?
Let me by, please.
Just one question, please, sir. Has the contract been settled?
There is no contract.
But, Mr. Weston...
I have no time. If they leave, they stand on their own legs.
That's Mr. Bradford, sir. He's come out of the cabin and he's coming down the board.
Let him come. He'll do no business with me. Bloodsuckers, are we? Are my investors to be called bloodsuckers simply because they want to protect their money?
Weston, the new contract you propose is fitter for thieves and bond slaves than honest men.
I bleed for you, Master Bradford, but I'll not risk another penny of the adventurer's capital.
I understand. He that ventureth his money hath more power than he that ventureth his person.
We've been through all that. If you've nothing newer to say, then let me by.
We have a new proposal.
Then speak it and be quick.
Very well. Here it is. In return for 2 days and every 7 to build our homes, we will agree, if necessary, to guarantee your profits, though it take us more than 7 years. Will that suffice?
Then you guarantee our profits. That's reasonable. I think the adventurers will agree. I accept.
So be it. Begone, then, and let us sail.
Godspeed.
Captain, we sail at once. All on board!
Godspeed, Master Bradford. Bradford has gone up the boards, and those on the wharf here are hurrying up after him. Captain Jones has given the order to raise the hook. There's a whirlwind of activity up there on the deck of the Mayflower. Sailors are shouting, leaping up into the rigging. The sails are going up, beginning to belly out into the wind. Captain Jones is wasting not a moment. He means to catch the last full strength of this tide. And now, a surprise in these last minutes before sailing. Elder William Brewster, the fugitive leader of the Pilgrims, the man with a price on his head, is on board the Mayflower and with Ken Roberts. So now, back to the cabin.
William Brewster is here, sitting across the table from us in the Mayflower's cabin as it gets underway to the New World. Master Brewster, will you tell us where you have been?
Some say I have been to London, some to Scotland, and still others to Holland. All are correct, but for the past hour, as you know, Mr. Roberts, I've been sitting in the hold of the Mayflower.
Master Brewster, how do you feel now that finally you're about to sail for a new land?
We are departing on a great venture. In the New World, we will establish a new form of living with ourselves and with God. I fervently pray that maybe next year, God willing, the Mayflower will return, perhaps with a cargo of salt fish and pelts, and sell them at a fair profit. And then when she sails again to America, many more families will go with her. Our men will build their own houses and till their own fields. And our women will weave Sunday clothes for their own families. We will all enter our own church and worship in our own way. Please, God.
A happy success on your hopeful voyage. And now, Master Brewster, I must go ashore, so Godspeed again. And back to John Daly on the wharf.
The lines have been cast off. Captain Jones is urging his crew on to hurry. And there it goes. The Mayflower is sailing. The people here on the dock are waving and weeping. It's a noisy, but at the same time, a tragic scene. Many of these people will not see their friends and relatives for perhaps years. The Mayflower, her sails filling and the wind is heaving through the water, making her way towards the Catwater and the Sound, bound for the New World and New England. The sun is setting against the rolling white clouds.
September 6th, 1620. The Pilgrims sailed for America to establish the first colony founded on civil and religious liberty.
Adventures in Time and Space. Transcribed in future tense. Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Can you see beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown dimension X? Today we tell you a story of America's largest city, a story that began in the bustling city room of the New York Metropolitan Opera.
Sit in there. Sweeney?
Give me a rewrite, quick.
I'll take it.
Okay, now look. Look on Riverside Drive, see?
So?
So, at 12:45 today, just 3 minutes ago, Grant Stone disappeared.
There's what?
I'm telling you, disappeared. It's gone.
Listen, Sweeney, get yourself to a Turkish bath. Sober up.
Pop, I swear, I'm sober as a judge. Listen to me, will you?
Just a minute. Albert!
What's up, Pop?
Call the 100th Detective Precinct. Find out if anything's been reported missing.
Like what?
Like Grant's tomb. Go on, make it snappy.
Okay, Pop.
All right, Sweeney, now give it to me slow. This better not be a gag.
No gag, Pop. Now get it down. The traffic at the drive was at its noon hour peak. And the benches are...
They say that Grant's tomb is gone. Okay, call composing. Tell them to hold everything for an extra. Clear out page 1. Get going. Okay, Sweeney, now. The heck with the words. Give me the garbage. What happened?
Nobody knows. There are half a dozen police cars around here staring at the place where Grant stole one. I was about a block away. I heard screams. I came running. It was gone. Vanished.
How many dead?
Nobody knows if anybody is dead.
I'll find out.
How can I find out when everybody that was sitting on the steps and all disappeared?
What?
They're gone.
No bodies?
No tools, Pop. No tools.
Okay, you hoof it back up there and get stories from some witnesses. Now call me back. Albert.
Yes, Pop.
Get Columbia University on the phone. Get a statement.
Right.
Research.
Yes, sir.
Grab an encyclopedia, see if anything like this ever happened before. Hey, Walter.
Yeah, Pop.
Call the army. Find out about secret weapons. Hello, composing. This is Pop Atterby on the city desk. Start setting up an extra. I want to hit the street in 20 minutes. Second extra in an hour with pictures. Okay, what are you waiting for? Get 'em rolling.
Pop? Pop.
Oh, I'm busy, Albert.
Yes, sir. Pop, Mr. Colborne wants to see you. Pronto.
Tell him I'm busy.
Well, he says to come now.
Oh, of all the flat-headed publishers to saddle a newspaper with. Okay. Sweeney calls, switch it to Colburn's office.
Okay, Pop.
Come in. Listen, Mr. Colburn, I'm very busy now. There's an extra on the rollers and...
I know. I just called composing and ordered them to stop it.
Stop it? Are you...
Atterby, you've been on the city desk of the Herald for 25 years now. Since when do you waste thousands of dollars on an April Fool issue?
April Fool? Listen, Grant's tomb is missing. Is that a story? Or am I dead from the neck up?
Did you check it?
Yes, and Sweeney...
How do you know it's true?
Well, if you...
What do you mean spreading cold terror all over town?
But Sweeney...
The devil with Sweeney. How do you know it isn't just a hallucination? Mass hypnotism, something like that.
Well, what if it is?
Atterby, if this is a farce, we'll be in Dutch, but good. Civil suits, criminal action. We're the only paper in town on the streets with an extra. The other editors don't believe this story for one instant.
It takes guts to run a paper.
Well, if that's what it takes, you've got too many. You took the authority for this without even trying to find me and get an okay.
Your father-in-law knew a story has to run while it's hot.
All right. You ran this while it was so hot, our first 10 papers drove the city into a panic. How do we know this whole thing isn't a big... Hello. Now there's Corborn. Yes, he's here. It what? Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine and dandy. You're fired. It's your star reporter, Mr. Sweeney, formerly of the Herald.
Formerly? Give me that phone. Hello, Sweeney. Did you get the pictures? How are things up there? I'll need more witnesses. Hey, what?
It's back.
Fine. What did you say?
It's back. Grant's tomb is back. I'm sorry.
You're sorry. All right, golden boy. Now give it to me slow. Make it sound intelligent.
It just reappeared, that's all.
What about the people who were inside?
All back. Don't remember a thing. It's just like it never happened at all. It's a miracle.
Some miracle. We got an extra on the streets with 28 types screaming that Grant's tomb has vanished, and you calmly call me up to tell me that it's back.
But it was gone, I tell you, Pop.
Sweeney,
what?
Do me a favor, will you?
Yeah, what?
Drop dead.
Well, Atterby?
Guess we run a retraction. Just doesn't make sense. 12 police cars saw it. We've got statements from witnesses.
I told you it was hysteria. Look at the man from Mars broadcast that Orson Welles did. 1,000 people will swear they saw the monsters.
Oh, I don't know. I'm all confused.
Well, let's look at it this way, Atterby. Maybe you've had enough.
Enough what?
You've been on the city desk 25 years now. That makes you, 55?
54. What are you driving at, Mr. Colby?
I mean, maybe you ought to retire.
Retire?
We need new people, new ideas. I've been thinking about it for some time now. With Social Security, you'd get...
About $20. Fine. Now, you listen. I brought this paper into the world, and it's going to take me out. I was on that city desk before you ever heard of a stick of type. Then you come along and marry a publisher's daughter.
That's enough.
I made a mistake, okay. Anybody can make a mistake. I still think there's something in this story. Sweeney's been around too long to blow one like this. Even when he's drunk, he's a better newspaper man than most.
I'm sorry. Effective today, you're relieved as city editor. Sanford will take over.
Sanford? Why, he's Greeter's grave.
If you want to stay on in some minor job...
Such as...
Well, how about science editor?
Science editor.
You can have the office right next to mine. It'll pay the rent. Well?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. Been on the city desk so long.
Well, maybe it's too much excitement for a man your age.
Stop writing me off, will you? I'm sick. I'm 54. And a man at 54...
He's no longer a boy.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I am losing my grip. Gotta go somewhere and think it over.
All right, Adderby. Take your time.
I'll be across the street at Burley's bar if you need me. I'll let you know before the bulldog hits the streets.
Yeah, Pop, yeah?
More poison.
Haven't you had enough, Pop?
Yeah, this is a solemn occasion, Burley. Call the hemlock.
Well, what's the occasion, Pop?
I am now a husband.
No.
Reduced. Humiliated.
You, Pop? Never.
Meet the new science editor of the Sunday Supplement, me. Knows much about science as J.P. Morgan knows about sharecropping.
What happened? Who did it?
You familiar with a reporter named Aloysius John Sweeney? Former friend and drinking companion of mine?
Sweeney got you busted?
The same. If that gentleman should ever, by some misforgotten chance, thrust his head into this bar, Burley, my friend, I personally, with these two bare hands...
Hey, Pop! Pop!
Hey,
Pop, it's me.
I shall control my homicidal instinct.
Listen, Pop, I just came down from Riverside Drive.
Very daring move, Sweeney.
I brought a guy with me.
It won't help, Sweeney.
Pop, you don't understand. I found a little guy in a swallowtail coat who watched this whole thing happen. Pop. Burley, quiet! Quiet, everybody! Quiet, will you?
How do you do? Gentlemen, I can assure you my small stature belies the magnitude of my abilities.
What did you bring him for, Sweeney?
He's a genius, Pop, a full-time genius.
You betrayed me once, Sweeney. Isn't that enough? Take your little man away and don't bother me.
Your friend isn't very polite, Mr. Sweeney. Perhaps one day he will learn that even the most insignificant man has a sense of dignity and personal worth.
I apologize, Professor. I'm not so at you. It's your tomato-headed friend here. Sweeney, I ought to kill you. I ought to strangle you with my bare hands. I ought to have you run through a rotary press at low speed. Those things are too good for you.
But, Pop, look, I'm trying to tell you, the story ain't phony. It happened. Mr. Pertwee... Hannibal, tell him about it.
Gladly. My contribution has been awaiting worldwide recognition for many years now. Unfortunately, there are some who insist I am insane.
I see that.
Yes. Being small of stature, as you can see, I chose to nurse my resentment rather than to take positive measures. However, I feel now the world is ready to come to terms with Hannibal Pertwee.
Can you or can you not explain this Grant's tomb business?
Naturally. It can all be explained quite simply in terms of the Pertwee system of infinite acceleration and transportational facilitation as applied to freightage. I've been trying to sell it to the railroads for 10 years.
Didn't I tell you he was a genius, Pop?
Hey, the check.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Give him a chance. Show him the trains, Hannibal.
Oh, yes, the trains. If you gentlemen will gather around the suitcase...
Come on, I want you to see them. I'm telling you.
Right.
Come on.
Hey, look. As you can see, I have in this suitcase a complete model railroad reduced to the size of a cigar box. Observe. That's enough, I think.
They run! Just like real trains!
Sweeney, not content with ruining my life, losing me my job, driving me to alcohol, you're now trying to drive me out of my mind with an obvious madman who builds model railroads. Here's the money, Bertie. Keep the change.
Oh, but Pop,
Goodbye,
look.
gentlemen.
Pop, you're not even giving him a chance.
Out of my way.
Listen, Pop,
Out of my way.
It's always the same. They won't listen to me.
I guess Pop is losing his grip.
I hate them.
No, don't take it for hard, Hannibal. Maybe it was all a hallucination.
The Pertwee theory is not an hallucination.
Sure. Well, it was a good try anyway. I guess I'll go back to the office and pick up my stuff.
But I'll show them. Someday they'll listen.
Sure. You'll show them, Hannibal. Hey, Burley, fix Professor Pertwee here with a double scotch. Go ahead, make it a triple.
The newest use of the isotope will enable medical experts to trace with accuracy the growth of carbon. Oh, nuts. Yeah, maybe it's better to be unemployed. Science editor speaking.
Pop?
Yeah.
Sweeney, listen, I got a story.
I thought Carbon canned you.
Can't fire me. Listen, you know Burley's bar?
Does DiMaggio know Yankee Stadium? What about Burley's bar?
It's gone.
Oh, sweet.
On the level, Pop, just a few seconds ago. Take a look at the window.
Sweeney, I warn you.
Take a look.
Okay, Sweeney, hang on. Albert?
Yes, Pop?
Do me a favor. Stick your head out of that window and tell me if anything unusual is going on at Burley's Corner.
Okay, Pop.
Holy jumping catfish!
Huh?
It's gone. Come here and look.
Well, I'll be a monkey. Where's Coleman?
He went to a polo match out on Long Island.
Who's on the city desk?
Young Stan?
Come on.
City desk. Okay, I'll give it to rewrite. Just a second. City desk. What? Are you nuts? What? Everybody listen to this, will you? It's Martinson down at 34th Street. He says the Empire State Building has disappeared. Can you feature that?
What are you going to do about it?
Do? Am I supposed to do something? He's gone nuts.
Give me that phone.
Hey, let's
Give me that phone. Hello, Marty. This is Pop.
Pop, what are you doing on there?
Never mind what happened.
Well, I'm down at the precinct. 5 minutes ago, a cop staggered in. It's gone, he says. What's gone, they say? The Empire State, he says. Well, I think I better call.
Okay, get down there and get the details. In case you need to convince him Burley's bar went just before you call.
Holy mackerel, what a catastrophe that is. Okay, Pop, I'll call you.
Look at the skyline. The Empire State isn't there.
No. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky. It may come back just like Grant's tomb.
Okay, Pop. You'll take over, won't you? I'm kind of shaky.
Will I? I'll show you fledglings how to run a newspaper together. What?
Yeah,
Get a camera down to Empire State.
Right. What a story.
Call him there, Albert. Tell him what he intends to do.
Check.
Where's the research department?
Here, sir. Columbia University says it's not hypnotism.
Tell him to... No, dress it up and shoot it down.
Yes, sir.
Research? Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Find out how many people are usually in the Empire State.
Yes, sir.
No, and don't try to call the Empire State to find out. No, it isn't there. City desk. Shoot.
Walter, listen. I'm dead sober, see?
Yeah, the garbage, Frankie, the garbage.
Remember, I'm sober. S as in sober, O as in sober.
Come on, what happened?
Help me, Pop. Penn Station just disappeared. Vanished. Thin air.
Jumping Turtles. The people too?
People trace the works. I'm telling you, there's a hall a block wide. I was lucky I was only a block away.
You saw it?
Eyewitness.
Oh, bless you, my boy, talk.
There was a rumble, see? A kind of electrical hum in the air. And all of a sudden, the station seemed to cave in on itself. Wango. Nothing.
Any statement?
No, but you ought to see the hall.
Oh, get statements, flathead. Where are you now?
I'm over at the post office, right across the street from that. Pop!
Hello, Frankie. Frankie, operator.
Pop, we got a flash. The United States Post Office just went. The whole darn city is going piece by piece.
Don't lose your head, Albert. Hello.
This is the composing room about that Empire State Building story.
It's old news. We've just lost Penn Station and the post office. Get out a new banner head. New York City vanishing.
What about coffee?
You don't need copy for a story like this. Tell linotype operators to use their imagination. Albert! Anything else missing? Price the building, maybe?
Nothing yet, Pop.
Oh. Anything reappeared yet?
No word on anything.
Maybe things are stabilizing. Call composing. Tell them to start rolling.
Right, Pop.
And find Sweeney. Telephone from downstairs a while ago. I forgot all about him. Tell him he's hired again. I've printed on this statement that isn't immoral.
Uh-oh, Pop. Here comes Mr. Trouble.
Oh, now take it easy, Colburn.
Ada B., what are you doing at the city desk? Where's Sanborn? What's going on here anyway? Has everyone gone out of his mind?
Listen, the Empire State, the Penn Station, and the post office have all been missing for almost 5 minutes.
Get away from that desk, you. Drop that telephone.
Listen.
I don't care if Washington, D.C. has been bombed by the Martians. I want you out of this office in 2 minutes. Albert, cash those extras. Pop, you get out your file.
Oh, you're not being rigged.
I'm not interested in the other papers. Just get out of here before I go start raving mad.
Hey, Pop.
Oh, hello, Sweeney. Where have you been?
I've been trying to make up my mind whether to come up or not. When you left me hanging on the phone, I thought you was insulting me. Hey, how come you aren't on the desk?
Oh, I'm canned.
Are you kidding?
Oh, it's been coming. I really had the place jumping. You should have seen me, Sweeney. It was like the San Francisco earthquake. Oh, I need a drink. How about... keep forgetting. Isn't any Burleys anymore?
No. Just a big hole in the ground.
Let's walk over. I want to browse around.
Oh, Pop, there's nothing to see.
Well, let's take a snoop anyway, just for old time's sake.
Well, okay, Pop, let's cross. We got the light.
Well, will you look at that? Who'd ever thought that less than 10 minutes ago there was a building here?
Yeah.
Let's climb down and have a look, Sweeney.
Well, what for, Pop? It's getting dark, you know. We'll break our neck.
Sweeney, where's your old reporter spirit? Come on.
Okay, but I don't see what you expect to... Ooh, my ankle.
Easy.
Clean as a bone.
Well, let's walk around a bit. See anything?
No, just rocks, pieces of the foundation. I'll bet you Pop, wait a minute.
What?
Will you look at this? So small I almost missed it.
I'd be a son of a perfect scale model of Burley's. Less than 4 inches tall.
What do you suppose this is doing here?
I don't know.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Wait.
What are you doing down here?
I'm looking for my model. Thank you for finding it.
Oh, this is yours, is it?
Certainly. Now, if you'll be kind enough to hand it to me, I'll just put it back in my suitcase.
You better give it to him, Pop.
All right.
Thank you. There we are. Thank you, gentlemen.
I thought you just went in for model trains.
I have always been preoccupied with tiny things, but lately I've been branching out. Well, I really must be going. Thank you very much.
He's as loony as a bat. The geniuses are all crazy. I read it in a book.
Sweeney, you get a look in that suitcase.
Sure, I seen it when he opened it in the bar this morning.
I mean just now.
Oh, why?
This morning when he opened his suitcase, he had a little round tube and a set of model trains in it. Nothing else.
So?
This time he had 3 other models. So what? Nothing. Except they happened to be models of the Empire State, Penn Station, and the United States Post Office.
There he goes down the block, Pop.
Victory! Come back here!
He's starting to run.
Here's a cab. Come on.
Where to, Mac?
Catch up with that little guy running down on the block. Make it fast.
Okay, Mac.
There he is. Hold it, Cabby, hold it. Come on, Sweeney.
Hey, how about my dough? Hey, you bum!
Stop, gentlemen. Stop, I warn you.
Hey, Pop. He's got that little tube out of his suitcase. He's pointing.
Grab him, Sweeney.
Why, give me that thing. Let go of my arm, you dummy. There.
I warn you.
Never mind the warnings. Just you come along with us. We're going to have a little talk. Take him up to the office, Sweeney.
Sure. Pop.
What?
Where's the taxi?
What?
The taxi!
If you look at the curb, you'll find your taxi.
Jumping saints. Pop, look at it.
Now, gentlemen, perhaps the world will believe in the validity of the Pertwee system of infinite acceleration.
All right, Hannibal, now you start talking.
I won't.
Hold his hand, Sweeney.
That's a pleasure.
Well, Hannibal?
Let me out of this office.
Talk.
Never.
Sweeney, where's the tube?
It's right here, Pop.
Now, Hannibal, I give you 5 seconds to talk, after which I'm turning this tube on you for a taste of your own medicine. Now, think it over. 1, 2.
No.
3.
I hate them. Why should I save them?
4.
All right. Put it away, please.
That's better. Now, how did you do it?
Many years ago, Einstein posed the theory that if an object were sufficiently accelerated, it would gradually flatten out and eventually disappear altogether. Working on this approach, I evolved a method of accelerating the atoms within the molecules, setting an object spinning in 4 rather than 3 dimensions. For many years, I tried to sell my idea to the railroad for condensing freight and storage.
And you start the thing spinning with this little tube?
The tube sends out a whirling ring of electrons which engulf the object.
Why did you turn it on those buildings?
I was driven to it. Only something dramatic could shock the world into realizing my greatness.
But you restore them. You brought back Grant's tomb.
I can restore them, yes.
Not can, Hannibal. Will.
On one condition.
Well?
That your paper give me full credit for my scientific achievement. Front page, pictures, a complete story.
It's a deal.
Wait a minute, Pop. We don't even work for this paper anymore, remember?
We'll take care of that little matter, Sweeney. Mr. Colburn, this is Pop Adderby. You've just rehired me. Now, if you'd care to step down the hall into my new office, I think I can show you something make your hair stand on end. I have 3 missing buildings in my desk drawer. Well? He's on fire. Judge is coming down here to have me committed to an institution.
All right, Atterby. All right. What's going on here? I fired you. I ordered you off these premises. If this is a joke,
Well, Mr. Colburn, you see these models?
What about them?
What would you say if I were to tell you that these 5-inch models are actually the Empire State, Penn Station, the United States Post Office, and Burley's Bar, and a taxicab, all compressed 500 times, that there are people in them so tiny they can't see them, that even time is so compressed inside these buildings that movement is impossible.
This is insanity. Who is this man?
Sit down, Colburn. The show hasn't even started yet. Sweeney, put the taxicab out in the middle of the floor.
Okay, Pop.
Now, stand back. Hannibal, here's the tube. Now, do your stuff.
Stand back. Now.
Good Lord. I don't believe it. It's getting bigger.
I reversed the polarity of the spin very gradually.
What's the idea of blocking traffic, you lousy bum? Hey, where am I? Hey, what happened? How did my cab get in this office?
Take it easy, George.
What is this? Who are you? Hey, ain't you the fare that skipped out on me? Hey, what is this, a bug house?
Well, Mr. Colburn?
I don't understand.
But you do believe.
Well, yes, I saw it right before my eyes.
Okay, well, then here's the deal. You give our boy Hannibal a front-page spread with pictures. He'll take these other buildings back to the original sites and restore them just like they were, with our cameras getting exclusive shots. Now, is it a bargain?
Is it a bargain? I may not be the best newspaper man in the world, but this is the biggest thing since Noah's Ark. You're rehired as city editor at your old salary.
My old salary?
All right, plus a 500 bonus.
Well, it's a deal. Sweeney, call composing. Tell them to double the size of the front page. Have them hold it for a red banner full-page headline. Got that?
Right.
Hello, Albert. This is Pop. Listen, I want all photographers up in my office right away. Call the search. Tell that girl to have Columbia send a battery of big shots over to the former site of Penn Station. Poppy,
Mac.
Poppy boy!
Hey, Mac.
I'm busy, George. Sweeney, what's the word?
Mister.
All right, what is it?
All I want to know is, how do I get my hack out of this office?
You have just heard another adventure in time, space, and the unknown world of the future. The world of...
Dimension.
How would you like to leave your home and friends for a trip that might last for 10 years or forever? You'll hear all about it on Dimension X next week when we present Shanghai.
Today, Dimension X has presented The Professor Was a Thief, an adaptation by George Leppert, of a story by L. Ron Hubbard. Featured in the cast were Arthur Maitland as Pop, John Larkin as Sweeney, and John Gibson as the Professor. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Bert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Edward King. 3 times mean good times on NBC. Tonight is the time for the premiere of NBC's gigantic Sunday night broadcast, The Big Show. Every Sunday evening, starting tonight, you'll hear an hour and a half of the greatest stars in radio. Performers like Fred Allen, Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. And your MC will be the lady who invented the snappy retort, Tallulah Bankhead. It's The Big Show. Hear The Big Show later today on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And from Hollywood, here comes the star-studded Show Train. Tonight, your railroads, through the Association of American Railroads, present the charming operetta, The Cat and the Fiddle. In our star-studded cast, you will hear the host of our series, Gordon MacRae, 2 famous guest stars, Miss Risa Stevens and Mr. Adolphe Manjou, and a great cast of Hollywood featured players. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the entire production is set to the music of Carmen Dragon's orchestra, and brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and the things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical comedy successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour Show Train presents The Cat and the Fiddle, a musical love story by Jerome Kern and Otto Harbach. As our first guest tonight, we are extremely happy to present one of the most charming ladies of the Metropolitan Opera, Miss Risa Stevens, whose lovely voice will be heard in one of the songs she is supposed to have written in her role as Shirley Sheridan, a young American composer.
Try to forget who you have meant to me, all I have meant to you too.
My role this evening is that of Victor Florescu, also a composer. But my music is of the more serious type, as you will hear when I sing, "One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant Also on our guest list is the popular Hollywood motion picture star, Mr. Adolphe Menjou. Mr. Menjou plays a producer of musical shows who seems to prefer Shirley's music to mine when he says,
"That man should be put away, preferably behind bars, where I won't be able to wring his neck."
Our story opens in Paris in the spring. It is dusk, and the setting sun is reflected in the river Seine, which flows by the Quai Voltaire. Here, vendors are busy selling their flowers, their vegetables, their old books and maps. Along the street comes Pompano, a vendor of music selling songs of love. Many are the lovers whose lips have met as Pompano strolled by singing,
La nuit est pour l'amour. La nuit est pour l'amour.
Bravo, bravo, monsieur. Votre chanson est très jolie.
Oh, merci, mademoiselle. Voulez-vous acheter une coupée?
Ah, mon monsieur, non pas aujourd'hui.
Ah, mademoiselle is American, hein?
Is my accent that bad?
Oh, Pompino tells not only by the accent, mademoiselle. He tells by the look in the eye.
The look in the eye?
Certainement. Americans in Paris always have the look of hope that something will happen.
Something?
Oh, but yes, romance.
And don't Frenchmen have a look of hope?
Mademoiselle, Frenchmen do not hope. They know it will happen. Breathe the air, look around you. Romance is everywhere. And while you sit here on your bench waiting, I have the charming American song for you. Here, I sing it. She didn't say yes, she didn't say no, she didn't say stay, she didn't say go.
She only knew that he'd find her there, and then she knew he sat beside her there.
Mademoiselle knows it.
Mademoiselle wrote it.
Mais no.
Mais yes.
Oh.
See, right there, words and music by Shirley Sheridan. That's me.
Incredible.
Well, take the music away. I'll show you. She didn't say yes, she didn't say no, she didn't say stay, she didn't say go. She only knew that he'd find her there, and then she knew he sat beside her there. At first there was heard not one little word, then coyly she took one sly little look, and something awoke and smiled inside. Her heart had started beating wild inside. So what did she do? I leave it to you. She did just what you do too.
She didn't say yes,
She didn't say no,
she didn't say stay,
she didn't say go.
she only knew that he spied her there.
And then she knew he sat beside her there.
At first there was heard not one little word, and finally she took one sly little look, and something awoke and smiled inside. Her heart began beating wild inside.
So what did she do? I leave it to you.
She did just what you do too.
She didn't say yes, she didn't say no.
Pardon, mamselle, for my intrusion, but I just heard that song you sang. You have a fine talent for music.
Thank you.
But what a pity you choose to cheapen it with such a vulgar commercial style.
Well, really?
But your voice, the way you looked. Oh, I'm sorry. I know I'm a perfect stranger.
No, but you're not. You're Victor Florescu, the prize student in composition at the conservatory.
Oh, you study there, too?
No, I had to stop. I guess you'd call it a lack of woman's tuition.
Was I not right, mademoiselle? In Paris in the spring, it always happens. And now Pompino goes. La nuit est pour l'amour. La nuit est pour l'amour. But I did not go far. This was the first romance of the new spring season for Pompino, and it was still too young to trust without a guiding hand. I leaned against a nearby street lamp to see if I could be of further help.
I'm afraid our friend Pompano was a little too deep for me. What did he mean? It always happens.
Oh, just something silly, Mr. Florescu. I'm glad I met you because I heard your symphony. It was very impressive.
Impressive? Nothing more?
Well, it was very sad and unhappy.
You see, I tried to make it true to life, just as I'm trying in the new operetta I'm composing.
But life isn't always sad. It can be thrilling and exciting and wonderful.
Oh, it is when I look at you. Only twice before have I ever felt like this. The first time I heard Beethoven's Ninth, and then once in the Alps when I saw a sunrise, and now tonight, when I first saw you smile.
Mr. Florescu, back home, that would be called a line.
You're afraid of life, aren't you?
Oh, no, just cautious. For all I know, you may get a feeling like the sunrise over the Alps every afternoon, only with a different girl.
Oh, you know that isn't true. Come have dinner with me.
Oh, you seize opportunity quickly, don't you? It hasn't had a chance to knock even once as yet.
Is that so bad?
Oh, I suppose not. For a modern man.
And aren't you a modern girl?
I try to think I am.
Then let me see you to your hotel.
No.
That's not very modern. I know. We'll have dinner at my house.
Now you're getting futuristic. And even from 3,000 miles away, I can hear my Aunt Hester in Boston going...
Very well, then. If you insist on propriety, I'll do the most proper thing I know. In place of a proper introduction, I'll write to you. I'll bombard you with letters until you say I may call. Could anything be more proper?
Well, write to me if you wish. But you must send your letters to the American Express office.
My, you are cautious.
No, just practical. I can stay at my present address just 2 more weeks, then I must find new quarters.
You can write me your address later when you answer my letters. You will answer, won't you?
Perhaps. But if you lose interest, just stop writing. I'll understand.
Lose interest? Oh, that would be like losing interest in life itself. In fact, I shall go now and write the first letter. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Aunt Hester. But you didn't see the look in his eyes.
Pompino, you lovable romantic rascal. You've done it again. However, the young man went away without learning the young lady's name. Luckily, Pompino knew that Monsieur Victor Florescu lived at La Petite Maison. So, leaving my lamppost quickly, I approached Miss Shirley and said, pardon, mademoiselle, you are looking for living quarters.
How did you know?
Oh, you just told Monsieur Victor.
But that was just between him and me and the lamppost.
I was the lamppost.
Oh.
Pompino, the greatest guide in all Paris, knows just the charming pension for you. La Petite Maison. Flowers, birds, sunshine, a place beloved by artists and musicians, and most reasonable.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, but I can't move there for 2 weeks.
So, Pompino arranges that rooms be held for you. Here is the card with the address on it.
Oh, you're very kind.
Oh, my pleasure, mademoiselle.
Oh, this has been such a wonderful day. Good night, and thank you, Pompino.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. Do not forget, La Petite Maison.
I won't.
Now Pompino has truly brought the lovers together. In 2 short weeks, they will be living across the court from each other in La Petite Maison. Just as I was about to give myself a hearty pat on the back, I saw Monsieur Victor returning.
I beg your pardon, mademoiselle, Oh, it's you.
My apologies, monsieur. You have forgotten something, perhaps?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. I neglected to ask the young lady her name.
Pompino can tell you that, monsieur. It is Sheridan. Miss Shirley Sheridan.
Shirley. Oh, very lovely. It fits her. But the Sheridan part, I think she should consider as just temporary. I wonder if she has ever thought of changing it.
Oh, monsieur, a girl does not think of changing her name every 1,000 miles as if it were motor oil.
Perhaps. But I have a feeling I will change it for her one day. That is, if I ever see her again.
You shall, never fear. Just leave everything to Pompino.
Oh, Pompino, how can I thank you?
You can buy a song from me, one I have written myself. See.
Composers in Paris must be a dime a dozen.
Oh, sing it.
I would rather watch the other fellow strolling down Lover's Lane. Watch him getting soft and mellow with love life on the brain. But how nice, cool as ice, with a sweet bonbon, just to dawdle and wisely smile while I look on. Watch the love parade gaily going by, naughty man and willing maid, mischief in her eye. I see him squeeze her arm, press her little knee, buzzing round each rare fair charm like a busy bee. But when the march is ended and they part, when fears and tears are blended in each heart. I'm very glad I stayed sitting high and dry, looking on the love parade gaily going by. Why, Pompano, that's a very charming melody, but aren't the words a bit sardonic?
That is my philosophy. Let the others fall in love, while I sit back, footloose and fancy-free, watching the parade.
We're the love parade, gaily going by. Naughty man and willing make mischief in her eye.
I watch her closely cling to his manly side, thinking thoughts that well might bring blushes to a bride.
But when the march is ended and we part, when tears and fears are blended in each heart,
I'm very glad I stayed sitting high and dry, looking on the love parade, gaily going by.
Watch the love parade, gaily going by, gaily going by.
We'll return to the Cat and the Fiddle in just a moment. But first, here is a bit of information that will interest you. No man is better known for results in the field of research than Charles F. Kettering of General Motors. Speaking of railroads and the research that goes into them, Mr. Kettering said, and I quote, "No matter what other forms of transportation do or what new ones come into being, the railroads will remain the backbone of transportation." And he added, "The amazing progress made by the railroads in their first century is only a promise of what they will do." End of quotation. The progress of which Mr. Kettering spoke is the product of research, carried on not only in the laboratory, but out of the great proving ground of the railroads themselves, plus the investment of billions of dollars in the better cars and engines, tracks and signals, and all the other improvements which research and invention have devised. And right now, to realize the promise of the future to which Mr. Kettering referred, the railroads are carrying forward an ever-increasing and expanding research program.
And now back to The Cat and the Fiddle, starring Risa Stevens, Adolphe Manjou, and yours truly, Gordon MacRae. And here is Pompino to continue our story.
In 2 weeks, just as I had planned, Shirley and Victor were living across the court from each other at La Petite Maison. Before they had a chance to realize it, Victor had callers, Monsieur Jules Daudet, the great theatrical producer, and Odette, the famous prima donna. I happened to be under Victor's window, just listening to the music, of course, as he played one of his new compositions.
Ah, glorious Victor, n'est-ce pas, Jules?
Well, frankly, Odette...
Frankly what, Monsieur Daudet? I'm anxious to hear your smallest criticism.
Oh, Victor, darling, please.
I'll be happy to give you my criticism, Florescu. Very happy.
Jules, be calm.
Why should I be calm? I'm a producer. And in my meager experience of some 20 years in the theater, I have discovered that for some reason, audiences do not pay money to listen to funeral music.
As I've told you before, I write only what I feel.
Then feel better. You've got to lighten that score with some brighter numbers.
The score stands exactly as I have planned it.
Victor, darling, Jules, this can all be worked out, and we'll have a wonderful show. Victor, chérie, go back to the piano and play that number you wrote for me in the third act, eh? I'll play too, on my fiddle.
Very well.
Oh, Jules, listen to me. Victor will do better, I'm sure. Oh, he's just in a mood. 2 weeks ago, he met some little American girl, and instead of working, he began writing long letters to her. So, when she finally answered one, I simply destroyed it before he saw it. Soon he will forget all about her. You know composer.
Yes, too many of them.
Sing the words, Victor, darling, while I play.
Very well. the night seemed to. I wanted to, but I did not dare. You filled me with despair. One moment there I sat with you, then vanished from your view. One moment alone, that's all we have known, and yet it seemed paradise had opened its golden portal there in your lovely eyes. One moment alone, 'twas then I was shown a glimpse of an angel fair, too much for a lowly mortal. That's why it ended there. One word or two tenderly spoken, gay little laugh, sad little sigh, then all old dreams suddenly broken, everything changed under the sky. One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant rare, life fashioned her one perfection. That's why it ended
Well, Victor, there's no denying it has beauty, but such somberness can only induce mass melancholia.
Listen to that. That's all I need. New neighbors with a passion for trash. Is that the sort of thing you want, Monsieur Daudet?
Not bad. In fact, just the sort of thing I want.
Then you're in the wrong studio.
Very possibly. Au revoir, Odette.
As Monsieur Daudet left Victor's room, the spot where I had been lolling under his window grew suddenly quite uncomfortable. So I followed Daudet across the court because I noticed a bench outside of Shirley's window that would be a much better place for me. To rest, of course. I settled myself just as Daudet knocked on Shirley's door.
Come in.
May I? My name is Jules Daudet.
The producer?
Yes, but don't hold it against me.
Oh, I should say not. I'm Shirley Sheridan.
You are quite as lovely as the tune you were playing. Did you compose it, Miss Sheridan?
I'm afraid I'm the guilty party.
I'm looking for some songs like that for a new operetta I'm producing. Would you mind playing it again?
Well, I'd be happy to. Try to forget all you have meant to me, all I have meant to you too. I'm sending back to you the things you said to me, your daydreams, your gay dreams, your glad
I know just the spot in the play for that number. I'll fill the stage with dancers in Latin American costumes. As they dance, they'll sing.
Try to forget, won't you, all you have meant to me, and all I've meant to you. I'm sending back to you the things you sent to me. Your daydreams, your gay dreams, your glad dreams, your mad dreams. Yeah, don't forget, will you, that memories haunt me too. Is what they want me to do. Just doing my best to forget.
Marvelous, marvelous. That's just the spirit that needs to be injected into the score that headstrong young composer has written.
Injected? But I couldn't do that, Monsieur Daudet. I know how a composer would feel having someone else alter his score.
There goes the happiness boy across the court again. That's the composer whose operetta I'm considering, Victor Florescu.
Florescu?
Yes, he has loads of talent, but egotistical. Thinks no one composes anything good but himself. You should have heard what he said about your composition.
He didn't like it?
He called it trash, but no matter. His show will not be produced without lighter music. He'll argue, but Odette is used to calming him.
Odette?
Yes, the star of the show. And of course, she has a personal interest in him, very personal.
And he has a personal interest in her?
Definitely. Although it's apparent he dabbles elsewhere from time to time.
Oh, he dabbles, does he? Well, Monsieur Daudet, I'll write as many songs for Victor Florescu's operetta as you can use. I'm something of a dabbler myself.
Lesser genius than Pompino would have given up hope to see his favorite romance fall so far asunder. I did not know how, but I was sure that someday, somehow, I would bring those two together in happiness in spite of themselves. So, on the night that Shirley was to play her music for Victor at Daudet's apartment, I, quite coincidentally, was standing near his window, enjoying the view of the lovely bois.
Oh, Jules, I'm so nervous about tonight.
But you needn't be, my dear. When Victor hears your songs, well, not even that mad genius could resist your charm. Ah, Shirley, my dear, if I was sure that no one else had a claim on your heart, I would... that will be Odette and Victor. You can depend on him for bad timing. Now, don't worry. If Victor won't permit your numbers in the show, there will be no show.
Ah, bonjour, Jules, mon cher.
Well, Odette, come in. And Victor, how are you?
Well, where's this composer? Let's get it over with. I promised I'd listen, so... Shirley.
Good evening, Victor.
Ah, you two know each other? Well, that makes it all the better.
Yes, it gets better and better all the time.
Now, what's the matter with him?
Jules, please, no quarreling tonight.
Oh, Shirley, this is Mademoiselle Odette, Miss Sheridan.
Ah, how do you do, Mademoiselle Sheridan? I'm always interested in Jules' protégés. He's so generous with them.
I'm sure you speak from experience, mademoiselle.
I wish somebody would tell me what's wrong with everybody.
Oh, nothing's wrong, Jules, darling. Should I begin my additions to the score?
Of course. Sit down, Odette. Victor?
I'll stand.
Naturally.
This is not my own composition, Mr. Florescu, but a rewrite of one of yours.
I'm sure it's a great improvement.
Oh, I tried to make it a little happier, more optimistic.
As I remember, you thought life is wonderful and exciting. I'm glad you found what you were looking for.
Florescu, would you mind letting her get on with the thing? All right, Shirley, my dear.
Perhaps Mr. Florescu would join me.
I'd be...
Victor!
charmed.
Thank you, Mr. Florescu. One moment alone, that's all we have known, and yet it seems paradise. And open its golden portal One moment alone, 'twas then I was shown a glimpse of an angel fair, too much for immortal. That's why it ended there. One word or two, tenderly spoken, gay little laugh, sad little sigh. Then all our dreams suddenly broken, everything changed under the sky. One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant there, my passion, her one perfection, that's why it ended there.
Bravo. Now wait till you hear the next one.
Well, I, for one, intend to hear no more. Victor's beautiful music ruined.
Oh, Dad.
I will listen to no more. If you wish to see me, I will be in my apartment.
And what do you think, Victor?
Unfortunately, Monsieur Daudet, that is also my opinion. Easy commercialized emotion sickens me. Good night.
That man should be put away. Preferably behind bars, where I won't be able to wring his neck.
Victor, please.
Oh, forget Victor, my dear. Frankly, I'm not at all sorry they've left us. Come, my dove. I have a bottle of Napoleon brandy I've been saving for just such an occasion. What does the most beautiful composer in all Paris say to that?
What does she say, Jules? Da 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 dee dee, da dee 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 dee.
I don't quite understand.
She wanted to stay, but thought she should go. She wasn't so sure that he'd be good. She wasn't even sure that she'd be good. She wanted to rest, all cuddled and pressed, a popular part of somebody's heart. She loved to be en rapport with him, but not behind a bolted door with him. So what did she do? I leave it to you. She did just what I'll do too. Good night, Jules.
Shirley, come back, my dove.
I'm not a dove. I'm a homing pigeon.
Ah, Mademoiselle Sheridan.
Oh, Pompino.
When Pompino decides to watch over someone, he watches. Come, I'll take you home, my pigeon. My bicycle is here.
Bicycle?
A tandem, with room for two. Have you never bicycled through the bois in the moonlight?
There's always a first time. Let's go.
Mademoiselle, you are comfortable?
Yes, but not very happy.
You and that young composer, you're having trouble, huh?
Oh, Pompano, I don't understand it. I fixed his music and did all I could for him. And did he appreciate it? No. He laughed at it and left with Odette. That cat with her fiddle.
You must not jump to conclusions. Perhaps there is a reason, a very simple one. If you will but go to him and give him a chance to explain.
Well, I...
Oh, but of course, if Mademoiselle insists on being stubborn,
No, Pompano, no. Take me to him. Take me as quickly as you can. Nothing matters except love. The night was made for love. The night was made for love. The day has eyes for sweet, delicate charms. But nighttime sighs for soft, hungry eyes.
Here we are, mademoiselle. And there is Victor's door. Go quickly, quickly, up the stairs with you.
Victor, are you there? Victor, it's Shirley. Please let me in.
What goes on in here? Oh, it is you, Mademoiselle Sheridan. Your studio is on the other side of the court.
Madame, has Monsieur Florescu come in yet?
Oh, mais oui. In like a storm and then right out again like a hurricane. Bag and baggage.
Bag and baggage? He's gone?
He say he's through with Paris for life. And if any mail come for him, tear it up. I go back to bed now. Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Bonsoir, madame. Oh, Victor, I loved you so.
Here's a bit of news which means something to everybody who uses transportation. And in this country, that's all of us. The other day, the Association of American Railroads completed arrangements to build a new railroad research laboratory. It's going to be located on the campus of the Illinois Institute of Technology at Chicago. From this laboratory, much of the widespread engineering and mechanical research of the industry will be directed. This new development is completely in line with the long-time practice of the railroad industry. For many years, research has been carried on by and for the railroads in the laboratories of universities and technological institutions, and manufacturers of railroad supplies and equipment. Research has been carried on, too, on the railroads, which, in addition, have served as the proving grounds for the testing and trial of ideas, no matter where developed. There are two things we should keep in mind about all railroad research. One is that railroads don't make things to sell. They buy things, all sorts of things, from manufacturers and use them to produce transportation service. As a service industry, therefore, railroads receive the benefits of research done by almost every manufacturing industry in the country. And another thing to remember is that the railroads which serve you can never shut down to retool for next year's models. So everything new that is introduced on a railroad must work right along with what is already there during a necessary period of transition. That's why progress on the railroads is and must be an evolution, a growth, not a revolution. This new research laboratory to be built by the Association of American Railroads on the Illinois Technology campus is another forward step in a long-continued cooperative program that is going forward today more actively and on a broader front than ever before. You will see its results more and more in the new equipment coming into service on the railroads in ever-increasing numbers, just as one part of what Mr. Kettering called the amazing progress of the railroads. The show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification.
Now back to The Cat and the Fiddle, starring Reza Stevens, Adolphe Manjou, and yours truly, Gordon MacRae. And here's Pompano continuing the story.
For days I searched all Paris, but I could find not one trace of Victor. Then one day, as I was passing Shirley's window, I heard her talking to Dode.
No, Jules, my mind is made up. I'm sailing for America on the first boat I can get, and I won't allow any of my songs to be used in Victor's score.
You're throwing away your big chance, my dear.
I'm sorry, Jules, but that's final. Come in.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, what is it, Pompano?
Mademoiselle, you must give up this thought of going to America.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pompano, but there's no reason for me to stay now.
Just because your composer has vanished. All you have to do is get him back.
Well, he'll never come back.
But of course he will. He composed this operetta, no?
Yes.
And Monsieur Daudet wants to produce it if some of your songs are used, no?
Of course I do.
Then let it be produced.
Pompino, what are you talking about?
Mademoiselle, angry lions could not keep a composer away from hearing the opening night of his first operetta.
Oh, Pompino, I think you might be right. You're a genius.
Naturellement, the greatest genius in all Paris.
Shirley, I'll give it the most brilliant opening this town has ever seen.
For once it appeared that Pompino, the greatest student of human nature in all Paris, was wrong. At the opening of the operetta, Shirley and I stood in the lobby, watching every member of the audience. But nowhere did we see Victor. Patiently we waited all through the show.
Oh, Pompino, what a pity Victor can't hear how everyone loves his music.
Ah, Mademoiselle is too generous. They like your music, too.
But listen, they're going to do the finale now, and I didn't touch one note of it. It's all Victor.
Calling for you, mademoiselle.
No, it's for Victor. Victor isn't here.
Look. Monsieur Daudet is out on the stage.
Messieurs, mesdames, I thank you for the manner in which you have received tonight's operetta. You have called for the author. Actually, there are two of them, but I can only guarantee producing one.
I won't go up there.
This one is standing in the wing, where he has been standing all evening. Monsieur Victor Flores.
Victor, Pompino, did you hear?
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed tonight's production, it was because of my collaborator. For it was she who supplied the happiness that is in it. And if she is in the audience, I beg her to come up here and stand beside me where she belongs. Are you out there, Shirley?
Yes, Victor, yes, here I am.
Run, go up there.
Yes, Pompino.
Shirley, my darling, are you coming?
Yes, Victor, yes.
Here, my dear, right up those steps.
Oh, thank you, George.
I've lost you, but what hits I'll get out of you and Victor.
Shirley, my darling, kiss me.
No, in front of this whole audience?
Why, even your Aunt Hester would approve this time. I'm asking you to marry me.
Oh, Victor.
Give us a song! Sing!
All right, you two. Save that clinch till later. Sing.
The nighttime sighs for soft hungry arms. The night was made for love.
So with a sigh, I, Pompino, the greatest romantic genius in all Paris, slipped out of the theater. Mission completed. So very glad to be sitting high and dry, looking on night was made for love. The night was made for love.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our guest stars this evening, Miss Risa Stevens and Mr. Adolphe Monjou, and to the other members of tonight's cast for their fine performances in our production of The Cat and the Fiddle, which was adapted for radio by Mr. Don Ettlinger. Next week, our star-studded show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time. On board will be the Metropolitan Opera soprano, Miss Dorothy Kirsten, and Kenny Baker to join me in bringing you the famous Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Student Prince, with our chorus under the direction of Norman Luboff and the music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. So until next week, goodbye. And remember, during the coming week, as always, the American railroads will provide for you the dependable, low-cost transportation which is so essential to the American way of living.
The Cat and the Fiddle has been presented by special arrangement with Ham's Whitmark Music Library. Mr. Monjou will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture My Dream Is Yours. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the Association of American Railroads.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The DuPont Cavalcade of America, starring Helen Hayes.
Good evening. This is Helen Hayes. Tonight, our cavalcade goes back over a century to the Chester Valley in Pennsylvania. Here lived a young Quaker mother, Rebecca Lucan. By an accident of fate, she became responsible for the most important industry in the valley, the Brandywine Iron Works. Today, that ironworks bears her name, Lucan Steel Company, the world's largest plate mill. But before we begin our story, here's Bill Hamilton for the DuPont Company.
Thank you, Miss Hayes. Ladies and gentlemen, a small rug on a bare floor is one of the danger spots in any home. 17,000 people are killed each year in their own homes, in falls, falling downstairs, falling in the bathtub, falling on slippery, sliding rugs. To help prevent such rugs from slipping or creeping, the DuPont Company manufactures Rug Anchor. DuPont Rug Anchor is a scientifically surfaced sponge rubber underlay which goes between the rug and the floor. Rug Anchor is available in leading department stores and is another of the DuPont